is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
At the commencement of our sitting, let us be still. Please take your seats. Members, first item on the order paper is member statements. And as I did yesterday, because this is a new item of business, I will provide a brief outline of how member statements are to be managed in plenary. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Any member whose statement is not compliant with the provisions of Standing Order 24A will be asked to resume their seat. Standing orders provide that when selecting a member to make a statement, I shall have regard to the balance of opinions in the Assembly. I shall therefore ensure that in any period set aside for this business, I select members from a range of parties. However, it is unavoidable that there will be occasions when it will not be possible in the time available to select all members who wish to make a statement. But I will endeavour to ensure that over time all members who wish to make a statement have a fair opportunity to do so. Members should further note that statements will not be subject to debate or questioning. Interventions will not be permitted, and I will not take points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has been completed. If that's clear, then I will again begin. Call John McLeod.
Can call you and I welcome the opportunity to speak on an issue of importance. I wish to raise the issue of the return of colleges, further education colleges and universities, and the return of students to campus and lecturers and professors, etc., onto the campus grounds, which is very, very welcome. Last year there was huge disruption to student life and academic life for many, and those who was their first year or second year did not get the experience of university or college, which many have had the opportunity over many years to do so. But the challenges that were faced by our schools estate is also faced by our further education colleges and universities. And I suspect over the coming weeks we will see those challenges manifest on campus grounds. Now, it has to be said also, we're dealing with a different age range. We're dealing with young adults and older adults returning. There is an opportunity for vaccinations, and I would encourage everyone returning to university colleges to have their vaccination. And there's also the opportunity now of the pop-up vaccination clinics and other resources being made available, which hopefully will minimise disruption to that sector. However, the question also raises itself about investment in ventilation, investment in support for the mental health and well-being of our student population. This is something I raised last year, and it hasn't been, in my opinion, rectified. That the mental health and well-being support of students and staff in our universities and further education colleges has not been fully provided for. And I hope that is something that this year will be in place for that sector. One area of disappointment, I have to say, is the continued failure to fund all students the £500 COVID disruption payment. Not one, not two, but 3 DUP ministers refused to provide all students the £500 COVID disruption fund. Students studying full-time in our further education colleges, not all received it. Part-time students were not supported, and those students from here studying in Britain and across the border were not supported. Large sectors of our student population felt discriminated against and left behind as a result of that. And I hope if an opportunity arises in the next financial year for those students to be supported, they will be supported moving forward. But Concordia, I will end on this point. As is the case with schools, the best place for pupils is in schools, in safe environments. The best place for our student population is on the campus. And I hope the lessons have been learned from last year. I hope the Economy Minister and the Executive support our universities and colleges in remaining open. And I hope that everyone who has the opportunity to take measures themselves, such as vaccination, social distancing, hand washing, will all do their part in ensuring that our students have a proper and fulsome education this year. Thank you.
I call Dan Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand with the family of Ian Sproul as they continued to be denied a full investigation into claims that the Garda officers colluded in his murder. This is a family that I have worked with for a long time, and they are devastated by these latest developments. Ian's tragic story is one that will strike a chord with many across Northern Ireland. Ian was killed on the 13th of April 1991. He had just arrived home when he was killed in a hail of bullets. The terrorists then phoned the family home and told them to go out and look at the mess in the yard. His father found him. His parents never really recovered, and his family have been left searching for the truth since. That is 30 years ago. This was an innocent young life cut short in an instant at the hands of IRA terrorists, one in a series of systematic, sectarian and savage murders in Castlederg, a terror spree glorified by members of the party opposite in their adulation of IRA terrorists. Allegations of Irish state collusion in this crime abound. A Garda security document was presented by the IRA to journalists as warped justification for Ian's murder. Assistant Chief Constable Harris stated under oath at the Smithick Tribunal that he was satisfied beyond doubt that there was a leak from the Garda to the IRA in respect of Ian Sproul's murder. Mr. Harris is, of course, now the Garda Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, despite all of this, the Garda Síochána Ombudsman has refused to sanction an investigation. In a letter received by the family in August, they have told the Sproul family that their case has timed out. They have even demanded reciprocity from the UK authorities before taking action. This is not only abhorrent, but in clear breach of international human rights obligations. Where there is evidence of wrongdoing, it must be investigated. We are told in public that Dublin opposes drawing a line under the past, yet just like the UK government proposals on legacy, they hide behind the passage of time to deny truth and justice to the Sproul family and many others. Mr. Speaker, the Dublin government cannot speak out of both sides of its mouth on legacy. It must take responsibility, not just for cases of collusion, but for the wider role played by the Irish state in bolstering the terrorist campaign and actively harbouring those responsible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Again, I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we normally discuss questions to do with what the Northern Ireland Executive is doing. It's our job to scrutinise what the Northern Ireland Executive is doing. But I thought today I would draw attention to something that the UK Government has done. The UK Government has issued a statement in which they've unilaterally extended the period through which it will not check goods coming into Great Britain from the EU. That's interesting. Interesting timing. We have in this chamber many people who supported Brexit, who said Brexit was going to lead to wealth and prosperity for Northern Ireland and indeed the whole UK. Well, interesting then that the government of Britain, Her Majesty's government, have decided to prolong the period by which they won't check goods. So goods will still be entering Britain as if they were still in the EU, as if those goods travelling from the European single market into Britain were there all along. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that the UK is not ready to deal with the consequences of Brexit. I raise this issue because time and again in this chamber, and particularly over the last few days on the airwaves, we've heard from the party opposite about the consequences of the protocol, as if the protocol had nothing to do with Brexit, the Brexit they were at the centre of, that they campaigned for and that they drove through. I'm afraid people won't buy it anymore. There are a whole range of profound consequences for the whole UK of Brexit, and so far I can see very, very few good ones. Too many have gone along with the DUP project of narrative construction around Brexit and around the protocol. The protocol is a messy and imperfect compromise to protect the island of Ireland from the Brexit that they demanded and that they spearheaded. But it puts us in a relatively advantageous position once we deal with some of the issues around moving goods from Britain into Northern Ireland. And we have now clarity from the European Union that we're going to have that. We have, unlike exporters in Britain, we have the opportunity to move our goods seamlessly into the European single market, and unlike them, we have access to both markets, the British market and the European single market. For people who constantly talk about making Northern Ireland work and maximising Northern Ireland's opportunities, it is a shameful dereliction of their duty, not just to threaten these institutions, but to jeopardise one bit of economic advantage, one of the greatest bits of economic advantage we've probably had since partition and this jurisdiction was created. But in closing, Mr Speaker, I just want to remind people in this chamber and listening further afield that all of the consequences of Brexit, whether it's the protocol or the fact that families are being torn apart between Britain and European families, I want to make clear it's the responsibility of Brexit and those who champion that preposterous cause. And we're seeing today the UK government, as with the DUP, are not yet ready to take responsibility for the consequences of that Brexit.
Thank you, and I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would seek an opportunity to pay a brief tribute to the life of Maura Muldoon, to express my sadness at her passing and extend condolences to her family and friends. Trailblazer, visionary, a standard-bearer for women's football, a tireless advocate for equality and human rights are some of the tributes that have been paid to Maura. Maura was a former director of Glentoran Football Club in my constituency and former chairperson of Glentoran Women. As Glentoran chairman Stephen Henderson has said, Maura was a pioneer. Undaunted by glass ceilings or outdated perceptions, her election to the board of Glentoran was something she took in her stride. In becoming the first woman to attain such a position in senior football, she brought professionalism, calm demeanour and determination to ensure that she opened the door for others to follow. Her support and commitment to the development of women's football, and to Glentoran women in particular, was well known. Eager to challenge stereotypes, inequality and prejudice, she made Glentoran a better club for her involvement, and we are diminished by her passing. Maura laid the foundations on which the success of Glentoran Women was built, a fitting legacy to Maura's life in the sport she adored. She impacted the lives of many women, now succeeding in different roles within the women's game. Her influence will never be forgotten. Mr Speaker, Maura was also a Commissioner at the Human Rights Commission, and Chief Commissioner Alison Kilpatrick has described her as a tireless advocate for human rights in Northern Ireland and a great support to her fellow Commissioners and staff, who will be sorely missed by all. Maura said that her driving force was to ensure people had access to equal opportunity, particularly young women. It is clear that people in Northern Ireland, particularly young women, have significantly greater opportunity today for the life, leadership and service of Maura Muldoon. This Assembly says thank you, Maura, and we send our sincere condolences to her partner Cheryl, to her brothers and sisters Eleanor, Sean, Michael and Grania, and all her family, friends and colleagues at this time.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to address the issue of social care in Northern Ireland. Just last week, our United Kingdom government indicated an increase in national insurance contributions with a view to contributing further to the health service and including social care. And in association with that, they announced that they would be introducing a £86,000 cap on the amount that anyone during their lifetime would have to pay for their social care when they reach that stage where they are dependent upon residency in some facility. So my first question is, are we going to benefit in Northern Ireland from that same cap, or though we will get £400 million as a result of the NIC increase, is that money going to be diverted elsewhere? Because people in my constituency and elsewhere who are fearful and who are already experiencing the loss of their homes to provide for social care want to know, are they equal citizens or are they not? And if they're equal citizens, then that cap will apply. Now, there's also been focus this week on the fact that back in February, on the continuing healthcare scheme, the Minister introduced a change to the effect that you're only financially eligible for that continuing assistance if your care could not be adequately provided in hospital. Now, that means no one qualifies, because anyone whose care can only be adequately provided in hospital will be in hospital. So how can you possibly qualify for that assistance? And the question that arises for me out of that, where was our Health Committee in February when that directive was issued? What questions did they ask of the Minister? What exploration did they make of it? How did they interrogate it? I can find very little evidence of anything in that regard. So it is critical that citizens in Northern Ireland are not left behind on this issue, that we do get the same fair crack of the whip as elsewhere in this United Kingdom, because we are all commonly paying the same taxes, the same national insurance, and therefore should be entitled to the same benefits in that regard.
Thank you, and I call Pat Sheehan.
Mágad ar dús a ceann comhairle ba bhfuil am cócáirde sa dhéanamh le forann comógaíocht Antrim a bhain an críomh comógaíocht idir bhanach Judónaí a barc a crocaí. A bu starúil a bhí an agus tá sé tiltte ag achan dana bhfuil buinseochaí leis an oran. I want to congratulate the Antrim camogie team who had an historic victory in the intermediate Camogie Championship in Croke Park on Sunday. It's an historic victory, and everyone who's connected with the team, player, managers and backroom staff, it's well deserved to all of them. So thanks for that. I want to speak to the issue of the DUP decision to withdraw from the North-South elements of the Good Friday Agreement. And all right-thinking people have described that as reckless and irresponsible, and who could disagree with that? Much has been said about how damaging this will be to cross-border economic cooperation and health issues, and of course it will have a negative impact in those areas. But I want to focus on the implications for cross-border educational issues. The Assembly received a report in July updating members in relation to some important areas of work being taken forward on a North-South basis in the area of education. Some of the issues discussed included education implications of Brexit, the response to COVID-19, updates on EU funding, educational underachievement and special educational needs. And I want to concentrate on those latter two issues of educational underachievement and special educational needs. The DUP regularly raised concerns about educational underachievement among young Protestant boys, yet their decision to withdraw from the North-South Ministerial Council will now jeopardise efforts to develop joint actions under the Peace Plus programme to tackle underachievement across this island. So let's remember that when the DUP in future complains and sheds crocodile tears about educational underachievement. In regard to special educational needs, the Middletown Centre for Autism is an exceptional example for delivering for children on a cross-border basis. However, issues around data sharing and recognition of qualifications were identified at NSMC levels as requiring resolution. These issues can't be resolved if the North-South Ministerial Council isn't sitting. The DUP Education Minister needs to be at the table working on behalf of children and their families who rely on these services, instead of abdicating their responsibility and trying to blame others for a situation that is wholly of the DUP's making.
Thank you. And I call Paul Frew.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. You may not know, why would you, and this Assembly might not know, why would it, that over the last week the single electricity market has experienced a large volume of amber alerts. These have a massive impact on a single electricity market, any electricity market for that fact, on a number of reasons. One being security of supply, the other inevitably being cost. And whilst it's true to say that at this time most electricity markets in Europe is experiencing tension, none so more than our own single electricity market. And the problem that I have with that, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that that is controlled and organised by what's called a SIMO, single electricity market committee. And that's made up of Sony, or system operator here in Northern Ireland, and EirGrid, the Republic of Ireland's operator. The problem I have, Mr. Speaker, is that the independence of our system operator is completely and utterly compromised to the point where it does not act in the best interests of Northern Ireland consumers, because it is owned by EirGrid, and EirGrid has carved out the expertise within our system operator. This means that they won't act in the best interests of Northern Ireland consumers when we are under stress. And this will lead, inevitably, to raising issues around security of supply and, inevitably, cost, because security of supply costs us all. And I would stress to this House, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot sit idly by any longer on these issues. These issues have been going on now for 10 years or more. And it's due to the incompetence of EirGrid that these problems are now materialising. EirGrid produces every year what's called a generation capacity statement. And that statement is published which looks ahead for the next 10 years. And at no time do those statements, when you look back, forecast the problems that the single electricity market here in Ireland, both the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland, will face in the coming years. If we think, Mr. Speaker, it's bad this winter, wait till you see the winter next and the next winter after that. Thank you.
I'm going to call Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to talk about an issue that's been taking place in my constituency, and one that I know many other members will have dealt with as well, and it's the issue of ambulance response times. This is an especially acute matter now in rural communities. I want to begin by thanking our staff in the health service in general, and to those ambulance staff specifically. The work that they do in very stressful situation is immeasurable, and the contributions that they make to saving lives is absolutely fantastic, and I want to put on record my support for them and the work that they do. We often hear the stories of the staff that have to go a full shift without getting any tea breaks, even time for toilet breaks. They are pushed to the extreme in the work that they do. But to the public, though, they feel that the system is a little bit unfair. Our system is built on the acceptance and the understanding that if you dial 999 in your time of need, that somebody will be with you to help you in a timely manner. And I do not think that that is uniformly happening. In my constituency of South Down, we are hearing horror stories. Just last week, a 94-year-old lady was left on the floor of her kitchen for 5 hours with a suspected broken hip and broken arm. The first call went in at about 7:30, 8 o'clock, and it was 1:30 in the morning before the ambulance arrived to help her. We have other examples where cardiac arrests that are due to be met within 8 minutes are not being met. Sometimes it's double and treble that time in rural areas before they get the help, and patients are dying. We now have multiple examples in my area where if somebody has taken a stroke, people put them in their car and bring them directly to hospital because they can't depend upon the ambulance getting to them in the time that they need to get that help. I would say, Mr. Speaker, if you were to arrive at any time in any of our emergency departments, you'll see a queue of ambulances that are waiting to pass their patients on. They cannot leave until they have passed them over. They become trapped at the emergency department, and the strain on the service is unfair. It's unfair on the paramedic who doesn't want to be sitting in an ambulance outside a hospital. It's unfair on the patient that's in the ambulance that should be in the emergency department, and it's unfair on the person that needs to dial 999 and get that ambulance to come and help them. With 9 level 1 emergency departments that are full to overflowing and about 50 to 55 ambulances on at any given time, it means that just one ambulance waiting outside an emergency department in each of those locations means 20% of our ambulances are not available. The service is broken. We all know that we need to get reform. I hope we can see that reform soon, and support from everybody for it.
Thank you. And I call Gerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. As we've already heard, there's been a renewed conversation about social care and how it's funded and provided for elderly people and those who need assistance in our society. The problem is, though, that all the approaches and debates are based and focused on the premise that the state should play a minimal role in the provision or cost of care. I want to say categorically that people should be receiving care from the state, including residential care from the NHS and its trusts directly providing and paying for it, but they are being forced to pay for it themselves. It's shocking that people who have been working all their lives are effectively failed by the state when it comes to providing care towards the end of their lives, despite paying taxes and national insurance all their lives. The NHS, we have been told from Bevan and others, was about from the cradle to the grave providing support. But when people sadly reach older age, they are failed and let down by the state and the system. The reality is this problem has been allowed to fester over many years, and there's been a facilitation and allowing of the private sector to constantly creep in to the provision of public services. In regards to the recent changes implemented by the Health Minister, I wonder why, I would ask why he didn't make a statement to that effect in the House. Some could be cynical and say that there's a plan to implement what Naomi Klein called the shock doctrine. That is to say, use a time of great political crisis to implement changes that people are opposed to when their attention is focused elsewhere. People always say, Mr Speaker, when you come to talk about public provision of services and care in particular, how can the state afford it? How can you provide for it? Well, I just want to say categorically something that I've raised throughout COVID. We need to see a COVID wealth tax implemented, and I've raised this point many times. If you tax those households an extra 1% who earn over £1 million, you can bring in £260 billion over 5 years. The IMF are even talking about a wealth tax, and we will and have already heard about the lack of tax-raising powers in this House, but that didn't stop parties here clamouring and begging for the best part of 10 years for corporation tax to be reduced. So we need to see a COVID wealth tax, public provision of social care to support people who are in need and can't afford and shouldn't be forced to pay for these services. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Amusements.
My matter today relates to the sudden withdrawal of care packages throughout the Northern Trust area, and specifically in the area of Mid-Ulster that I represent in South Derry. I have written to the Health Minister about this and submitted an urgent oral question yesterday, but given the scale of this and the impact that it's had for my constituents, I wanted to raise it on the floor of this House as well. Across Mahara and Ballinascreen, this has affected 39 families in total. I began receiving phone calls on Friday evening at about 5 o'clock from distressed relatives who were in a state of panic, who had just had a call to say that the care package for their loved one was being withdrawn, no explanation of when it would resume or if it would resume, and basically been told that they had to make alternative arrangements for the care of their mother or mother-in-law or sister or aunt or whatever the case was. I want at this point to commend the work of the local social work team in Maherfelt, and I've spoken to the management there extensively, and they're working around the clock and trying to find resolution to this. And as well as that, to the Director of Community Care within the Northern Trust, Roy Hamill, and the Chief Executive, Jennifer Welch, both of whom have engaged with me extensively and have been great at keeping in touch and giving me an update. But the reality is that this is just one symptom of a massive problem within our healthcare system, and it's something that I've been raising with the Health Minister for some time now. Problems with healthcare and receiving healthcare are above and beyond the biggest issue that I face as a community representative, and something that constituents are constantly raising with me. And community care packages are so vital in rural areas for people who have elderly loved ones at home who need care but need to remain in their home. And I can't count the number of times I've sat in people's kitchens and living rooms with distressed daughters and sons and nieces and nephews on the verge of tears or already having cried, trying to advocate for their loved one to get a care package that they need so that they can remain at home. An indicator of this is that the first person that rang me on Friday evening before 5 o'clock, I've been working with that person since July because their granny still hasn't got the care package that they're entitled to because of a problem with resourcing. I've written to Robin Swan about this before. I wrote to the Health Minister in July of last year and asked what actions he was taking to increase capacity in the Mid-Ulster area, and at that point he told me that a recruitment process had just returned 12 new domiciliary care workers within the Trust, and that is just a drop in the ocean. I know that it's already been placed on record that during the pandemic, our domiciliary care workers were at the front line. They are still at the front line. On a lot of occasions, they were sent into homes to care for elderly people without proper PPE. They were asked to identify on a visit whether or not a person had a new cough or had symptoms, and they have been carrying the can, and we need to see an increased effort to recognise these people and the worth that they have and the worth that they have for families in our constituencies, and properly service this service. Gormagat.
Thank you, and that concludes member statements this morning. Members, the next item of business on the order paper is the first stage. Sorry, if members could just take a raise for a moment or two while we prepare for the next item. Members, the next item of business on the order paper is the first stage of the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Amendment Bill, and I call the Minister for Communities.
I beg to introduce the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Amendment Bill.
Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to amend the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Northern Ireland Order 1985 and for connected purposes.
Members, that constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Thank you. Next item of business is a motion from the committee to extend the Committee for Communities to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That, in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 10th of December 2021 in relation to the committee stage of the Charities Bill.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, and the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to request members' support to extend the committee stage of the Charities Bill to the 10th of December 2021. The bill passed second stage on the 29th of June and therefore we were already in committee stage just prior to the summer recess. The committee agreed that to move things forward, the call for evidence would be issued over the summer recess. On the face of it, this is a small bill consisting of only 4 clauses, but the importance of proper scrutiny cannot be overstated given the history of charities legislation here since the Charities Act 2008 was enacted. Mr Speaker, to highlight the need for the committee not to rush its scrutiny, it is worth a reminder of the history leading to this bill. 2 early statutory inquiries by the Charity Commission led to the disqualification of 2 charity trustees. Both brought challenges to the Charity Tribunal, and ultimately the High Court, where the former Attorney-General intervened and determined that the orders made by Commission staff were unlawful. This led to the McBride judgment in 2019, which found that the Commission did not have express or implied power to delegate its functions to staff acting alone. In February 2020, the Court of Appeal dismissed an appeal by the Charity Commission, thus rendering all orders and decisions made by staff until that date unlawful. This brings me to this bill. The committee will need to scrutinise the key aims of the bill and the effects that it will have on the Commission, on charities and hence on their trustees. The aims are threefold: to address the issues from the judgments with retrospective effect, to make it clear going forward what decisions Charity Commission staff are empowered to make, but also to propose a power for the Department to introduce a registration threshold via subordinate legislation. We have received written submissions through the call for evidence where organisations and individuals have raised concerns about the intentions of the bill and its outworkings. Also, this bill is only part of the way forward in dealing with the impacts arising from the judgments. As a committee, we also need to consider how the findings of the independent review of charity regulations will impact on what this bill proposes. As part of its remit, the review is considering whether the legislation in Northern Ireland and the Commission's work within the legal framework strike the right balance between supporting charities and deterring or dealing with misconduct. The review report is not yet published, and we would hope to have sight of it, or at least any key findings related to this bill, before we have to report as a committee on the bill. We will be calling relevant organisations and potentially some individuals to give oral evidence, to hear their views on how the issues are to be dealt with, on the scheme of delegation and on the power to provide for a threshold at some future time, and to explore their concerns. Whilst the Department has stated that this is mainly a technical bill, this is not quite the impression we are getting from our submissions. Mr Speaker, as well as the Charities Bill, the committee will also be scrutinising the Private Tenancies Bill and the Betting, Gaming, Lotteries and Amusements Amendment Bill, both of which are long awaited and cover very important issues and will be at committee stage shortly. A very busy time lies ahead for us in the final few months of this mandate, and therefore I ask that members agree to this extension to allow us to give this bill the attention it deserves and to plan our work effectively to deal with other bills in parallel. Thank you.
Thank you. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Members, take your ease for a moment till we move on to the next item. Okay, members. The next item on the order paper is the second stage of a defamation bill, and I call Mr Mike Nesbitt.
I beg to move.
The second stage of a defamation bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allowed or not allocated any time limits on this debate, and I call Mr Nesbitt to open the debate on the bill. Mr Nesbitt.
Mr Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I can well imagine there are those, not only in this House but further afield, who will jump to conclusions about my motivation for bringing forward this bill. They will say, jobs for the boys, here's a man looking after his erstwhile colleagues and chums in the media. I would like to assure the House that that is not the case. Certainly my interest in defamation was generated by my years as a broadcast journalist, but my motivation can be summed up actually in one word: rights. This is about rights, your rights, my rights, and most importantly, the rights of those people we are elected to represent. And as is often the case when we debate rights, we are not discussing one absolute right, but rather a number of qualified rights which to some extent are competing, where there is some sort of tension. In this case, it is two qualified rights, the right to freedom of expression on the one hand and the right to protect our reputation on the other. And they are qualified. I have heard members of this House before talk about the qualification on the freedom of expression in these terms. That does not give you the right to go into a crowded theatre and shout fire, fire, fire when there is no fire. And indeed, the right to protect your reputation is only a right to protect it from untrue, unwarranted or unfair imputation. So we have to balance these two rights. And that's where I would like this House and the Committee for Finance to form a view. Since the beginning of recorded time, we haven't really changed how we communicate. We draw, we write and we speak. But the platforms we use to disseminate our communications, the media as it were, they change dramatically on occasions. Think of Gutenberg and the printing press in the 15th century, Graham Bell with the telephone, Marconi with the radio in the 19th century, Logie Baird with the television in the 20th, and also in the 20th century, probably the most single dramatic change of all, Tim Berners-Lee, invention of the internet. And if we're looking for a medium where reputations are trashed, not on a daily basis, not on an hourly basis, not even on a minute-by-minute basis, but second by second somewhere in the world, it is on social media sites on the World Wide Web. And as our laws of defamation predate the invention of the internet, is that not a prima facie case for a deep dive review of our laws? I think it is. And we are lucky that that deep dive has been completed. Simon Hamilton, when he was Minister for Finance, spoke to his executive colleague, David Ford, Minister for Justice, and between them they commissioned the Law Commission, now defunct, but the Northern Ireland Law Commission as was, to conduct a very deep consultation process and produce a report with recommendations. This report is dated June of 2016, and it was released to the public by the then Finance Minister Martino Muller on the 19th of July 2016. That, of course, was during summer recess, and by the time we got back in the autumn of 2016, I think it would be fair to say that this House was not going through a golden period. If we were not hurtling towards collapse, we were certainly on that trajectory. So when the Law Commission began its work, I was asked to meet them. I met Judina Leslie, the Chief Executive, and Dr. Andrew Scott, who was the academic who was to conduct the consultation and the review, and they asked me if I would pause my private member's bill, the justification being that there might well be understandable confusion if there were two parallel processes in play. So I agreed and paused, and of course that pause continued through the 3 years the Assembly was down. And while I revived my interest when we returned, we very soon hit the pandemic. And we were encouraged by many, including the Minister for Finance, and I welcome him to the Chamber, that we should focus entirely on essential business in this House. And much as I think defamation is important, I certainly couldn't classify it as essential business. So again, the pause button was pressed. But in recent months, I have revived my interest. I was required to get you, Mr. Speaker, to deem the bill competent, and I thank you and the Bills team for your efforts and your support. I think there were two technical changes, very minor technical changes to the language that were required for you to deem it competent. But more importantly, perhaps, or significantly, my Clause 5 deals with the operators of websites, which takes us into the area of telecommunications, which is a reserved matter under the Northern Ireland Act of 1998. So I had to seek the consent of the Secretary of State for this House to consider legislation in this area. and I'm pleased to report on the 14th of May of this year, Robin Walker, the Minister of State, on behalf of the Secretary of State, confirmed that he was content to grant consent to the consideration of this bill by the Assembly. In fact, he went further to say, "I welcome that the proposed bill will seek to put Northern Ireland in line with the rest of the United Kingdom." And so here we are, after my first reading back in June, having the first debate on defamation that I can recall during my time here. In fact, I do believe it may be the first debate on defamation since devolution in 1998, and also the first time Dr. Scott's report is really going to be touched on in any sort of detail since he published in June of 2016. And I should add, just for the record, that I very much welcome Dr. Scott's engagement. He wasn't just a neutral compiler of responses to the consultation, nor was he merely an academic performing some sort of statistical analysis of responses. X% thought this, Y% thought Y. No, he was a player. He was a man with opinions about how we should reform our laws of defamation, and I very much welcome that. It is not a criticism. It is something I think is very positive. Dr. Scott made clear back in 2016 that the majority of respondents wanted to replicate the 2013 Defamation Act as passed by Westminster for England and Wales. I'll give you a quote of Dr. Scott. "In the main, it is recommended that reforms directly equivalent to those set out in the 2013 Act should be legislated by the Northern Ireland Assembly." And furthermore, in his report, under the headline of recommendations, he says he strongly recommends that we should adopt from the 2013 Act Section 2, the defence of truth, Section 4, defence of publication on a matter of public interest, Section 6, qualified privilege for peer-reviewed scientific or academic statements, Section 7, the extension of existing qualified privileges, Section 8, the single publication rule, Section 12, the power of the court to order publication of summary of judgment, Section 13, the power of the court to order takedown of statements, and Section 14, the updating of the law of slander. All those sections he strongly recommends we adopt. He also recommends we adopt Section 1, the serious harm test, Section 9, action against a person not domiciled in the United Kingdom, and Section 11, the presumption in favour of a trial by judge alone. So he either recommends or strongly recommends the adoption of the vast majority of the 2013 Act. He did, in fairness, recommend some variants, particularly regarding a reform or abolition of the single meaning rule, and I will touch upon that later in my remarks. The first question, I suppose, is whether we should simply replicate the 2013 Act. I believe that makes the greater sense. However, there are two appendices to Dr. Scott's report. The first contains his proposed draft bill for reforming defamation. The second contains mine, albeit before we had put in the two technical amendments recommended by the Bills team. So, should we replicate it? Well, I believe we should. For example, it means in terms of case law and legal precedents, we will have many more if we are in tune with England and Wales. It also means we will be not placing unnecessary complications in the way of publishers who intend to publish in both Great Britain and Northern Ireland. However, it's a judgment call, and all I'm asking today is that the Finance Committee take a look at the options and come to a conclusion. But is reform actually required? Well, I think the best answer again comes from Dr. Scott in his report at paragraph 1.05. He says the Northern Ireland Law Commission consultation paper suggested that, and I quote, "The key imbalance in this area is arguably not that in favour of reputation over free speech, or vice versa, but rather that between litigants who can afford to defend their publications or to vindicate their reputations and those who cannot. So he's suggesting very strongly that the current law is not about the law, it's about the money. Who's got the deepest pockets? And they win. I have personal experience, Deputy Speaker, from 3 cases of defamation during my time as a broadcast journalist at Ulster Television. All 3 were settled out of court. And the process was this. We would be issued with a writ. We would gather in the Ulster Television boardroom, the production team who made the programme, senior management, UTV's legal advisors, and 2 other people who had flown in from London who would sit in the corner away from the table and listen to the whys and wherefores. And when the internal debate was finished, they would come to the table and they would instruct us to settle it out of court. Not because of the merits of the argument, but because of the likely financial implications. How much will settling out of court be? How much are we risking if we allow a trial by jury to continue? Because let us remember, under our current laws, it is a jury trial. The judge will respect the status of the jury. He will not say whether the statement is defamatory or not. He will simply, or she will simply declare whether or not it is capable of being interpreted as defamatory. And if the judge says it is capable of such an imputation, the trial begins, the jury decide, and they also decide the quantum in the event of deciding that it is a defamatory statement. So the money is key. And the 2 gentlemen I referred to flying in from London were the insurers. And their position had nothing to do with the law. It was about the money. And what they would say is, we're not covering you if you go to court, settle it out of court. Interestingly, in all 3 cases, politicians were involved. It was statements by a politician that led to the 3 writs, and 2 of the 3 writs came from other politicians. Let me complete the point, if I may, because in one of the cases, I think we were right to apologise because we had misinterpreted the difference between naming somebody and identifying somebody. We hadn't named them, but we had actually given enough information for people to identify who they were. So we had defamed them, and we were right to settle. In the other 2 cases, this is one politician taking offence at what another politician said about them. Now, currently under the law, it's only defamatory if right-thinking ordinary people think less of the person because they've heard this communication. I don't believe there was any way you could have proved that in court. Under my proposed legislation, the bar becomes prove there's been serious harm. There's no way you could do that, thinking about those statements by one politician about another. And yet, because money is more important than the law, under our current regime, both those politicians who were claimants got an out-of-court settlement. That just doesn't add up to me. And I will let Mr. Weir in by just reminding the House that we are a bit like foxes with the keys to the chicken coop. We have absolute privilege. We can say whatever we like in here in this chamber. We can't repeat it out there, 20 yards away in the Great Hall, but we can say what we like in here. And yet we're also making the decision about whether or not we bring in a fairer, more modern regime for defamation. Mr. Weir.
Thank you. I thank the member for giving way. I appreciate we may be foxes. I'll try not to be too nasty to the member. I suppose maybe the analogy would be a former occupant of the chicken coop would be maybe of relevance. But I suppose 2 points just in relation to the issue of settlement and the litigant side of things. The members obviously indicated that in a lot of these cases there is a financial settlement that is an out-of-court settlement. I suppose particularly, and there are others in this chamber who are far more eminent background in the law than myself, such as Mr. Allister. I'm sure modesty would prevent Mr. Allister from suggesting that himself. But in terms of that, I mean, The situation, certainly the culture within Northern Ireland with the legal bit, is that it's not simply in terms of defamation cases. There are vast numbers of cases which settle by way of a settlement out of court. Very few cases run to full length of challenge. But I think the member made an important point, which is the role of money within this. But he mentioned specifically the point of the depth of the pocket of the publisher, or indeed the organisation that was trying to defend the statement. And clearly that will always be a financial consideration, will be something that will be examined as part of that. But the other criticism I think that is there from defamation, and at the moment I cannot see anything within this bill which corrects that, is that those with very deep pockets to sue a broadcaster, a media outlet or whoever, take a certain level of risk, but they can put their money where their mouth is if they've got the level of money. But for many ordinary people, if they are libelled, the opportunity for them to take these very high stakes, very expensive challenges in terms of what the overall costs would be. Now, we will debate, I'm sure, at a later stage, the issue of jury element to it. But there doesn't seem to be a great deal in this bill which actually then goes to the point which addresses the problem that for the vast majority of people, taking a libel action is something which is very much simply outside their remit to do that. So I wonder if the member could address where he sees protections within this, not simply for the litigant who is having to defend, but also potentially for the wronged plaintiff, for whom many of this is simply pie in the sky.
Well, I thank the member. He obviously agrees with me in terms of money being an important issue. In terms of whether we're making it easier for the ordinary person to take action, I think that is a question that needs to be considered by the Finance Committee. But it is one of the policy objectives that I believe is within the bill. And if I move on to that, I would say that the aim of the bill is to reform the law of defamation to ensure a fair balance is struck between the right to freedom of expression and the protection of reputation. And there are 12 policy objectives, Deputy Speaker, and the first one is to make it easier and less expensive to take legal action when you have been defamed. It's also to make it harder for the rich and influential to chill free speech, to introduce measures to exclude trivial claims, of which I suspect there are many, to protect the rights of scientists and academics to engage in robust debate, and this is an area I would like to expand upon.
I thank the member for giving me, obviously, at least with legislation, we are time unlimited in that regard. I think it's one thing for the member to say there is an aim, it is one of the aims to make this more accessible to people, and indeed it's one of the aims. But if the aim is in no way reflected in any of the wording of the legislation, and it is simply left to, well, the Finance Committee can do something about this, does seem to be a relatively poor argument that's been put forward on that basis.
No, what I'm saying is it's up to the Finance Committee to take a view whether enough is in the legislation. So, for example, under the current regime, you have to persuade a judge that it is possible you have been defamed by the statement, and he then hands it over to a jury. You go into a jury trial. Under my regime, while jury trials are not ruled out, they would be the exception rather than the rule, and the judge can make a very quick decision as to whether it is or is not defamatory. I think that is easier and cheaper than the current regime. But if I may, I would like to just read into the record the policy objectives. I said make it easier and less expensive to take action, make it harder to chill free speech, exclude trivial claims where possible, protect the rights of scientists and academics, protect the rights of journalists to conduct responsible and necessary investigations, protect the work of non-governmental organisations, take better account of the impact of the internet, require claimants to show they've suffered serious harm before suing, remove the current presumption in favour of a jury trial, introduce a defence of responsible publication on matters of public interest, provide increased protection to operators of websites that host user-generated content, providing they comply with the procedure to enable the complainant to resolve disputes directly with the author of the material concerned, and finally, introduce new statutory defences of truth and honest opinion to replace the common law defences of justification and fair comment. I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the media, when it comes to the scrutiny of this Executive and Assembly, we are different from neighbouring legislatures for two reasons. If you're in Dublin or you're in London, there are three bodies that will scrutinise the work of government. There'll be an official opposition, there'll be a second chamber, be it the Seanad or the House of Lords, and there'll be the media. Here, there's no official opposition, there's no second chamber, there is only the media. So the role of the media in scrutinising the work of the politicians in this House is all the more important for the absence of the other two arms of the scrutiny. If I may, Deputy Speaker, the first thing I want to talk about is the idea of replacing the current definition of defamation with this test of serious harm. And I know there are members in this House who are very nervous about how do you define serious harm? Is it moving the bar, changing the bar? Is it putting the bar too high? And again, I think that is a judgment call, but it's the sort of concept that I think becomes firmed up through case law. The more often a case goes through the courts, the more likely you are to get to a definite definition of serious harm. But the idea, of course, is to simply remove trivial claims and to speed up the process. Clause 2 is one of those areas where we replace common law with a statutory defence. In this case, justification. The common law defence becomes the statutory defence of truth. Clause 3 is with regard to honest opinion. Again, the common law defence of fair comment becomes the new statutory defence of honest opinion. Clause 4 is a publication on a matter of public interest. And effectively, this replaces the common law defence that was established in the case of Reynolds versus the Times newspapers, a very notorious case where the late former Taoiseach Albert Reynolds tried to sue the Times. I believe he was awarded £1 because he was technically correct, but the judge felt that the Times were to be supported because what they were reporting was a matter of public interest. Clause 5 deals with the operators of websites. This is where I had it to get the consent of the Secretary of State, because ordinarily this is beyond the competence of this House. As I said previously, this is where reputations are trashed second by second somewhere in the world. And in essence, what I am proposing is that there becomes a statutory duty on the operator of the website, if you are a claimant and are complaining to them that you believe you've been defamed, that the operator must identify to you the author of that post. And for clarity, identifying for the purposes of this means that you give the claimant sufficient information to bring proceedings against that author. So you need the name and a way of contacting them. If the operator cannot or will not provide you with that information to identify the author, then you can take your claim against the operator of the website. Clause 6 looks at peer-reviewed statements in scientific or academic journals. And this is one of the areas where I think there's a huge danger in terms of where we are at variance with England and Wales. So let us take the example, which is based on a real-life example involving a former school friend of mine, who establishes in his own mind that there is a particular drug, and whatever the merits of that drug, he is a specialist on the effects of epilepsy on pregnancy. And it is his determined and researched view that this particular drug should not be taken by a pregnant woman. That's no other imputation about the effects of the drug, but on the specific of pregnant women, they should not be taking this drug if they suffer from epilepsy. Now, given the drug is being produced by a global pharma with huge resources, finances, access to legal teams, this is potentially a very dangerous statement to make, opening him to perhaps the possibility of being sued. Under the 2013 Act, as it applies in England and Wales, if he were to write a scientific, academic, medical paper and then have it peer-reviewed, and the peer review concurs with his conclusion, then he effectively has privilege and he's clear to publish without fear of being sued for defamation. That is not the case in this jurisdiction. So the question that I cannot answer is, how often has an academic thinking of applying for a post at Ulster University or Queen's University Belfast, how often have they been put off by the fact they don't have the protection that they would have if they take a post at a university in England or Wales? It's the same as looking at the statistics for the number of cases of defamation which are brought to our courts. It's an interesting statistic in its own right, but it doesn't really tell us anything about the activity that's going on behind the scenes. The really interesting statistic, which is not available, is how often has a communication not been made because the potential author or publisher or editor received a legal letter threatening to sue if they go ahead with publication. That's the chill factor. And there aren't stats for how often these letters are issued. And it is not possible to gather up that information. But we know it's there, and I think we need to conclude that it's significant as well as serious. Clause 7 applies to reports protected by privilege and just extends the areas that are covered by that privilege. Clause 8, I think, is important. It's a single publication rule. In other words, what we're saying is you can't sue every time somebody repeats the original defamatory comment. Everything relates back to the first time it is published and the author and/or editor of that statement. Clause 9 refers to action against a person who is not domiciled in the United Kingdom, this idea of so-called libel tourism. Now, there's no evidence that libel tourism actually exists in any significant manner, but what this clause says is that we take a common-sense approach. The example that I put in the explanatory and financial memorandum was that, for example, if a statement is published 100,000 times in Australia and only 5,000 times here in Northern Ireland, that is the basis for saying, if you want to take a case for defamation, take it in Australia, because that's where the damage is most pronounced. Clause 10 deals with an action against a person who is not the author, the editor, or the publisher, and you would only be taking that action if it is not reasonably practicable to bring the action against the author, editor, or publisher. And Clause 11, again, I understand, particularly in this jurisdiction, the idea that the trial would be by judge alone without a jury is a sensitive matter, given our history of jury-only trials. But I think in this case, it makes a lot of sense, because one of the big issues Dr. Scott identified in his research and his consultation was that there is an issue with access to justice. And I think this goes a considerable way to addressing that issue. There are several other clauses, Deputy Speaker, which, as I believe they're more technical than anything else, I will not trouble the House with at this stage. Simply to say that I would ask the House to note that implementation is not expected to increase significantly any public expenditure or make any significant change to the workload of any executive department or agency. Dr. Scott's big idea, if I may put it that way, and I don't wish that to sound disparaging, it is his thing, is what he calls the bipartite suggestion, which is to do with the single meaning rule. So if a claimant is claiming he has been defamed by communication, what the court has to do is decide what does the actual statement mean, what is the imputation. And we all know often we can say something and we think we know exactly what we mean, but the person we're speaking to will take a very different, significant different interpretation of what we say. So Dr. Scott, in his report, uses the example of tax, of a person avoiding tax. Now, if you hear that a businessman has avoided tax, you might take a very negative imputation. You might describe that man's a scoundrel who's illegally evading his duty to pay his taxes. You might think very badly of him. On the other hand, you may take the view, well, what they mean by that is he's very tax efficient. He understands that if he gives charitable donations, this reduces his tax liability, and it makes his shareholders very happy because they're doing good works for vulnerable people. So under the current regime, one of the things we think slows down the process is, again, because there's a jury, the judge does not decide on the single meaning. That's for the jury to do. If there's no jury, there's no bar on the judge deciding right up front what the single meaning is. And that could eliminate the case, that could knock the case out, that could resolve the case right at the very beginning, which I think addresses Mr. Weir's point about how does the ordinary person get better access to justice. Now, Dr. Scott is recommending something different. He says, do two things. Just abandon the single meaning rule altogether, but in conjunction with that, put a bar on bringing a defamation case where the complainant has explained to the publisher the interpretations that he is putting on it, which he considers defamatory. And the bar comes on if the publisher then corrects the meaning. If the publisher says, the complainant says, he thinks I was implying that he's a bad person avoiding paying taxes. That is not what I meant. I meant he was a good person giving charitable donations, which gets tax relief. And if you do that prominently and promptly, then there's a bar on you taking a case for defamation. Now, again, it's a judgment call. As with serious harm, what does promptly mean? What does prominently mean? And Dr. Scott seems to suggest that whatever the primary publication, press, print, radio, television, that the correction goes on the internet. I don't think that's prominent enough for me. If it's in the paper, I think the correction or apology needs to be in the paper. If it's on radio, it should be on radio. If it's TV, excuse me, it should be on television. And it could lead to just endless corrections, undermining public confidence in the media. That's my view, and that's why I do not support it. But I hope it will be up for the Committee for Finance to take a view on that position. So I'm just wishing to emphasise I'm happy the committee teases out the relative merits, not just of retaining a single meaning rule or adopting Dr. Scott's proposal, but of every clause in this bill. I hope we get to the point soon where the committee takes this bill, deconstructs it, breaks it apart, sentence by sentence, and then builds it back up again. And who knows what shape that will take. I'm not going to die in a ditch over every clause in this bill. I simply believe that there should be and can be a better balance between the right for freedom of expression and the right to protect your reputation, not least because our current laws predate the internet, and I think that is an open and shut case for review. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I now call Steve Aiken, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Indeed. And may I thank Mike and Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the sponsor of the bill for his opening remarks and for the related oral briefing which he provided to the Committee for Finance at its meeting on the 8th of September. My comments are made as the Chairperson of the Finance Committee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, free speech is both a key guarantor and a critical feature of democracy. It allows views to be aired, the truth to be told, and perhaps most importantly, the powerful to be held to account. There are, of course, a number of measures which provide protections for members of this House in this regard. This, however, is insufficient on its own. Free speech and access to a free press are also critical components of a democracy and are rightly considered to be the birthright of all those who are fortunate enough to live in this and indeed neighbouring jurisdictions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the freedom to publish comes responsibility and need to protect the reputations of individuals and, in some cases, organisations from defamation based on false and damaging statements. As has been indicated, the legislation in this regard is a little complex. It has evolved over a considerable period of time, and in Northern Ireland it relies upon common law precedents. In other jurisdictions, there has been a fairly recent legislation which puts key terminology into the statute book and sought to strike an improved balance between the protection of reputation and the most important right to free speech. The bill before the Assembly today owes a very great deal to the recent legislation in England and Wales. The bill, as introduced, builds on the consultation undertaken by the Northern Ireland Law Commission and the analysis by Professor Scott of the London School of Economics. It makes a fairly long list of changes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when the committee heard from the sponsor last week, members expressed differing views. Some indicated support in principle for the reform of defamation legislation, but queried the timing and the content of the bill. Others highlighted concerns relating to the serious harm provisions, but remained open-minded on some of the other aspects of the bill. Still, others indicated that they would support the bill at second stage and seek to amend it in its later stages. Overall, the committee did not come to a final position, and I, like the bill sponsor, will await with interest the impending vote when we find out who goes into which lobby today. Mr. Speaker, there has been some commentary in respect of the committee's consideration of these matters. Let me clarify. The committee agreed on the 23rd of June to take briefings from the sponsor and Assembly research on the defamation bill. Our forward work programme setting this out was published and shared with the Department for Finance. A number of unrelated changes to that programme were requested by the Department and agreed without fuss by the committee. To be clear, it is not the case that officials sought to brief the committee on these matters and were denied. If they had, I feel sure that my committee colleagues would have readily agreed to accept such briefings, regardless of whether it was usual practice or not. By virtue of the evidence it has considered, the committee has endeavoured to give proper consideration to the principles of this bill, given the constrained timescales of what would appear to be a fast-disappearing mandate. That said, a consensus was, on this occasion, not possible, and the bill awaits the decision by this House. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Agus na shéirim Sir Melissa McHugh on Cancha. I now call Melissa McHugh.
I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate. The private members' bill on defamation. It's a complex area of law with competing interests, and I believe it is very important that when we consider changing the laws regarding defamation, we do it in a balanced and proportionate way. I'm not opposed to reforming and updating our current defamation laws. I actually think the strong justification that we should modernise our libel laws, given the fact that our current laws came into force in 1994, and society has changed in many aspects since that time, particularly given the rise of social media and online platforms. In this regard, I actually agree with the bill's sponsor. However, looking at this bill, I can't agree that it's going to provide a fair and balanced outcome. And I'll spell out briefly why I think this is the case. This bill is an exact replica of the Defamation Act of 2013, which was passed in England and Wales. That act is controversial in its own right, and in my opinion contains many flaws. Now, at the time when the Act was signed into law, the then Finance Minister chose not to extend that piece of legislation to this jurisdiction, and that we would instead look at developing our own legislation, which would be tailored to meet the needs of citizens here in the north of Ireland. I believe this was the correct approach to take. To that end, a report was commissioned under the direction of Professor Scott to carry out research and provide commentary on the need for legislation and to what extent the Defamation Act of 2013 should be replicated. The Scott report was clear in its findings. It said there was a need for legislation which was similar in some respects to the Defamation Act of 2013, but which was different in that it should be tailored to our own particular needs here. The report also provided an assessment as to what specific parts of the Defamation Act of 2013 should be replicated here, and what parts, in his opinion, the evidence was less convincing about the need to replicate. The bill that we are considering here today is not the same bill that the Scott report suggested that we pursue. I fail to understand how this bill, in any shape or form, has been adapted or changed to suit the needs which are relevant to the people in this jurisdiction. And as far as I can see, this bill is a straightforward copy and paste of the Defamation Act of 2013. One of the more contentious aspects of this bill is the clause which sets out the serious harm test, which will ensure that anyone wishing to bring a case of defamation must show how the defamatory statement has caused serious harm to their reputation. And this was well examined within the Finance Committee itself, and I think that it was less than convincing many of the arguments that were presented to us in that committee. This clause is problematic, to say the least. My first question is, how is it possible for any judge to quantify in a fair manner what constitutes serious harm? It seems to me that what this clause will do is set up an evidence threshold which will block ordinary citizens from taking liable action. It's okay for corporations or high-profile public figures in the media or in politics who can point to a drop in, let's say, sales or viewership or whatever to prove the damage done by defamatory statements has affected their reputation. But how does this clause help the ordinary man in the street whose reputation has been unfairly damaged? How does he protect his name? The bill's sponsor claims that this clause will act as a filter to deter what he describes as frivolous claims being made. Many people have had to endure nasty and untrue comments, I think we can all identify with that quite easily, and experienced a loss of reputation. But under this regime, their right to defend their name will be diminished and described as frivolous, which I am sure to many would be rather insulting, to say the least. Defamation law is a complex area with competing rights at stake, namely the right to freedom of expression as opposed to the right to defend one's name. And I take that very, very personally indeed. In fact, the right to defend one's name. Now, we, as legislators, have a duty to ensure we strike the correct balance. And in my opinion, This bill is skewed too heavily in the direction of the freedom of expression. And as legislators, we have a responsibility to ensure that we have law which is fit for purpose and is informed by all the available and up-to-date information. And I think it would be wrong to adopt an approach which would rather see what I think is bad legislation being passed quickly rather than that informed position.
I now call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the opportunity here to contribute to this debate. And obviously it's very important that the bill is fully scrutinised, not only at this stage, but obviously if it gets to a further stage. While we recognise the need to see progress on long-standing concerns relating to the fairness of defamation law in Northern Ireland, it will be imperative that members of this House draw on and learn from the operational experience of previous reforms enacted in other jurisdictions, not least in England and Wales. I want to touch briefly on Clause 1 and then just one or two other clauses. I'm not going to get obviously in depth at this stage, but the interpretation of the serious harm threshold will be crucial to the success of any reforms. It needs to be fair and balanced for companies and private citizens. There has to be an acknowledgement that raising the bar, which is my concern, to require defamatory content to cause serious harm or serious financial loss will inevitably affect whether a business or private citizen believe it is viable to launch proceedings. And again, that gives me great concern. So obviously, with the closing remarks, obviously the bill sponsor can comment on that. This meaning of serious harm has been subject to legal wrangling in England and Wales, and the Court of Appeal and Supreme Court have provided different rulings. We need to avoid sowing confusion, which ultimately reduces confidence in the system. There also remains an important practical question over when a dispute on serious harm should be resolved. Should there be preliminary hearings? Would this add or remove cost? The same goes for the defences on grounds of fair comment. Are there ways of ruling on this at an early stage to prevent unnecessary proceedings at a full trial? We cannot ignore the fact that the overriding concern among members of the public with current libel law is not whether it restricts free speech in the press, but whether they can get affordable access to the legal system. These are some points, not necessarily questions to the bill sponsor, but will this bill prevent or reduce open access to courts for private citizens? Are there ways the focus of this bill can be enhanced to better reflect this? How will this bill build confidence of the process? Will this bill be in favour of the defendant rather than the citizen? Will this bill make it more difficult for the citizen to raise a case? Will this bill protect large social media broadcasters and print media more, and will the private citizen have a diminished opportunity to bring a claim? In your comments, obviously, the bill sponsor referred to the Secretary of State, who has paved the way for the legislation to be introduced despite the contents of the bill touching on reserved matters relating to online content. I think that's Clause 5. This does not remove the need for a joined-up approach. We need to ensure obligations placed on social media companies in relation to their ability are fair and realistic, particularly given that users who publish defamatory content cannot easily be identified. While broadly speaking, we welcome the intention to set out regulations clarifying what is expected and what is expected of an online company in terms of responding to a complaint of defamatory content posted on their website, it remains to be seen how this would work in practice. So if an individual in Northern Ireland takes on a large media giant in California, it's the David and Goliath principle, but David has no stones. So that could be difficult to follow suit in real practical terms, and maybe you can touch on that later on. This interaction needs to be better explained. Does the definition of the operator of the website cover all relevant housing platforms in all forms? Will the bill compel or enforce social media companies to change their policy of non-disclosure, which is, I understand, currently the case in some instances? We also need to examine the potential for unintended consequences of the bill. Will a raised threshold of serious harm allow newspapers or broadcasters to make a calculation that the financial reward of publishing a questionable story will outweigh any likelihood they will be challenged? Would a higher threshold for pursuing defamation cases ultimately lead to a reluctance within the legal profession to only take on watertight, if there is such a thing, watertight cases? These are only a few pointers I wanted to touch on the clauses and our general concerns, and would appreciate then if the bill sponsor could alleviate those concerns later on in his closing remarks. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Sir Matthew O'Toole on Cancha. Call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I should first of all, before I come on to detailed remarks, declare my interest in that I am the chair of the All-Party Group on Press Freedom and Media Sustainability. Indeed, the bill sponsor is the Vice Chair, and other members of the All-Party Group are here today. And some of what I say today, both as will be based on that experience and that perspective, as well as being the SDLP finance spokesperson and one of our representatives on the Finance Committee. I very much welcome the fact that the member has brought this legislation to the Assembly today. We are in broad support of the bill and will be supporting it at second reading. I should first of all say that, like him, I do have some, not quite as storied as well as him, but I have some professional experience. I was a journalist myself at the start of my career, and indeed continue to do quite a lot of freelance journalism until I joined this House. I don't think that, however, distorts my view on this any more than I'm sure Mr Allister's legal experience, or indeed the legal experience of Mr Weir, colours their view on this. I think it gives a particular perspective that's useful. I know that for the bill sponsor, as he said, has been trying for many years to make progress on this legislation. I welcome the fact that we're debating this now. I welcome the fact that it's coming to us before the end of the mandate. It's first of all worth making the point that a free press is not just is critical to our democracy. Multiple people have said that today. I'm sure others will say it as we go forward. But in addition to a free press, you can't have a free press without having a healthy and sustainable press. That means media titles, particularly those, and that is most of them, who derive their revenue from commercial sources, need to be viable going forward. One of the bits of work of our all-party group on press freedom and media sustainability has been a call for evidence. We're in the process of finalising the report, and that call for evidence has been about the issues that face media titles in Northern Ireland, not just the big ones we know, but yes, including the big regional titles, the Belfast Telegraph, the Irish News, the Newsletter, but also the small local titles that all of our constituents read, and that all of the members here rely on to do their jobs and to get their message out, and I'm sure we'll be relying on in the months ahead of next May, or indeed whenever the forthcoming election is. As I went through the responses to our call for evidence, one of the most consistent complaints, observations that was made by the local media was the threat posed to them by Northern Ireland's unreformed defamation law regime. So for people who think this is all about the Sun newspaper and all about big tech based in California, it's not just about those people. In fact, it's more proportionately what we're doing here today is much more proportionately about your weekly newspapers. They're about the Down Recorder, the County Down Spectator, the Derry Journal, the Ballymena Guardian, you can name them all. They are people who who have to deal every day with the pressure created by our very restrictive defamation laws. And I'll come back to this point, but let's reiterate it. Northern Ireland does have the most unreformed defamation laws, not just in the UK, but in these islands. I'll come back to the point about consistency with other jurisdictions, whether England or Wales or indeed the south of Ireland. It's also worth saying in parenthesis that we do have a particular challenge here. I want to put on the record around as well as the sustainability of media titles, but the safety of our journalists here in Northern Ireland. We are not a model jurisdiction in terms of a free press, in terms of a healthy, plural, vibrant democracy where journalists are free to do their job. I see the member opposite laughing. This is serious stuff. This is serious stuff. Okay, I appreciate that. I didn't mean to impugn him. Thankfully, I have privilege here, so he won't be able to take action. Indeed. But the point I'm making is that this is serious stuff, and this is part of the context too. This is not a safe jurisdiction to be a journalist, and it's not a healthy place for local media. I've engaged multiple times with the Finance Minister, and often he's been supportive and taken supportive action in terms of the sustainability of our media. But this is part of this context too. Not just one or two. Most of the regional newspaper groups and newspapers that responded to our call for evidence singled out the defamation law in Northern Ireland as a particular concern for them. So that is the context of this bill as I talk through the general points. As I said, there is clear anecdotal evidence that our outdated defamation laws have a significant chilling effect on free speech. And I use that word anecdotal for a reason, because, as the bill sponsor said, much of what happens because of our defamation law is based on out-of-court settlements. In the Finance Committee the other day, we had a somewhat technical debate about the meaning of the word out-of-court settlements. Mr. Allister, who is, of course, a learned gentleman, pointed out that out-of-court settlements have a particular meaning. Well, in many cases, these aren't even out-of-court settlements because a writ is never issued, a legal proceeding is never issued in the first place. Because Northern Ireland's defamation laws are so restrictive, I know, because I have privilege, I can say it here, I know of many cases where a writ is never issued, but powerful people, including people in political parties, get very expensive libel lawyers to issue letters to threaten people with actions. They don't ever have to issue a writ, they don't ever have to go near a court, but that chills free speech. And if people in this chamber think that's not happening, then they're either deluded or they're deliberately kidding themselves. Because that happens. And it does happen, and I can think of multiple examples. I can think of some very striking examples that happened just in recent weeks and months. So that's where we are with Northern Ireland's defamation laws. And I made the point about a lot of this evidence being anecdotal. As the bill sponsor said, because these are in large part either out-of-court settlements or they're not even out-of-court settlements, they're settlements or arrangements that are made between parties before they even get to issuing a writ. We can't know in substantive terms. The courts don't publish, the judgments aren't reached, there aren't statistics gathered because there's no basis on which to gather them. But if people believe in the principles of this bill and that we should look at reforming our defamation law, because of course they've already reformed defamation law in England and Wales. The programme for government in the south of Ireland is committed to reforming defamation law. Why not use the exercise of moving this bill on to the next stage for the Finance Committee to do its work and to bottom out and substantiate more of the detailed rationale? Because I've heard lots of people, including the previous speaker but one, Mr McHugh, say that he agreed with the principles of the bill, but he said he had concerns with specific provisions and clauses. Well, why not get to committee stage so that we can look at we can hear evidence from practitioners and people, and, if necessary, improve and amend the bill. I'm clear, and every media, not just media organisation, but lots of other individuals who aren't representatives of media organisations are very clear that Northern Ireland's defamation laws are, as they stand, chilling free speech and allowing rich individuals and organisations to use lawyers' letters to shut down freedom of speech and expression. That's a very serious thing for our democracy. It's particularly serious because our democracy is unique, as the bill sponsor said. We're a consociational democracy. I passionately believe in power sharing, but we don't have, as he said, a second revising chamber, nor do we have an official opposition. We also, because we're a small jurisdiction, we don't have as plural and because of the stresses that the media have been under over the past 2 decades, because of the growth and the explosion in online platforms, we don't have as plural or as strong an investigative media as we had in the past. So, as I said, I do think there is a strong case to be made that reform of our defamation laws is both overdue and necessary. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, you don't have to take my word for it or even the bill sponsor's word for it. You can take Professor Andrew Scott's word for it. He, of course, did this review, as has been said, that was commissioned by the Law Commission under the previous Finance Minister, Simon Hamilton, and then that work was, if you like, was continued under another Finance Minister, including Martino Milieu. It's also worth saying that what Dr Scott recommended was, in large part, similar reforms to those which happened in England and Wales. If members here think the England and Wales reforms are not appropriate, it's not exactly the same in the bill sponsor's bill, but if members think that they could be amended or adjusted further, well, let's do that in committee stage and then in consideration stage. We can do that. It's also worth saying that argument has been made. I know people have made reference to the need for coordination and collaboration across the island, because we are, in one sense, unique because the media industry here is both Northern Ireland, but also it's both east-west and north-south. We're part of, in a sense, both the British and Irish media markets. People here read the Irish Times and also the London Times. So yes, there is a job to be done there of ensuring that those laws don't create unnecessary burdens either to publishers or create lacuna. Well, at the minute, there is a big lacuna because we're totally unreformed, or unreformed since 1996. The Republic reformed its laws in 2009. England and Wales reformed in 2013. Let's look at all that in consideration stage. What's wrong with looking at it in consideration stage? It would specifically be possible, I'm sure, and I haven't, the bill sponsor might want to reflect on this in his closing remarks, if one of the concerns is how reforms in the south might impact on the law here, we could, and I would certainly be amenable to helping facilitate this, move a specific amendment which was about reviewing a law that was passed here once if there was reform passed in the Oireachtas. We could look at how we could insert a specific review clause which provided for a review in statute here of how our legislation is operating with that. That's totally possible. All that is doable. It's not doable if we kick out this bill today. I'm afraid. And I am slightly concerned from some of what I've heard today that there are people teeing up arguments to kick out this legislation rather than give it a fair hearing at committee and through consideration stage. And I've heard that from two different parties today, and it does concern me. It concerns me because there have been people from political parties who have used our very powerful defamation laws at times to send letters from expensive libel lawyers to shut down criticism. It's really important that we have a defamation law regime that allows individuals who have been wronged and who have been defamed proper legal recourse. That's absolutely critical. That's one of the aims of the bill, and I'm totally supportive of it. Free speech is a conditional privilege, as the bill sponsor said. You do not have total free speech to say what you like. We're all politicians, and we have people saying bad things about us all the time. Some of them are legitimate criticisms, some of them are unfair. But we are, after all, politicians. We have chosen to be in public life, and therefore we have chosen to accept a measure of challenge and criticism as part of our jobs. Now, it's clear that in the online world, things go very often too far. There is separate online harms work, by the way, that's going on at Westminster. So I would also say to some of those who are conflating some of the issues around online bullying and online harm with defamation law. The truth is that very, very few people use, very few average people use the defamation law in order to, for example, take action on cyberbullying. That's just the law wouldn't. The law, as it currently stands, doesn't really provide for that, and I'm sure, and it wouldn't. So that this law wouldn't change that. So I would just caution against people conflating those issues. I just want to come on fairly briefly to some of the specific points in the legislation. It has been, and I won't go through each clause in detail because I hope that the Finance Committee will have the opportunity to go through each clause in detail. As has been said, the creation of Clause 1 was largely consistently with what the Defamation Act did in England and Wales, creates a new test of serious harm. And that's exactly the kind of issue that we need to understand and unpack in Finance Committee. But for those who are profoundly concerned about what that, and two different speakers have asked that question now, I would ask them to provide whether they've seen evidence that the reformed law in England and Wales has led to a huge increase in defamatory material going unchecked and spreading like wildfire in publication terms in England and Wales since that law was made. And that's part of the test as well. There will be a reasonable test on the bill sponsor to, if we go to committee stage, to explain and stand up what's in each clause. But I think it's also important that those who are who seem to be who are questioning the need for reform should provide evidence of whether the additional harm they're worried about has been created in England and Wales. I would also note the irony, and I look forward to hearing what Mr. Allister says about this bill, but we hear a lot in recent days and weeks about the critical importance of Northern Ireland being treated exactly the same as the rest of the United Kingdom and England and Wales? Well, here's a test today for Mr Allister and the DUP. Let's then engage with the question of why Northern Ireland can't have similar standards in its defamation law to the rest of the UK. I'm fascinated. I look forward to hearing it, because I have been told repeatedly in this chamber and on the media in recent weeks and months that is the ultimate test of sovereignty and of the Britishness of this place. Well, I look forward to hearing why we need an entirely different and unreformed defamation law regime, which is completely out with and at variance to the rest of the UK. Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't say that to be mischievous, I don't say that to be flippant, but I do say it to just ensure that if people are going to try and, as it were, throw up particular questions about the application of this bill, then, let's have a serious conversation. And the way to have, in my view, a serious conversation scrutinising this bill is by allowing it to proceed to committee stage, first of all, and then consideration stage, where we'll have the opportunity to scrutinise clause by clause the draft bill, what's happened in England and Wales over the last number of years, the potential for reform in the south of Ireland, and all of those questions, what it would mean for the sustainability of media titles. I repeat my point. Many local newspapers have said to us in their call for evidence that one of the clear things they want reformed is our defamation law. So we'll be hearing from them too. I'd like to hear from them if we do get to proceed to committee stage. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are significant questions that we need to tease out at committee stage, and then hopefully at further consideration stage. There's definitely the opportunity for scrutiny and if necessary, further amendment. From what I heard from the bill sponsor, he sounded more than amenable to that if it's required. I very much hope that we get to do that, because I haven't heard from anyone today good reason why this House shouldn't support the passage of this bill to the next stage, and the SDLP will certainly be doing that. Thank you very much.
Call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to respond to the bill at its second reading here today as the Alliance Party spokesperson on finance, and also would declare, like Matthew O'Toole, I am a member of the All-Party Group on Press Freedom and Media Sustainability. I want to focus on three key issues in my contribution here today. The first is why we are here and why, as a party, we would be supporting this at second stage. The second one is around the principles of the bill, which you understand is the primary purpose of today's debate, and then also some particular issues in relation to the bill which require consideration today, and to highlight those as matters for further consideration if the bill does indeed pass today at second stage. In terms of the background and the context and why the Alliance Party will be supporting the bill at second reading here today, the Defamation Bill, which is now the Defamation Act 2013, when it was passing through Westminster in 2012, my understanding is that a paper was passed to the OFM-DFM office by the then Finance Minister, Sammy Wilson. That paper was withdrawn in June 2012. To date, I still don't know the content of that paper or the logic why that paper was withdrawn, but it was withdrawn. And the deadline to enact a legislative consent motion arising from that bill, which is now an act, was missed. To me, it is perhaps no surprise but that this paper was withdrawn and that legislative consent motion and the opportunity for that was missed. Wrong that the Executive wasn't given an opportunity to take a decision, and also this Assembly. But since the DUP objected to the bill when it was passing through Westminster, it is not a surprise that the Finance Minister didn't take that opportunity. But it was wrong that the Executive in this place wasn't given an opportunity to make its own decision in relation to that. From reading through the evidence, which was, I think, in last week's Finance Committee, it was clear that previous work that the bill sponsor was doing was put on hold due to the Law Commission's work and that of Professor Scott. That work was completed, and that has been considered and that has been outlined here today. And for me to push this bill back and to deny it a second reading here today would be wrong. That would deny the opportunity for the bill to be given further consideration at committee stage and other stages, and that would be wrong, but also it would also deny the opportunity for amendments. If people have concerns in relation to particular aspects of the bill, then they have an opportunity to further analyse that within the committee stage and also to bring forward amendments to this House. And to me, that is the right way this bill should proceed. To push it back would be simply to push the whole issue onto a merry-go-round and to deny, really, frankly, that there would be any opportunity for change within this mandate and potentially in the future. I did value the opportunity to meet with the bill sponsor. I think it was before the summer recess, and that was a good opportunity to understand the aims of the bill and also the context behind that. And I would have encouraged other people to engage with the bill sponsor if it is passed today at second reading to have those discussions, because in all private members' bills that have been presented to this chamber, it's something I've striven to do in terms of those bills I am responding to, and I think it's important to engage with the bill sponsors around that. And I also note that the bill sponsor did circulate a note to all 90 MLAs in relation to the bill, so there was an engagement and an opportunity for discussion around that. In relation to the principles behind the bill, as other contributors have been outlining, particularly Matthew O'Toole, this is about bringing reform here to Northern Ireland in relation to defamation laws. The laws in Northern Ireland are outdated and they do need to be reformed, and today is an opportunity to progress that much needed reform. Key debate, which was within the Finance Committee and which has obviously been outlined today, is whether we should alter the threshold and change that to be a matter of serious harm. And we as a party are convinced in relation to that and would support that changing of the threshold. One other issue, which, and I know the retort back is asking for evidence in relation to that, but also is the issue about the chilling effect the current legislation has without a change in that threshold and without updating the legislation. Getting specific examples of the chilling effect that the current defamation laws can have can be difficult, but I can, in recollection, see where that has occurred in Northern Ireland. And it only takes you to read the book Burned or to read through the proceedings of the RHI inquiry when the media, particularly larger media outlets, were seeking to bring to public light some of the issues in relation to that scandal, and the age-old procedure whereby solicitors' letters and legal letters are then served on the media company, to such an extent that sometimes the media broadcasts are left last minute so that they can actually get the broadcast out. And the RHI inquiry is not just one-off in relation to this situation. There's many other examples, and it does take credit to BBC and Spotlight for bringing to light many issues to the Northern Ireland public. But as Matthew O'Toole has outlined, for media companies, smaller local media companies without the deep pockets than other larger media organisations can have, this chilling effect has a serious impact in relation to decisions made whether to publish articles and to bring to light serious issues of concern for the public. And that's why we need to support the defamation bill today at second reading. It is also, and has been outlined by the bill sponsor, is about protecting the rights of scientists and academics. We need to strike a balance in relation to the legislation, and I believe what's in place in which was passed in the 2013 Act is something that is ready to be transposed here today. It is also reflecting the fact and reality that life has changed. The bill sponsor, when introducing the bill here today at second reading, had outlined that the way we communicate is very much similar to what we've done in the past, but there is one key change in relation to that, which is in relation to social media. And I was going to say the olden days, but it's now in my lifetime, so I'm starting to show my age. In the olden days, you would have people perhaps would have written a letter to the local newspaper or to a more regional newspaper, and that letter could have contained defamatory allegations. And I know, speaking to some editors who are a bit long in the tooth, would have told you about some of the letters that they received, and then would have acted as a filter and not printed them because they knew that they were defamatory. Nowadays, in relation to social media, people pick up a phone, sometimes with alcohol taken, and then publish whatever they want on social media. And the retraction of that and the dealing of the serious harm that can arise from that can become a particular challenge. And that's why we need legislation to be able to deal with that. We do need to strike a balance in relation to freedom of expression, and I think, for example, in relation to human rights activists in other countries, particularly of relevance here today is in relation to Afghanistan, and in relation to being able to conceal their identities, but also we have to also deal with the fact that, and this is some of my concerns in relation to what we're dealing with today and the 2013 Act, which hopefully can be considered in committee stage, is that the legislation is in place at the moment. How effective is it in terms of dealing with defamatory allegations that are being published, particularly on social media at the present moment in time? Because I'm not entirely convinced that it is effective in relation to that, and that needs further examination. I know that in reading through the proceedings of the committee that there was concerns expressed, particularly from a Sinn Féin perspective, that we needed an all-Ireland approach, and I know that there was a letter shared from the Finance Minister in relation to that. Passing this legislation and letting us go through from second reading doesn't preclude amendments which have been outlined, and also a further approach in relation to an all-Ireland dimension and harmonisation. But denying it second reading here today precludes any action whatsoever. It does not allow any progress, it does not allow further scrutiny, it does not allow further amendments in relation to this bill. I am not a member of the Finance Committee in the way that the party's strength is at the moment, that we do not have a position on the Finance Committee. If it is agreed today that it is to go forward to committee stage, I think, and I'll highlight this again in the Chamber, the issues that arise from parties not having representations on certain committees. The last bill I was responding to was a private member's bill from Jim Allister, and we don't have a place, as I said, on the Finance Committee, so we weren't fully party to the correspondence and the documentation and the full ongoing discourse within that committee. So there has to be a way to ensure that, for example, in relation to letters that have been cited, that other parties are able to have sight of that, so that when it does come to consideration stage in this chamber, that we bring in our own analysis and scrutiny, but also not missing out on anything that's been considered within the Finance Committee. In closing, as a party that supports openness and transparency, we will support this at second reading. There is nothing to fear for voting for this at second stage. Nothing to fear whatsoever. If anything, there's a lot to gain, and I would encourage the House to support this going forward at second stage. Thank you.
Agus Antrim, Sir Philip McGuigan, Hun Canchai, call Philip McGuigan.
Last can Collier, and I welcome the opportunity to contribute in a brief way to the debate on this proposed defamation bill. As my party colleague Melissa McHugh has already pointed out, legislation in this area is desirable in the sense that the current laws are outdated, and there is undoubtedly a case where we should have modern laws which are fit for purpose. I remain, however, unconvinced that this private member's bill is the best vehicle for that purpose. I am a member of the Finance Committee and did have the opportunity, along with other members of the committee, to hear the bill sponsor take and answer questions from the committee. And I have to say, I remain unconvinced after that session that this bill will effectively deal with a number of all of the issues that have been raised by members across the House. I remain unconvinced the bill will effectively deal with the issue of online abuse. I have serious concerns, as others have indicated, about the serious harm clause within the bill. Another aspect of the bill is its attempt to deal with the issue of libel tourism, but as we at the committee heard through a research paper, and indeed from the bill sponsor himself here today, libel tourism isn't in fact doesn't seem to be a problem here in the north, and the statistics actually show that the number of defamation cases on average per year has actually decreased since 2013. I'm also deeply concerned about the clause in the bill to move away from jury trials in favour of judge-only trials. I raised the point at committee, and I would again conclude that surely the bill sponsor can appreciate the controversial nature of this clause here in the north. Public confidence in our legal system has at best at times been fragile, to say the least, and full jury trials are an important part in ensuring public confidence remains at a high level. I believe that a move away from full jury trials is a retreat from the principle that every citizen has the right to a fair trial and equal access to justice. So, I mean, we have an opportunity, if we choose to develop well-informed and balanced, up-to-date legislation, which has been informed by a proper analysis and strengths and weaknesses of defamation law in our neighbouring jurisdictions. I mean, the South in particular, as has been mentioned, will soon be reporting with what its plans are to up its own defamation law. So, I mean, I'm going to conclude by reiterating the point that the 2013 bill was unsuitable for this jurisdiction in 2013, and it's my belief that it still remains unsuitable. But at the end, while we have reservations, we won't be blocking the vote against the bill.
I call Peter Ear.
I suspect that might have been the message that the member just got a few moments ago, but might be speculating there in relation. Like, I suppose, Mr Muir and a few others, I'm not a member of the Finance Committee. I did on various stages in previous assemblies serve on the Finance Committee. I suppose the kind of MLA equivalent of recovering member of the Finance Committee, but I've not obviously therefore had the opportunity to get some of the detailed information which has been presented to the Finance Committee. Can I say though at the outset, from that point of view, again, I don't think there is a problem per se in reforming defamation law, and I think the concept within certain aspects of seeking what is there in terms of the current position and looking to modify that, change it, codify it, again, it's not something that I would be fundamentally opposed to. But I do have some concerns over the bill, certainly as currently drafted, and to that extent, myself and my party will be particularly keen to hear what the sponsor of the bill says in his summing up in relation to this, to see whether the concerns that we would have can be assuaged, whether they are capable of change. Now, if I may make a slightly, and I appreciate some of this has come down to the little bit of dichotomy between those who have had some level of former journalistic background or indeed are heavily invested in the all-party group, perhaps with maybe a slightly more cynical eye from those of us who come from a legal background in relation to this. Can I say I don't see particularly the 2013 Act as necessarily being the panacea in terms of defamation and libel law that at times it's been presented. Why do I say that? I think in part because I would question a little bit the motivation behind the 2013 Act. If I'm being cynical, this came in at a time of the coalition government when there was a considerable level of pressure on the press, particularly because of the phone hacking scandal, that there would be high levels of additional regulation of the press. And perhaps there's a little bit of cynical belief that this was an attempt by the government, a little bit of a quid pro quo to do something on behalf of the media barons as a sort of at least we're trying to balance this out by making things a little bit easier for you in the libel situation. So I take, if you like, the background with a little bit of cynicism. It has been put, I think, on two grounds where I think the key issues are the issue of finance, particularly both in terms of the plaintiff and the defendant, where the balance is between the two. But also, I suppose, as was mentioned, trying to ensure that the conflicting pressures of ensuring that we have a free press that can act without fear or favour, balanced against the need for people to protect their reputations. And we should all remember that within both the current law, within the common law, there has always been, which I think is recognised within the legislation itself, that any comment, if it is shown to be truthful, if it is shown to be, for instance, a fair comment in a matter of public interest, it is always defensible in that regard. So, to that extent, any publication printing the truth should never have any level of fear of unsuccessful or a successful claim against them. But I would say that in terms of that balance, and I appreciate what some members have said, and there is some level of reference within this, that where the balance between those two pressures are, the question, I suppose, in recent years is, has it started to shift towards giving too much to those who would actually potentially create those libels? We've seen the extent to which libel has increased, particularly through social media, through, to some extent, what might be described as almost a democratisation of the process, but coming at a very heavy penalty. And so we have to bear that in mind in looking at where we have the balance of what is the opportunity for someone to take a case in the right circumstances and receive that level of justice. And I have a level of suspicion, and suspicion would be the wrong word. I have a level of concern in terms of some of the clauses that in and of themselves may be quite reasonable, but incrementally shift the burden against the plaintiff. So I think the proposer made reference that, for example, that the bill effectively codified in a legislative sense the common law defence of justification, into a clause dealing with truth. But it doesn't quite do that. It shifts it from truth to something having to be substantially true. Now, that may be a reasonable enough change to make, but again, incrementally it slightly shifts things. Similarly, on the issue of fair comment, again, it broadly reflects the current law, but, for example, removes the requirement for the opinion to be a matter of public interest. So again, there's a slight level of incremental shift within that. Largely speaking, it would appear that the Clause 4 does reflect the Reynolds test, and so to some extent does directly reflect that. On Clause 5, on the operation of websites, I think it is important that we do create legislation which deals very specifically with the issues of both social media, website and online presence. While I welcome much of what is there, I think it is important that if we reach a point at which this goes to scrutiny of the Finance Committee, that there is a key test there on whether that goes far enough, whether this is actually an opportunity to provide a greater level of protection to people because of online libel. And I think to some extent, if there is a criticism that is perhaps there in Clause 5 at present, that doesn't go far enough in terms of, is this an opportunity which we need to take, and at present, if simply the current wording is at a level of missed opportunity. I don't have any problem with Clause 6 on the peer-reviewed side of things, although I do have to say I would be slightly cynical on the belief that there is some horde of academics who suddenly will not want to come and have not come to Northern Ireland because they are worried about how they're going to be challenged in the courts because of peer-reviewed side of it. Nevertheless, I would be supportive of Clause 6. I don't have any particular problem with Clause 7. I think Clause 8 does need teased out more. On the issue of jury, I understand the argument that this can be a level of simplification, may have some level of impact in cost, albeit that the principal costs within this will be the long trials involving very expensive lawyers, rather than particularly, I wonder, in connection with that. But there is a basic principle that is there in terms of a jury trial, and particularly if we are trying to judge what is prejudicial in the public mind in terms of something that's defamatory, of getting 12 men or women together to give a verdict of what is there from the public as a whole as to whether that meets a particular threshold. And I see certain levels of advantages to that. So I would be, again, slightly sceptical of that, albeit I think it is not necessarily the most fundamental issue. I think this largely comes down, I suppose, to two issues that I would have concern on. Again, specifically on Clause 1, because libel has been actionable per se. Now, rather than give greater level of clarity, to introduce a test of serious harm, I think, has a number of drawbacks. First of all, the experience of where it is operated in England and Wales has been different case law producing perhaps different levels of standards. So it doesn't necessarily give that level of certainty to either litigant or defendant. But secondly, I think, and I know the mover indicated kind of this could be effectively tested out of whether this raised the bar or not. It does strike me moving from a situation which libel itself is actionable per se to a point where it needs to demonstrate serious harm clearly raises the bar, and that would be, I think, is a key deterrent to those potentially taking legal action. Mention was made about the calculation that is often done, which is not unique to defamation cases, of, for example, a publisher deciding, is it worthwhile me fighting this to the fullest extent? Can I settle out of court? I think with a serious harm test, I think that will start to shift that very heavily the other way towards the plaintiff. And lawyers saying, well, actually, how can we be certain that we're going to be able to salary serious harm? Will this act as a major deterrent to people who have been directly libelled or defamed, taking that legal action? I think that is, I would say that in terms of what is present within the bill, while I will have indicated some level of quibbles with other aspects of it, I think in terms of what is there today, I think that is the most fundamental problem within the bill. I think it does shift the burden too much against the opportunities for people to defend their reputation. And so from that point of view, and I know the member has been open to say that essentially if this gets to committee, they will take on board whatever is there. I think it would be interesting to know, while obviously clearly the member's preference is for everything that is within the bill at present, I think as a party we would be interested as well in hearing the summing up remarks, whether that is something that he sees that would be something that would be amendable potentially by removal, for instance, from the bill, or whether he sees that as so fundamental to the bill that would not be something that could be countenanced. I think that is important. The final point, I suppose, which is not something, while it appears as an aim, I think it is a little bit weak simply to say, here is a list of worthy aims. To talk about accessibility, and on the one hand, to put in place what is there to say, actually, this means that publishers with deeper pockets are not simply protected, that it goes to defendants of, if you like, a less financially substantial nature. That is a reasonable enough point to make. However, if there is nothing within the bill which correspondingly gives what I think from a financial point of view is probably the biggest single problem with defamation, which is the extent to which it is seen on both sides as being a rich person's game, and that for someone who is genuinely who is libelled often, and while there's been mention made about the intimidation, if you like, on the big publisher, the problem for those who will sometimes be libelled, if they are going against a newspaper, they're going against a large online presence, or indeed one of the major broadcast media organisations, they are going against an organisation that potentially can draw on the best lawyers in the country, can draw upon millions of pounds. For the ordinary man in the street, that is not something which is available. And so I think that one of the other fundamental changes within this, if this is to move ahead, is some way that this can actually then rebalance that side of it, because I think from a financial point of view, that is actually the bigger problem at the moment, rather than, if you like, a feeling of financial intimidation amongst publishers. Because what has happened, I think, within the 2013 legislation, it has not widened access to the ordinary man on the street. Any raising of the bar will act as a level of deterrent to the next section of people up. But what has certainly been the case for 2013, if you are in the mega-rich and effectively really sort of the financial threats of this is not something that is taking anything more casually, it runs the risk, if we raise the bar substantially on that basis without making any level of cognizance of the financial impact, on actually creating defamation cases being much more the preserve of the rich. So, to take an example, despite the reform that is there in terms of some of the most recent cases that have been lodged in London are by Russian oligarchs. Now, to be fair, a Russian oligarch's reputation should have the same rights as anybody else to be able to protect that. But actually for those people, irrespective of where the balance is put in relation to this, taking a defamation case for people like that is loose change. And we do not want to create a situation both in terms of the financial aspects of defamation and indeed the balance between the plaintiff and the defendant, that instead of widening accessibility, which is one of the aims of this bill, we actually create a perverse incentive, and we create a scenario in which defamation becomes much more the preserve of those who have very, very large resources. So there are concerns that myself and my party would have. I think it is only fair to give the sponsor the opportunity to outline what level of commitment he will give to seeing reasonable amendments made at the next stage, and whether as part of this then that he regards those as something that can be accommodated, particularly I think the very major concerns, which I think is shared beyond my party over Clause 1, that I think is a fundamental flaw within the bill, and whether that is something which can be accepted as part of an overall package which would enable us to go through.
Jim Allister, and I apologise in advance, Mr Allister, if I have to cut you off in mid-flow because there's a meeting of the Business Committee at 1 o'clock today.
Thank you. I suspect you like we will, but that the danger for the House is I might get a second go. But I welcome this debate. I want to begin by totally expressing my amazement that an attempt was made by a minister, namely the Finance Minister, to thwart and abort this debate by writing to the Speaker and the Business Office asking that this debate should not take place and should be delayed. To his credit, the Speaker properly told the Minister that that was itself out of order, in that it was not for the Executive to dictate to the Business Committee the order of business. But it was a telling insight into that totalitarian tendency that there are ministers in this Executive who think that they can dictate to this elected Assembly when private members can bring their business to this House. The Executive can certainly, by its own scheduling, dictate when they bring their own business, but it is none of their business as to when private members bring their business to this House. So I welcome the fact that this, in spite of that audacious attempt, I welcome the fact that this debate is taking place. Like most bills, I suppose, a good starting point is often to ask the question, well, what is it we're trying to fix? Is the present system broken? Now, when I asked that question of the bill sponsor at the Finance Committee, in the context of, can he point to any outrageous defamation rulings or awards in recent years in Northern Ireland, in absolute fairness to him, he honestly conceded he could not. So we're not in a situation where our defamation laws are so out of control or out of kilter with what they need to be that there is an urgent, irrepressible need for reform. And therefore, I think, as legislators, we should be conscious of the fact that there does not appear to be a compelling requirement to address this issue at this point. Not that it's not always good to reflect and reform where we can, and Mr O'Toole makes the point, and he may be right. The problem with his point is there's no way of really knowing that there is a chill factor subterranean whereby letters are written and media organisations fold before the proceedings ever start. Now, I know I have enough context still in the legal world to know that two of the major parties in this House keep their lawyers very busy in terms of writing to the media in terms of objecting to suggestions that certain things might be published. Maybe that does have a chilling effect. I'm sure to some degree it does. And that is something to go into the balance in terms of considering these issues. But for me, the fundamental defining issue on this matter is how far are we changing defamation law in the context of its accessibility to the general public. And that brings one straight away to clause 1 of this bill, because today the test for succeeding in defamation is, does what has been said lower the reputation in the eyes of the average man, the general public, what they think of that individual? What clause 1 wants to do is to raise that to a different question. And the different question is that harm serious? A wholly subjective question. Now let me make this point. The proper test for whether something is serious harm or non-serious harm is the level of damages that flow from that harm. In other words, if you secure a judgment that you've been defamed, then the damages you get reflects whether the harm caused you was minor or serious. That's the right arena, I respectfully suggest, for the determination of whether or not something is causing serious harm. But to make that the threshold to even be able to succeed in defamation proceedings is wrong. It is very much putting the cart before the horse. The situation is, if your reputation has been damaged, then the degree to which it's been damaged is reflected in the level of damages you get. Not that you must demonstrate a particular level of harm before you're even permitted to succeed. So that, I think, is the fundamental flaw, as I see it, in this bill. Much of the rest of the bill I don't have an issue with. The common law translation of the defence of justification into the statute of defence of truth, not much difference in truth. The issue relating to fair comment, not much difference. Yes, we need to tighten things up in terms of the social media age in which you live. I do have difficulties with the abolition of juries, because the fundamental question in a libel is, has this man's or woman's reputation been adversely affected in how they are perceived in the general public? Who better to determine that than the general public who sit on a jury? If that's the question, is that not the right arena for that question to be answered? So I have some difficulty with that. But returning to clause 1, if we move away from truth as the touchstone on whether or not there has been a libel, and change that touchstone to, has there been serious harm by reason of the lie that was told, then we are diminishing the very essence of the respect we have for truth. If we're saying now you can tell a lie about someone, provided you don't cause them serious harm, then we are making a pretty huge change in our libel laws. And that's really, when you deconstruct clause 1, that's really what it comes to. You can cause someone's reputation to be diminished and get away with it because you haven't caused them serious harm. You can tell a lie about someone and get away with it because you haven't caused them serious harm. Is that, on behalf of our citizens, the sort of law we want to present to them? Do we want to say to them, yes, it's okay for a newspaper, someone else, to tell a lie about you, so long as it doesn't cause you serious harm? I don't think that is the proper approach. And what is serious harm? And how appropriate is it that a judge, who may not be the person most in touch with everyday life in our society, is it appropriate that a judge and a judge alone should make that decision about an ordinary citizen or an elevated citizen or someone in the public eye? Surely, if someone has been caused harm to their reputation by the lie that was told, then it is far better to rest in the situation we're in, whereby you reflect the seriousness of it in the damages you give them, not by putting in place a higher bar to ever let them get off the ground with their defamation. Now, I read in this explanatory document that this is about making it easier and less expensive to take legal action. Sorry, I just don't see that in this bill. How is it making it easier to say to someone, you have a higher threshold to meet before you ever start? It's making it harder on any interpretation. And when someone goes to consult their solicitor and or their barrister, and they're discussing the viability of bringing a case, that person is now going to have to be told, it's not whether your reputation was damaged, it's whether that damage caused you serious harm. Now, that does not make it easier. That makes it harder. That, I think, is why the very first principle that supposedly espoused in this document is denied by its own very content. Yes?
I thank the member for his contribution. I think you're right to focus upon the issue of serious harm, because that's where the major debate will be if this goes through the second reading. In considering this bill and the context behind it, I was looking up the background to it all, and there was an article in 3rd of May 2013 by the late and great Liam Clarke, considering and giving us the background to it. Now, happy to be corrected if this was misquoted, but it said Jim Allister, a barrister, of which you are, said, "We will create a very difficult situation for ourselves if we don't adopt the bill here, but it will be good for lawyers, of course." And I just want to understand from your perspective why the different view in relation to the bill today compared to back in 2013.
Sure. I have no recollection of talking to Mr. Clarke at all about this, and therefore I'm dependent upon the accuracy of his reporting, and I don't want to at all impugn someone who has passed this scene of time, but on the short extract you read, I don't recognise it, is all I can say to you. But the question for today is, are we in the right path or are we not? I think Mr. Deputy Speaker is about to tell me to sit down.
Okay, just on that path, I'll consult the barrister now. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 o'clock today, and I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Thank you.
Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Order members, the sitting is resumed. And it's time now for questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Can I advise members that question number 8 and 15 have been withdrawn? And I call Rachel Woods.
Deputy Speaker, question number 1.
The Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs is a statutory consultee for certain planning applications submitted to local planning authorities and the AFI under the Planning General Development Procedure Order Northern Ireland 2015. Within the Department, the Natural Environment Division of Northern Ireland Environmental Agency is responsible for providing advice on planning consultations that have the potential to have a significant impact on natural heritage features. Planning consultations have to be considered against a wide range of planning policies, including, for example, those in Local Development Plans, Planning Policy Statement 2 and the Strategic Planning Policy Statement, all of which have provisions and policies for the protection of wildlife and species protected by law, such as through the Wildlife Order 1985. It should be noted that NIEA have an advisory consultee role in the planning process and are not responsible for directly assessing the impact of a development on wildlife or determining applications. This is the responsibility of the applicant, who must assess the impacts of their proposal, including on wildlife, and submit associated evidence in order to obtain planning permission, and of the planning authority, who must consider and determine the application. In order to obtain planning permission, the planning application should be supported with evidence of any potential impacts to natural heritage features that could occur as a result of the proposal. It should also provide details of the proposed mitigation and compensation that may be required. Some developments may require the submission of an environmental impact assessment under the Planning Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations Northern Ireland 2017 in support of the application to ensure all potential likely significant environmental impacts, including to ecology and wildlife, have been considered. NIA has published advice and guidance which can be used by applicants and agents to inform their project and raise awareness of the necessary ecological requirements to accompany an application. It can also be used by the planning authority to inform their assessments and determinations of the planning application.
I call Rachel Woods for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his detailed answer. The Minister will be aware that assessments of this nature are guidance-based and there is no legislative mandate to provide outcome and risk-based regulatory assurance. So can I ask the Minister how his department ensures that assessments for ecological and biodiversity impacts are followed up on and verified, and if he would support legislation to strengthen these assessments to ensure developmental impacts are properly considered?
In terms of NIA and the division within NIA that deals with these matters, they have the ability to go through the assessments that have been provided to them by the applicant to identify the robustness of that, to challenge it. That can be task-based. It also involves site visits, and therefore NIA does have the ability to adequately address these issues. So very often, I hear of issues around bats, for example, where NIA have been delaying planning applications until further assessments are taken in the appropriate periods, and those assessments, if a planning application is granted, is very often only granted on the basis that various steps are taken, which will allow the bats to move to fresh roosts and so forth, where badgers, for example, would be displaced. So there's a whole series of things that NIA will do to protect wildlife, and no one should be under any illusion that there is not mitigations in there to ensure that wildlife is protected.
I call Philip McGuigan.
Very good. Last can call you. Minister, given the wildlife aren't aware or take note of arbitrary boundaries, can I ask what level of cooperation does the NIA have with its counterparts across the rest of Ireland when conducting and assessing wildlife assessments?
Well, in terms of this, it is a council in the first instance who is the planning authority and who is the decision maker. NIA will take in all information and use all information that will be provided to them and assess that on the basis of what they recognise as experts in the field needs to be done to ensure that wildlife is protected. And that is a course of work that has been carried on for many years. So that is something which they will continue to do.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, what involvement do the Shared Environmental Services have in this matter with NIEA?
Shared Environmental Services is an independent body which was established by the previous Minister, Alex Atwood, to look at those areas of special interest. And again, they give advice to councils. They are actually paid for by councils, and they're a body which has no responsibility whatsoever to the Department of Environment.
Moving on, I call Stuart Dixon.
Number 2.
I'm considering a number of documents relating to the proposed Island McGee gas storage project. The documents relate to the application for a marine licence and the review of the discharge consent and abstraction licence. The matter I am determined is a complex one, and as such it is vitally important that I give the documentation all due consideration.
Call Stuart Dixon for supplement.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I trust you will appreciate that, and I do appreciate, while this requires a great deal of detailed analysis and investigation, nevertheless this is effectively a sort of Damocles being held over many residents in Island McGee and far beyond. Given that we're about to approach the COP26 Environment Conference in Scotland later this year, together with the number of serious incidents around the world around this type of gas storage, and given that this is a fossil fuel and that the United Kingdom wishes to move us away from fossil fuel, can the Minister please help alleviate the fears and concerns of my constituents in Island McGee and across East Antrim, and can we have a decision, and a positive decision, that this department is clear that fossil fuel is a fuel of the past?
Unfortunately, I can't look at this issue as the member for East Antrim, or indeed his colleagues from East Antrim and my party might look at it. I have to look at it purely on the basis of the scientific evidence and the planning evidence that is provided to me. And therefore, whatever decision I arrive at will be a decision based on the qualitative material that is garnered by them to make recommendations to me. And therefore, I cannot take a decision which would be prejudiced by bias, either for or for against. I have to take in all of the arguments and arrive at a reasoned position which is defensible thereafter.
I call Kiva Archibald.
Lascan Corlia, and thank the Minister for his response. Minister, given the recent report by the IPCC, which shows that we rapidly need to decarbonise, and as Mr. Dixon has referred to, move away from fossil fuels, as part of the consideration of this application, are you considering the potential for legal challenge on the basis of climate legislation that is going through the Assembly at the minute?
I would be under the impression that should I approve it, I will be challenged judicially, and if I refuse it, I'll be challenged judicially. So I have to make the decision based on the information that's provided to me, not on whether one or other party will challenge me judicially thereafter. If I make a decision and one or other party challenge that decision, then it is for them to demonstrate that I haven't been rational, I haven't done all of the things that I should have as a minister, and who knows what would happen thereafter.
I call Justin McNulty.
Question number 4.
Sorry, apologies. I thought you were wanting a supplementary question. I'll now go to Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question number 3.
Well, Mr. Durkin knows where he is in the pecking order, but I believe that good environmental governance is all about focusing on environmental outcomes, taking a strategic approach to environmental challenges that we face in Northern Ireland and indeed on the global stage. New Decade New approach does not specify a time frame for the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency, and I am on record as saying that I am considering the implications of the NDNA proposal for the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency to form part of the possible outline of a future programme for government. An independent environmental protection agency, in other words, a replacement for the Northern Ireland Environment Agency, cannot be created overnight. Consideration needs to be given to appropriate options, and these will require robust economic appraisal to determine the best option for Northern Ireland. It's no small task to scope out all of the potential impacts, including significant legislative, financial and human resource issues, which will be necessary before decisions can be made. The Assembly has given its consent to extend the provisions of the UK Environment Bill, giving effect to an Office for Environmental Protection to Northern Ireland,
and I recently published a synopsis of responses to a discussion document issued to gauge stakeholder views on how we should deal with environmental plans, principles and governance in the future. The functions of the OEP will be to monitor environmental improvement against Northern Ireland's Environmental Improvement Plan, provide independent scrutiny and advice on environmental law and policy, investigate environmental complaints and, if necessary, take enforcement action against public authorities who breach environmental law. It is important to note that the OEP will not take action against individuals or private businesses. That role remains the responsibility of the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency and other enforcement agencies. The OEP will exist to hold government to account for proper implementation of environmental law. Understandably, in the current crisis, resources are spread more thinly than I would like, and so some prioritisation has been necessary. There are other issues that need to be addressed first, such as OEP and the Green Growth Strategy, which will help in our recovery from the devastating effects of COVID-19.
And can I remind the Minister that if he needs more than 2 minutes, he can indicate in advance. I call Mark Durkin for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. He needed that 10 minutes for his wee wisecrack at the start of 10 seconds. The desire, or my desire, to see an independent environment protection agency is in no way an attack on the expertise, professionalism or passion of Northern Ireland Environment Agency staff, many of whom I had the privilege of working with in a previous role. Does the Minister concur that any new environmental protection agency should be looked at on an all-island basis, given that we breathe the same air and share the same environment?
Well, maybe if you want to do that, we should do it on an all-islands basis and see our friends in Ireland come back under the banner of the United Kingdom. And I'm sure they'll be very welcome to do that, given that's where they do most of their trading and most of their business. I think it's a fairly complicated, difficult and tricky issue as things stand. So I don't think I'll be that keen about introducing further complications to any suggestion of the creation of an independent environmental protection agency.
I call Declan McAleer.
Given that this was an NDNA commitment, which was part of the basis for getting this Assembly reconvened again 20 months ago, when does the Minister envisage that this independent Environment Protection Agency will come into place? Because he's been considered now for about 20 months.
Well, I think if I'd kicked off on day one, it would have been a struggle to have achieved this in the term of this Assembly, or the term that was left of this Assembly. And I'm not going to take criticism from people who actually held this Assembly back from meeting for 3 years. So if you're that keen about the environment, Mr Speaker, then it would have been much better had you ensured that the Assembly wasn't defunct for 3 years because of your own political considerations.
I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. And in the interest of environmental protection, can I ask the Minister for his assessment of the DUP's proposed withdrawal from North-South Ministerial Council environmental areas of cooperation, and what impact this is likely to have on areas of much-needed cooperation, particularly around environmental protection, pollution, water quality and waste management?
It will have considerably less of an impact than the Northern Ireland Protocol, where well over 70% of our goods that come into Northern Ireland come into Northern Ireland from Great Britain, some 419,000 HGVs per annum. And the consequences of not dealing with that issue and of not arriving at a circumstance where Northern Ireland doesn't have this barrier put between its main body of trade, then we will be able to move things forward. People cannot just believe they can drive a coach and horses through east-west relationships without there being some sort of consequence for it.
And I now call Justin McNulty.
Gurumay August Flash Count Corla Arish Kesh Iver Akar, question number 4.
I and my department recognise the need for urgent action to tackle these issues, and we recognise the Assembly's Climate Emergency Declaration of February 2020, where the Assembly also acknowledged a biodiversity crisis in Northern Ireland. Therefore, rather than my department focusing resources on making further declarations, I'm instead prioritising my work to drive forward effective and meaningful actions across government to tackle climate change and our ecological challenges. In tackling the climate change emergency and the biodiversity crisis, we cannot be complacent, and the evidence is clear, and we need real action, not just more words. So taking urgent action to reduce the causes of climate change and tackle its impacts is everybody's responsibility in order to prevent further environmental damage and to deliver ecological and climate resilience in Northern Ireland. Such action, by one example, includes my introduction to the Assembly of an executive climate change bill, which is steeped in science and evidence. The bill, if enacted, will underpin and drive forward climate action and policy across all levels of government, as it sets ambitious emissions reduction targets, which, if met, will deliver on Northern Ireland's equitable contribution to UK net zero by 2050, in line with the Paris Agreement Accord.
I call Justin McNulty for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer thus far. Will the Minister commit to setting a legally binding target to halt species decline here by 2030, in line with the recent G7 commitment to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity by 2030?
Well, we have a biodiversity plan. We also have a plan for green growth. We have developing with our agriculture sector improved efficiency on farms. We're helping to develop the whole renewable industry, and I note that the Minister representing his party refused one of the largest renewable energy projects that has came before us. So whenever it comes to looking after the environment, it actually takes more than just words, it takes actions. And I'm much more interested in actions to deliver a better environment than the glossy words, because what I get in this Assembly over and over and over again is aspiration. But they don't actually take that aspiration to where the action actually happens, to what the costs are, to what the impact is upon individuals, the impacts upon particular businesses, or indeed agriculture. And so we need to get away from the aspirational fluff and get to what actually delivers for the environment, who's actually making the delivery, how we assist them in making the delivery, and then we will get real tangible benefits arising from it.
I call William Irwin.
Speaker. Minister, what steps have you taken to reduce Northern Ireland's carbon footprint, and what role can green growth play to increase Northern Ireland's carbon efficiency?
Well, I was perhaps ahead of some of the colleagues across the way, because now as previous Minister I brought in a planning policy statement for renewable energy. And as a consequence of that, we are sitting on around 45% renewable energy in Northern Ireland, where other parts of the United Kingdom have struggled to reach 20%. Currently, the big opportunity that lies for us is in hydrogen. And we can produce hydrogen from water and renewable electricity, instead of importing fossil fuels from around the world. So I want to work with other departments, including the Department for Infrastructure and the Department for Economy in particular, but I want to work with other departments in ensuring that we embrace the opportunity that exists for Northern Ireland to lead the way on renewable energy. I want to see Northern Ireland to be a net exporter of renewable energy, and that is an entirely achievable plan, and we need to apply ourselves to making that work. Wouldn't it be great if we didn't rely on oil from the Middle East, gas coming from the North Sea or indeed from Russia, but we were using our own resource? For example, anaerobic digestion. There's the capacity to provide biomethane to 62% of the households on the gas networks from the anaerobic digestion that currently exists. I believe that we should be investing in further anaerobic digestion. We should be looking at slurry separation thereafter. We should be taking the phosphates out of the system and selling those phosphates to other parts of the world, and ensure that that doesn't arrive in our waterways. But we need people with vision to actually do this. I can't do it on my own. I need the support of executive colleagues, but I believe there are so many opportunities out there to make a clean, green environment. It just doesn't come from words, it comes from actions.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Does the Minister acknowledge that biodiversity loss can have a profound impact on human health, including through the increased risk of infectious diseases?
None of us want to see biodiversity loss, so that is why we have taken the actions that we have. One of the areas that I'm looking at in particular is peatlands, and that's why we've done a peatland strategy, because there's very significant biodiversity within our peatlands. We need to ensure that our peatlands are wetter. We also need to ensure that we better deal with ammonia, so that there's less nitrogen deposition in our peatlands. But our peatlands are probably in better condition than some of the other countries neighbouring us. So certainly in better condition than the Republic of Ireland, almost certainly in better condition than some of the peatlands in Scotland, which are in very poor state. But we can do much more, and we will do. And we're very clearly identifying ways and means of improving that particular habitat, because it's a very rich and important part of biodiversity.
And I call Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question number 5.
My department has and will continue to promote the benefits of our locally produced food, the importance of supporting our agri-food industry by buying local produce. My officials are in regular contact with industry stakeholders to discuss the promotion of local quality farm produce and how this can be enhanced. Annually, my department, through the Northern Ireland Regional Food Programme, provides financial support to industry organisations to support them in raising the profile of Northern Ireland quality regional food and increasing its consumption within Northern Ireland and in the rest of the UK and the Republic of Ireland. This is the 15th consecutive year of the programme, with funding of $290,000 being offered in 2021-22 in support of delivery of exhibitions, fairs, seminars, workshops and information programmes. Of particular note this year, through the Northern Ireland Regional Food Programme, my department is funding a generic agri-food promotional campaign, which is being led by Food NI. This agri-food consumer-focused promotion campaign will support the Northern Ireland agri-food industry as it begins to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic by highlighting the quality, sustainability and high reputation of all sectors of the agri-food industry, and will point to opportunities to source, buy and consume more local and seasonal foods. My department is also supportive and actively involved in activities such as Bank of Ireland Open Farm Weekend. This is a very successful initiative, and it aims to bring the consumer, especially families, closer to primary food production so they have a better understanding of where their food comes from, how it is produced and why it is important to buy our high-quality produce. My officials are also developing proposals for a new food strategy framework for Northern Ireland, and I am very keen to ensure that the promotion of our high-quality local farm produce will be a central part of any future food strategy. My own ambition is for Northern Ireland to be recognised both at home and abroad as a world-class food region, known for its sustainability, quality, safety, knowledge-based approach, and that means of our locally produced food being sold and consumed both at home and beyond.
I thank the Minister for his comprehensive answer. Would the Minister agree that shorter and more secure supply chains, that shorter transport distances and shorter and diminished costs there, would actually, accompanying the consumption of local and seasonal produce, are essential in any efforts to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions as well?
I would absolutely and entirely agree with the member, and would ask him to reflect on his party's position that we follow the climate change bill being proposed by the Green Party, which would reduce livestock in Northern Ireland by 83%, whilst at the same time Brazil is increasing their livestock numbers by millions, because I see no benefit to the world environment, because whatever cows do, they do it in Brazil as well as Northern Ireland. I see no benefit whatsoever in importing produce from South America which can be produced in a more carbon-friendly and sustainable way here, and would urge the member to reflect on his party's position on that particular legislation.
Order. I call Robbie Butler.
Thank the Minister for his answer about them and Ussan's cows in Brazil and here in Northern Ireland. Could the Minister tell us how he's going to ensure that local and seasonal produce will be a sustainable business for our producers here in Northern Ireland?
Well, I know some of the major supermarkets are assisting in buying local produce, and also some of them have markets even in their own car parks where people can sell their own produce. And we want to encourage those small producers, of quality vegetables, to have that opportunity to maximise their return, because the profitability would otherwise be low. We want to encourage those artisan producers, and Food NI is doing a tremendous job at promoting that. And we have, companies now supplying herbs, Fortnum and Mason, and some of these top companies in London with our high-quality artisan foods, some of the best anywhere in the world. So, we will continue to support those companies in the development of those. We have Micro Food Business Investment Scheme pilot, which supports the micro-food and drink manufacturing businesses who are processing primary agricultural produce to produce new product. And we want to help them enhance their existing product, expand their range, and produce more of it. So there is certainly lots of work that has been done. There is various small grants that are available to those rural businesses, and we have went and visited many of them over the course of the last year and a half, and it's good to see that there is actually a thriving micro businesses involved in food production right across Northern Ireland.
I call Padraig Larry.
Given the increase in north-south trade, what work has the Minister done with his colleagues in the south to promote the consumption of local and seasonal produce in the border region and across the island?
Well, certainly one of the things that I have done is to promote Northern Ireland being in the PGI grass-fed Irish beef. I also will encourage it for the British beef as well when that opportunity arises. Unfortunately, colleagues in Ireland weren't as receptive to that as I might have liked them to have been. I think that we're probably getting to a better place with them now, but it took a battle to achieve that. So sometimes some people might be better looking south of the border in terms of cooperation, where it is to the mutual benefit of people on both sides of the border.
And I call Orla Flynn, and you're unlikely to get supplementary.
Garmy, I'll get the last can call you question 6, please.
I visited the Mulletglass site on the 3rd of August 2021, where I met with the operator's landfill team. I've highlighted to the operator the high volume of complaints that my office is continuing to receive, in addition to NIEA from local residents, community groups and political representatives, and that's of a real concern to me. It was evident during my visit that operationally this is a very busy site, with a lot of waste material being disposed in the active phase. During the site tour, I was able to see at first hand the measures put in place by the operator to capture the landfill gas, and it was evident on the day that further works were taking place to install the final cap in the most recently infilled area of the site. The operator reported that it envisaged that 80% of the site will be covered with its permanent cap by December 2021, and the site will be closed in 12 to 18 months' time. I have sought further assurance from the operator that they will do everything to ensure that what can be done to minimise odour impacts on the local area outside the site boundary.
Can I invite them for a quick supplementary?
And just thanks for the response. I'm glad to hear that the site visit went ahead. But can I just ask the Minister to confirm then, on the back of that site visit, is he ruling out calling for an independent investigation to see where the odour is still coming from, because it's still coming from the site, regardless of the measures? Thank you.
Well, there's considerable measures in place, and one of the problems is, as they prepare to completely seal the site, is that they bore wells. And as they bore wells, it introduces fresh smells. But in order to close the site down and to ensure that in future years there isn't a continuing odour, it is necessary for that to happen. And that is one of the problems that we have. If there isn't action taken now, we have problems in the future. The action taken now is causing problems right here and now. And I sympathise with the residents. It is a very difficult circumstance that they are facing. I would be prepared to close the site early. I've been told by my officials that wouldn't provide any benefits for the residents, and that is therefore why we haven't done that.
And that is the end of our time for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions, and I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Minister, have there been any discussions at the North-South meetings recently regarding overcoming the many difficulties within the agricultural industry that have resulted since the introduction of the protocol?
Yes, there's been discussions in North-South, and there certainly has been many discussions East-West. I think that I have corresponded both in writing and in telephone conversation with my colleagues in the UK Government on over 50 occasions, and that is not to mention the dozens of meetings where I have raised the issue and the difficulties caused by the protocol in those meetings with them. I have also raised the issues with colleagues in the Irish Republic and indicated to them the damage that is being done to relationships as a consequence of their support for the protocol, and in particular Leo Varadkar's bad behaviour when he took photographs from the 1970s and said this is what could potentially be happening in Northern Ireland. That's disgraceful actions, and as a consequence we have a European Union which argues they're doing this to protect the peace process whenever their actions is actually damaging to the peace process.
Call Rosemary Barton for supplementary.
Your party leader has made clear that you will not be participating in future North-South meetings. Can the Minister clarify if that includes the attendance of the DUP Junior Minister, Gary Middleton, at the Specialist Committee meeting on the implementation of the protocol as part of the Joint Committee?
Well, the party leader has made a statement, and the party leader will stand over the statement, as will the ministers. Therefore, that's going to cause problems. We understand that that's going to cause problems. It's going to cause problems for other parties, because the basis of the agreement that we're in here is that we actually engage in North-South meetings and in the North-South infrastructure. But that decision has been taken that we cannot have that normality of relationships with North-South whilst we have this disturbance in East-West relationships. And, you know, the Belfast Agreement was built upon relationships across these islands, not just on this one island. And therefore, it is incumbent upon us to reflect that in what we do and to ensure that we can get to a situation where, again, we are ensuring that relationships across these islands are maintained in a constructive way.
Question 2 has been withdrawn. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, despite representing an urban constituency, I have been contacted by hundreds of constituents in relation to the proposals around the badger cull. And some of the questions that have been asked, for example, I'll give you the first one here, is whether your officials have looked into or are looking into how badgers become infected in the first place.
Yeah, there's a lot of misinformation, unfortunately, out there, and certainly I have received a letter which is sinking in around with the MLAs, and there's a lot of disinformation in that letter which is inaccurate. Our department spent 5 years on a TVR exercise, which was they caught, tested, vaccinated and removed those badgers which had TB. So there was a considerable veterinary scientific experience developed both through that and indeed other engagements that other parties have had in dealing with this particular issue. I have to say this. If we proceed to this, we're probably going to be looking at the removal of hundreds of badgers per annum. At this moment in time, there's around 14,000 bovine animals are slaughtered way early in life as a consequence of TB. And people seem to care only about one particular aspect. I would also point out to the member that the badger is a predator and doesn't have any natural predators. And as a result of badger predation, we have less hedgehogs than we should have, we have less frogs than we should have, and other species. So sometimes a little control can help other species. The same would apply to songbirds, for example, where if we didn't have crows and magpies being taken out, and we would have less songbirds. So we need to ensure that the actions that we take are for the wider benefits of not just agriculture but for the environment as well.
Colin McGrath for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for your response. I suppose the second part of it is, as you say, protecting the bovine community, so to speak. But are there any plans to actually test potentially infected cattle slurry in terms of how it is actually spread from one piece of land to the next? Thank you.
Well, in terms of that, it has to be got rid of somewhere, and that's why I would be find it a much more preferable route to put that through an anaerobic digestion process, which then heats the slurry and would reduce the amount of infection. So as well as there being an environmental benefit, there would also be a benefit in reducing any potential for disease spread. So some people will make that argument that you can spread it by slurry. I don't think that we'll have that convincing evidence at this stage. I have no interest or no heart in taking the lives of any animal. But in order to get on top of this problem and to ensure that we have a healthy population of both badgers and indeed bovines, we will have to engage in some form of elimination in the first instance and then vaccination thereafter. So I think once we get on top of the disease problem, much as the same way as we've had to do this with COVID, to actually stop the spread of COVID and then offer the vaccination, we will have to do the same with this particular difficult disease that hasn't been dealt with for 40 years. And I can understand why people find it offensive if we talk about culling an element of badgers. And I have to say, it is not a province-wide cull of badgers. It is only in those areas where there is extreme problems with bovine TB. Other areas where there isn't problems with bovine TB, badgers will not be touched at all and must remain protected as they are now. So it's a very difficult one. I accept it is. I accept it's very difficult for the community. But nonetheless, I think that there's £40 million being spent on this. Badgers are going through hardship themselves as a result of catching bovine TB, and it is the best thing to do and to ensure that we have a healthy wildlife population going forward.
I call John O'Dowd.
Minister, in response to Ms Barton's question about your party's boycott of the NSMC, you said it may cause problems for other parties. Is the reality not that your party's boycott of the NSMC will cause problems for farmers and the rural community you serve? And Minister, on the 11th of January in this House, you took a pledge, and part of that pledge, it states that you'll serve all the people equally, but also to participate fully in the Executive Committee, the North South Ministerial Council and the British Irish Council. You have now broke that pledge. How can anyone take you or your party as being man of their word or party but to stand by their word?
I also stand by my word to serve in the best interests of the people that I represent, and perhaps the member might reflect on that himself. Because whether it's people who are in Lough Neagh who are having trouble either obtaining their eels or indeed selling their eels, whether it's farmers in West Tyrone or North Antrim who are struggling to get the black-faced sheep in from Scotland, which is an important part of the business that they do, or whether it's the pedigree breeders who take animals to Scotland and bring them back if they're not sold. And these people, you're saying you're representing farmers, you're speaking for farmers. The farmers that I'm speaking to, and they come from right across the community, are telling me that this can't go on. And you know what? It'd be much better if you actually stood with us on this issue and said to Europe, stop hurting the people that I represent, because I shouldn't have to do it on your behalf, but I am.
I call John O'Dowd for supplementary.
I'll happily bring the Minister around the Aberban constituency and show him the new developments and investment that's taking place as a result of the protocol. We told you that to follow the line of Brexit was going to damage relationships on this island and have potential damage to industry in this island. But Minister, you didn't answer the question. After breaking the pledge of office, how can I or anyone else take you as a man of your word?
Well, I have taken my position on the protocol from the outset, and I indicated from the outset that the protocol was going to cause problems in Northern Ireland, where you and the other three main parties, our Alliance and SDLP and Green Party, all called for its rigorous implementation. So the 419,000 trucks that are coming across from Great Britain to this place to feed people in Northern Ireland, what are you going to do in terms of your rigorous implementation and checking those trucks? Do you want more trucks stopped and checked? And do you want more cost to be added? And whenever that cost is added to the Lidls and the Icelands and the Tesco's or whoever, and they put their prices up for the people who live in Kilwilkie, Tocknevin and Gravaki and other places that you're seeking to get votes, you're hurting your own people by looking for the rigorous implementation of the protocol, which we're working to get rid of.
Order, members. We place a question and we then allow the Minister to answer. Okay? Could we have Colin McGrath onto our screens, please? And I call Colin McGrath.
Minister, can you provide us with an update on the construction of permanent, fit-for-purpose customs checks at the North's ports?
There's currently a proposal on that with the Department of Finance, and that will go to the Executive for consideration.
I call Colin McGrath.
Well, Minister, thank you for your answer, but given that the construction of those facilities is not optional and is indeed a requirement of the Withdrawal Act, can you update us on what legal advice you have received in relation to the construction of those facilities?
The legal advice is that I should take that to the Executive. It's not my decision to make.
I now call Dolores Kelly.
Deputy Speaker, tempted as I am to remind the DUP that Brexit and the protocol is entirely of their making, but can I ask the Minister in relation to the progress report on an animal cruelty register?
I just respond to the first comment. The protocol is not of our making. It is a political decision that is being implemented, and it isn't protecting the European Union single market, because the goods would be staying in Northern Ireland, and therefore the customers that shop in Upper Bann in the stores where the goods are coming from Great Britain pose no threat whatsoever to the single market, and you should be standing up for your people in Upper Bann. In terms of the Animal Welfare Register, that is something that we have been putting to the Department of Justice and indicating our desire to proceed with that. The Department of Justice have indicated that there are issues. I don't entirely accept it, but nonetheless, that is where it lies currently.
And I call Dolores Kelly for a supplement.
I'm sure the good people of Upper Bann will have an opportunity to find out, to say whether or not they believe that I stand up for them in the coming months. But, Chair, Mr Deputy Speaker, can I ask in terms of a time frame in relation to the animal register, have you any agreed timescale with the Minister for Justice?
I haven't, because Justice would indicate that some of this material is difficult for them in terms of their GDPR, in terms of the legality of them giving out such information, and therefore it becomes more challenging for us on that front. But nonetheless, I think it is entirely right that people who have demonstrated that they are cruel to animals shouldn't have the capacity to keep animals, and therefore having a register which demonstrates where people can go into and see if an individual is keeping an animal who is banned, that then they can act upon it, and it would be easier for councils and so forth to act upon it as well.
And that is our end of questions to the Minister of Agricultural and Environmental Affairs. Can I ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the urgent health question?
Okay, members. Ms Palm Cameron has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health to respond to concerns raised by service users and health and social care advocates in relation to his department's new policy on continuing healthcare in Northern Ireland.
And I call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan.
Very much, Mr Speaker, and this is a welcome opportunity to clarify the situation regarding continuing healthcare. I appreciate that social care is an extensive and complex area. However, I would urge members and all those listening not to conflate the issue with the policy decision that has been announced in another area of the United Kingdom last week. The fact is that continuing healthcare has become an outdated and much criticised scheme, serving principally to offer only confusion and false hope to individuals and families. A review carried out by my department following an ADJOURNMENT report in 2014 found a risk of variance in the application of departmental guidance and in continuing healthcare practice across the trusts. This led to regional inconsistency and a potential postcode lottery for individuals. The department undertook a consultation launched in 2017 which was designed to establish a clear position on the matter. I inherited the scheme and the public consultation on its future. I wanted to provide more clarity, at least in the short term, pending wider consideration on how social care should be funded in the future. In taking up my role, it was clear that previous inequality, confusion and variance across the region needed to be addressed. In February 21, I gave approval on the way forward with the aim of creating a fair system. A stakeholder working group has already been established with the aim of producing guidance to underpin the new position. The aim has always been to publish the guidance over the coming weeks once the working group has been able to come to an agreement. I can very much appreciate the concerns raised by service users and advocates, and it is only right that when issues are raised that they are addressed by those in government responsible for decision making. The matter of continuing healthcare is only one small part of the health and social care system, but it very much relates to the wider issues relating to social care, how it is provided and how it is funded. I am therefore very keen to look at this matter in the round in the wider context of how we deliver health and social care in Northern Ireland. The reality is that many people, particularly older people, need to move into care homes because of the impact of medical conditions on their ability to look after themselves. An argument could perhaps be made that the state should provide free or subsidised social care in such circumstances, just as it provides free health care at the point of need. It is also the case that the financial cost of such provision would be significant, with major implications on other areas of public spending, and I look forward to this House addressing such issues in the forthcoming public consultation in relation to the reform of adult social care.
And I call Palm Cameron for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for making himself available to the House to answer questions on this incredibly important topic, because many across NI will be rightly concerned at how their care needs are going to be met now and in the future. The Marie Curie response to the consultation on continuing healthcare in Northern Ireland, specifically on option 3, which is the Department's preferred option, which has now been introduced to introduce a single eligibility criteria question, was, and I quote, "Marie Curie does not support the implementation of the single eligibility criteria model in Northern Ireland. We believe that, as currently presented, this option amounts to the abolishment of continuing healthcare funding for local patients." My colleague Arlene Foster had submitted a question last week asking, given Her Majesty's Government's announcements on social care, has the Department any plans to replicate the proposed cap on the cost of social care for residents in Northern Ireland? Perhaps the Minister can give some clarity today. Through the Speaker, I ask, is there not a moral obligation on the Department to look at the cases of many people in nursing homes across Northern Ireland who were not even made aware of their eligibility for continuing healthcare before the policy was scrapped?
I thank the member for her point, and as I said in an earlier consultation, an earlier answer in the first part, this was actually, the review was carried out following a report by AGNI. This policy has also been brought to light, and the need for the publication of the guidance was actually raised by NIPSO when they consulted in 2017 in regards to the variance across trusts. And that's why I think in regards to continuing healthcare, where in fact we only see 1 out of the 5 trusts actually utilising the current policy in regards to continuing healthcare. And as I said in my initial response as well, I think it's vital that we do separate continuing healthcare in regards to the review of social care and the reform of adult social care, which has been, I think, as the member indicated, a query that had been raised by our party colleague Arlene Foster. And I do look forward to the House addressing such issues, and also the input of parties and individuals and organisations like Marie Curie into the forthcoming public consultation in relation to the reform of adult social care. But it would also be worth noting those individuals and other political parties who actually made the time to put input into the public consultation on the reform of continuing healthcare when it was actually launched in 2017.
Colin Flynn.
Minister, in your opening remarks, you had mentioned the stakeholder working group that's been set up around some of this work, and I know that it was back on the 22nd of March you had gave that commitment to establishing that working group. So my question today would be, can you confirm how many service users, carers or advocacy groups are on that working group, and has it met yet? Thank you.
And I thank the member for the point. The working group has met. It's due to meet again in another couple of weeks, and at that stage we had hoped to have the publication of the guidance. It doesn't look that it'll be able to finalise that at the second meeting, but hopefully at the third meeting. We actually asked AGNI to sit on that group because, as the member will be aware, they do recognise and represent a large cohort of the service users and potential applicants to this scheme, but also they were actually very critical of the department's response. So we brought them in as, I suppose, a critical voice as to how we actually prepared the guidance as to what should be, I suppose, the future of continuing healthcare before it becomes part of that wider review of adult social care in Northern Ireland.
Carol Hunter.
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, you'll understand this is a very emotional issue for many of my constituents. I know several people who have had to sell their homes and use their savings to afford access to care. Can I ask the Minister, have you spoken with individuals impacted by this issue, and what is your assessment about how this approach is impacting them using their savings and selling their home to afford access to care?
And I thank the member, and as I said, I think in my initial response, I think we need to not conflate continuing healthcare with the reform of greater social care as well, because they're two very separate issues in regards to the continuing healthcare scheme that has initially been discussed and was part of the urgent oral has actually only been utilised by 1 trust across Northern Ireland, where I think the member actually refers to the greater reform of adult social care in Northern Ireland. As I have also said, that there will be a public consultation in relation to that aspect of our healthcare service here in Northern Ireland, and I do look forward to the House addressing such issues in the forthcoming public consultation as well. But I will note that the Members' Party was actually one of those parties who actually did put in a submission to the public consultation on the continuing healthcare public consultation when it was launched and was active.
Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the Minister's upcoming consultation on adult social care reform. It will likely come with significant funding commitments, however. So does the Minister envisage any challenges around the executive table when he makes the case that funding consequentials from health spending in England should also be earmarked for health spending in Northern Ireland? Thank you.
And again, I thank the member, and that's, I suppose I'm conscious not to mix what has been announced in England in regards to what they're doing in social care and the funding, but there is a Barnett consequential to that announcement, which I've asked around the executive table should be earmarked and should be ring-fenced for health and health spend in Northern Ireland, because unlike England, Northern Ireland, actually our social care service is actually part of our healthcare service, whereas in England it's actually looked after by by local councils and districts, whereas it's all done by ourselves here in Northern Ireland. So I do ask, and for anyone who's raising concerns in regards to either funding of this policy, of the greater reform of social care, domiciliary care, that they do support my ask at the executive table, if they come from the executive party, that Barnett Consequential is earmarked and ring-fenced for health provision in Northern Ireland.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
And thank you, Minister, for coming to the Chamber today to provide some clarity on this. My question's in relation to the assessments and those who conduct the eligibility assessment. And you said that there's only one trust. Do you know why the other trusts are not doing that? And what sort of background do these assessors have? And also then, what is built in terms of review of an assessment? Because we know that people's situation can deteriorate quite quickly. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I think the reason there is only one trust utilising continuing health care is because of that inconsistency and non-consistency, I think, across the trusts as to the understanding of what the service was actually about and how it could be funded and how it could be accessed. And that was why, in the NIPSO's report actually reports failings in the health service should be documented and addressed, and I welcome that. We were and are aware of the issues previously raised by NIPSO in respect of the previous policy. Those were well documented and indeed actually further underscored the need for that 2017 consultation. So that is, I think, part of the reason why only one trust has been utilising this system in regards to the past. But in regards to the assessments and how they are conducted and how they will be utilised, that will be part of the work of the stakeholder forum going forward to make sure that any guidance that is issued and applicable and practised on a regional basis rather than solely in one trust area.
Rachel Woods.
And thank the Minister for attending the Chamber today. And you'll be aware I've written many times to your departments, your department on constituency issues in relation to this. Can I ask how long it is between an application for continuing health care and a decision? Because, for example, if a person applied for continuing health care assessment, say back 10 years ago, wasn't assessed, sadly died, what appeal mechanism is there for payment of fees charged by the trust that have now been passed to their family members?
I'm aware the member has issued a number of very specific constituency issues on that in regards to the questions she asked. If she's content, I'll come back to her in writing on that specifics, because I don't want to give an inaccurate answer to her in regards, which is obviously a live case with her at a constituency level.
Call Jim Allister.
Is the Minister in a position to tell the House how many people across Northern Ireland are actually in receipt of continuing healthcare provision in terms of funding? And secondly, will he come off the fence as to whether or not it is his ambition that in Northern Ireland there should be a cap on the amount that ultimately a family has to pay?
I think in an answer to the first part, 72. An answer to the second point, I think it would be premature for me to answer that question before the public consultation and the options are actually launched in regards to what we intend to ask the people of Northern Ireland in a public consultation, because the members are often critical, and rightly so, that many consultations are published with a predetermined decision already in place. So I think the members are actually asking me to take a position that the consultation actually hasn't been launched nor decided on yet, so I'll not be tempted to do that.
Gerry Carroll.
The Minister outlined what consideration he or the working group he referred to have given the conditions faced by domiciliary care workers who often have to pay their own mileage or travel time between people they care for, and there's no care system without care workers. And can the Minister also confirm that there was less than 50 responses to the consultation in 2017? Thank you.
I thank the member there was 43 consultation responses to the consultation in 2017. I think 19 of those were actually from individuals who obviously had experience of the system. But again, not to conflate our domiciliary care service and what we're actually doing across the community in Northern Ireland with this specific point of continuing health care. Members will be aware of the continual challenges that we are facing currently in our domiciliary care sector, both in the independent and statutory sector. That's why, again, I've asked for the establishment of a social care fair work forum. I would actually look to support and develop Northern Ireland's social care workforce. The members well aware of the value and the importance that I've put in that workforce. It's a workforce that is currently depleted and under pressure and struggling to manage what is an ever-increasing workload at this point in time. So I've asked that new body to be tasked with developing proposals to improve terms and conditions and also career prospects for social care staff. And I am hopeful, that this will assist the sector to actually to recruit, develop, and retain committed, skilled, and well-motivated workers, and provide a voice for the workforce who often feel marginalised within our healthcare system as well, because there is no avenue or representative forum for those care workers, which I actually hope that our social care fair work forum will actually provide for them.
George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Minister what guidance has been developed in relation to the implementation of the new continuing healthcare policy, and how were service users and families consulted as part of this process?
I thank the member for his question. He will be aware that, as I said, I've established a working group to do that. It will involve representatives from the trusts, my own department, but also AGNI, to prepare that guidance so that it is fit for purpose. And by involving AGNI as well, we'll make sure that service users' voice is actually heard. So when we do publish that guidance, there's representation from around the table and around providers and users as well, as to make sure it's understood and easily understood as to those who either can apply for it or is it going to be applicable to.
Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for being here today on this issue. Minister, could you advise me if the Department are working proactively in any way to engage with those families who may have loved ones who were denied access to an assessment? And I ask that not only because it's the right thing to do, to engage with them, but also there may be potential court cases if these things are not settled in an amicable way.
Anyone who had applied for a continuing healthcare grant or application prior to February will still be assessed under the old scheme and will still be applicable to those payments. They will be eligible should they be deemed necessary. If the member has specific constituency issues that she wants to raise or write to me with, I'll carefully consider those and pass them on to the relevant officials within the department for consideration.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think this Note and Show investigation goes to the very heart of how we as a society treat and indeed provide care for our fellow citizens. I was alarmed when I listened to the accounts of many individuals whom were not even offered the continuing care option, and I do believe there's a moral obligation on the Department to follow up on these to ensure that there is retrospective provision. How would the Minister respond to the allegation that this policy was more about closing a loophole and cutting costs than a fair or evidence-based approach to long-term care? And can I ask why this was not brought to the Executive when it was a significant and controversial and cross-cutting issue?
I thank the member, and the last point it wasn't and isn't. But what I will say to the member as well, being a member of the Health Committee, he will be aware that I wrote to the committee on the 8th of October 2020 in regards to this issue. I also supplied the Health Committee with a copy of the report in full on the 11th of February. The member will be aware, as I said, it was also out to public consultation through a period of 14 weeks in 2017, and there were only a small number of political parties that actually responded to that consultation at that point in time. So in regards to the access and the availability of the scheme, trust individuals would have been informing families and dealing with families. That now has been, and again I will say to the member, this is a very small part of the greater reform that we actually need in regards to our reform of adult social care here in Northern Ireland. We're already seeing that piece of work being started in Westminster, and I hope to bring forward the consultation in regards to that relation and reform of public social care that I hope the member partakes in and his party actually supports and develops as well in regards to how we fund it and what actually people in Northern Ireland have to pay for their social care.
Members, that concludes this item of business, and will members please take your ease for a moment or two? Thank you.
That's a defamation bill.
Order, members. We now return to the Private Members Bill, the Defamation Bill, and return to Jim Allister.
Deputy Speaker, I'm very flattered that Mr Muir seems to keep a file of my past utterances. It's just a pity he doesn't heed them a little more, but there you go. But he did, just before we broke up, intervene to ask me about a purported quote from me in the Belfast Telegraph of the 3rd... No, sorry, that's not even the date. Well, it must be back in 2012, I think, where I was reported to have said that if we didn't follow the 2013 Act, we'd be in a very difficult position. Of course, if I said that, when you read the entirety of the article, it's quite clear that the question I was answering, because the burden of the article is, well, there's going to be a huge avalanche of libel tourism in Northern Ireland if we're the only place that doesn't follow this, and I said that would indeed create a very difficult situation. But of course it has turned out very differently, because despite those warnings that if we didn't pass the 13 Act there would be libel tourism, and there was talk about Russian oligarchs and all sorts flooding our High Court, it has turned out very, very differently, because some statistics speak to the truth of the matter. In the 3 or 4 years before 2013, we had an average of 35 writs for defamation issued in Northern Ireland. In the corresponding period since 2013, the average number of writs issued for defamation in Northern Ireland is 30. So far from an increase, there's been a slight decrease, but really little, if any, impact. So libel tourism was a straw man in respect of all of this, and therefore it enables us to examine the present legislative proposal free from that pressure and that burden. And when you examine it free from that pressure and that burden, then it leaves you, of necessity, to consider each and every clause. I've indicated the clause that troubles me the most is clause 1, and it troubles me because of the raising of the bar as to how then you can obtain a remedy for defamation. I just want to say, I've dealt with most of my points about that, but I just want to make a couple of other points. Of course, as in any civil proceedings, the onus is on the plaintiff. The onus must prove their case on the balance of probabilities. But if you have to prove your case on the balance of probabilities that not only was there harm, but there was serious harm, then clearly it is a much more difficult hurdle. And that in circumstances where most likely, if you're suing a media organisation, they're in a position where they have insurance. The plaintiff can never have anything other than his own resources, because there's no legal aid in defamation. It's just not possible. So it's an uneven playing field before you ever start, where you're suing a body, more often than not, as Mr Nesbitt bore witness to, who have insurers who will pick up the tab, though you do have to follow the directions, as he told us, whereas, as against that, a plaintiff who very upset about what has been said about them has an extra consideration now to consider. First of all, he had the consideration, well, to do anything about this, I have to take the risk of legal proceedings. If I lose my legal proceedings, there's no legal aid safety net, therefore I pay everyone's costs, including the costs of the large or medium-sized media organisation. But now that plaintiff has to consider, well, can I get over the hurdle? Can I prove this unspecified, subjective criterion of serious harm? What is a judge going to say, in my circumstances, is serious harm? And that's another imponderable. So it's not just a matter of deciding, I've been lied about, my reputation has suffered. This law now would say, your reputation is entitled to suffer with no recourse, unless there's serious harm to you. Now, is that a good place to be? To say, anyone, media organisation, individual, anyone whatsoever, can tell a lie about you, can damage your reputation, provided they don't overdo it, provided they don't do it to the point where they've caused you serious harm. Now, to serious harm to one person might not be serious harm to another. To serious harm in the eyes of a plaintiff might seem very serious in the eyes of maybe an outsider, not really serious. But it's the person who's affected. It's the little man that our concern should be about. And if we create a hurdle in respect of Clause 1, that we say to the little man, not only do you have to take all the financial risks, not only can you not get insurance against being libelled, and those you have to sue will have insurance, not only all of that, but now to even venture, you need to be satisfied that you can prove serious harm. And if you get to the point where the judge says, sorry, there's harm, but in my view it's not serious harm, you've lost. And you pay everyone's costs, because costs follow the event. So the individual who takes the risk, which is always present in libel in any event, but takes the enhanced risk of seeking to show serious harm and fails, doesn't get past that point, he emerges, even though he suffered harm, in a far worse position. He emerges with a huge bill to add to the harm that he's already suffered, but it wasn't enough harm to be called serious. So how could we possibly rush into creating that situation? So I say to this House that we want to pause and think very carefully. Is that where we want to go? And for me, this is the compelling determinative issue. So I do echo what I think it was Mr. Weir said to the sponsor. When you come to wind in this debate, can you indicate to the House, is Clause 1 a make-or-break clause for this bill? Because if it's not a make-or-break clause for this bill, then it will be much easier for I'll speak only for myself, it will be much easier to go through the eye lobby on this bill, because there are other things that are probably useful to do, not least in respect of scientific issues, journals, not least in respect of the social media. But I think it is critical to know, is the sponsor going to die in a ditch over Clause 1 or not? And I think a very clear answer to that would be helpful as we seek to move this matter forward. I'll leave it there, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much.
No others have indicated they wish to speak, so now I call the Minister for Finance, Conor Murphy, to respond to the debate.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak in the debate. Can I say at the outset, in relation to our request to look again at the timing of the debate, that was, I suppose, on the back of a series of attempted engagements. But we had offered to speak to the bill sponsor, I think, in July. The department wrote to him, or I wrote to him. He didn't take up the offer, which is his own prerogative. And then when we discovered that the committee hearing on this would be quickly followed by the second reading, we wanted an opportunity to speak to the committee. Now, I accept in relation to all of that the department should have been more alert to the timetables involved. There was no, I'm not sure where the committee chair got from when he said it was said that officials were denied access to the committee, because that was never the case. We hadn't made a request to address the committee, but that was the rationale behind that. But as I say, I accept, just for the record here today, that we should have been more alert to the timing of all of these things, and I had our opportunity to speak to the committee ahead of that, and then the request for a delay in the debate would not have been necessary. But nonetheless, we are where we are today. One thing, I suppose, about the debate that has been consistent is everyone that I heard speaking agrees that reform is necessary. There's no one who disagrees. There's no one said the situation we have is satisfactory, that it's doing the right job for the right people in the right balance. The question is this the right vehicle for that reform? And others have, I think, dissected. That's one of the difficulties with coming as the penultimate speaker in this debate. Other people have dissected quite a lot of the important parts of the bill and offered some concerns and criticisms in relation to how the bill operated. I have to say I share a lot of them. I don't propose, for the sake of this debate, Las Cancola, to repeat or to go into the areas that they have gone into. But I think the central question for all of us here, whether this goes on to the other stages or not, is this the right vehicle for what we all agree is a very necessary process of reform? Because the bill itself is not a fresh piece of legislation. I think everyone accepts that. It's a straight replication of the Defamation Act introduced in Westminster in 2013, some 8 years ago, which in terms, I suppose, particularly of modern-day technology and media platforms is a lifetime ago. And we live in that digital age, and defamatory statements can easily be posted on social media platforms and rapidly circulated online by word of mouth. Within hours, a person's reputation can be destroyed, causing great distress to them and their families. And it's primarily women who bear the brunt of abuse and defamation from online trolls. And this legislation doesn't deal with this fundamental issue. So in replicating the 2013 Act, the Private Members Bill also introduces, as has been, I think, dwelt on quite considerably by Mr Allister, the issue of serious harm. And that means it's not sufficient for a person to prove their reputation has been damaged by a defamatory statement. They also have to demonstrate that they have been seriously harmed. And as I say, he has articulated that probably with his knowledge of the legal system better than I could, and I'll rest with his question in and around that. The original intention of that serious harm was to exclude frivolous claims. In reality, it makes it easier for public figures, by virtue of their public profile and reputation, to demonstrate serious harm. In other words, the rich and the powerful are better protected than perhaps the ordinary man or woman on the street. And I think, as the bill sponsor suggested, it is indeed about the money when it comes to that outcome from this legislation. And I know some of the most enthusiastic supporters of the bill going forward did speak, understandably from their own background, from the perspective of media organisations, be they large or small, in relation to that. But there is a question about that accessibility and the ability to get remedy for ordinary people who don't perhaps have some of the deep pockets or indeed the insurance cover, as has been referred to by previous speakers. There are other serious concerns with the legislation. One is the removal of jury trials. There have been no jury trials in England or Wales since the Defamation Act was passed in relation to defamation matters, leaving the view on whether reputations have been harmed solely with a judge. The single publication rule is also shown to be problematic. Although it was designed to simplify matters, it might actually have ended up complicating them. And these flaws were highlighted at the time and have only grown in the 8 years since the Defamation Act was passed. And that's why Dr Andrew Scott, who has been referred to quite a lot in relation to this debate, and I suppose having published and spoken quite a lot, and his arguments can be mustered on either side, as it seems, in the debate. But he proposed, as I said, he advised in terms of his own report against a straightforward replication of the 2013 Act. He instead proposed that we develop our own bespoke legislation, and there was indeed a conference of academic lawyers in Dublin at the end of 2019, and one of the messages coming from that conference was that the Defamation Act of 2013 was not a good role model for defamation law. And what people have been saying is that the 2013 Act has tipped the balance away from reputational rights and privacy. That legislation could learn lessons that we may produce ourselves in terms of our own bespoke legislation that it is my intention that will come forward from the Department of Finance. But it could take lessons from the 2013 Act. It could also take an account of the Irish Government's review of defamation law, expected to conclude shortly. The importance of this review is that it includes the most up-to-date examination of how to address online defamation. It's not simply a matter of having an all-Ireland approach to these matters. It's a matter of taking examples of best practice and research from other places. And I know Mr O'Toole said, well, we can come back to that and have some clause that we can add in bits of that if it proves okay. My argument would be, why rush into this? Why not wait until we can actually do our own research, get the most up-to-date advice and information, and produce legislation in the next mandate in relation to this? My own department is ready to prepare a state-of-the-art piece of legislation, and I accept this has gone on for far too long. I accept that without reservation, and I wish that this had been dealt with right back since 2013 onwards. But we are now, and given the experience of the pandemic and the pressures on people's time, we are now in a place to work on this, and I want to see that work progress with all speed. I'm very happy to work in a collegial manner with members from all parties as we take this forward, because I think we can take a bit more time to get this right. There's no sign, as others have said, that we are beset by libel tourism, which is one of the great warnings attached to the 2013 legislation and its absence here. There's no evidence that people are choosing this jurisdiction for their defamation actions because they think they will get more leniency and a better outcome. As a matter of fact, I think it's been pointed out that the number of cases has dropped over the intervening period by comparison. Nor do I see evidence that scientists or academics in our universities are having to mince their words, or that journalists here are more cautious. You can buy the same books and magazines and papers here as you buy in London, Dublin or New York, and the same academic journals. I have not heard of a single book or article or news story that could be published in London or Dublin but had to be held back here for fear of our defamation laws. I don't see any evidence that we need to move urgently or so quickly on defamation because there are major human rights issues at stake, or freedom of expression issues, or because every other tourist here is a libel tourist. And that's why I think, even though this is beyond time when it should have been done, I still think it is the correct action to take time to do it right. So this Assembly faces a choice. Last Concordia, we can do our research, undertake proper consultation and bring forward a considered and well thought through piece of legislation. Our members can cut and paste this outdated and flawed legislation and try and fix it, as seems to be the suggestion from the bill sponsor, as it's rushed through the remaining months of this mandate. He has suggested that the committee, which seems to be the focus of the burden of trying to correct this bill, could deconstruct and reconstruct the bill. And of course the committee is going to have to decide whether they wish to use resources in the time ahead to undertake such an onerous exercise. And of course the department will have to consider its approach should it get through the second stage today as to what it might do in the time ahead as well. I believe our efforts would be better invested in developing a new but effective piece of legislation rather than trying to fix a flawed bill. If the members are convinced that this is the right vehicle and they can patch it up as it goes along, then good luck to them. My focus will remain on developing a bespoke piece of legislation based on the latest consultation-led evidence, which will legislate to do the necessary task properly in the next mandate.
I now call on Mike Nesbitt to conclude and respond to the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and may I thank every member who has shown an interest in this bill, particularly those who have spoken in the debate, and especially the Minister for turning up. I don't necessarily agree with everything he'd have to say. He will not be surprised at that, and I will return to that in a moment. Rather than just go through what each speaker said turn by turn, I'd like to try to be addressing the themes that have emerged, and themes certainly have emerged during the course of this debate. One is that I think just about every member agrees that in principle our laws are fit for reform, for upgrading and modernisation. I make an exception of Mr Allister, who is questioning whether it's broken. He asked me at committee to come up with an example of a recent defamation case in court where there had been a bad result or where the quantum awarded by the jury was out of kilter. And as he pointed out today, I was unable to do so. However, what I would argue is that is not the best test. Like the Swan, a lot of the activities going on below the waterline, it's unseen. It's the number of legal letters being issued threatening potential publishers that if you make that communication, we will sue you. As I said, the 3 times that I have been involved, it wasn't even a question of the media organisations' lawyers weighing up the pros and cons of freedom of speech versus protection of reputation. It was the insurers. The insurers saying, if you go to court, we're not going to cover you. We've made a financial consideration that we reckon you can settle it for X thousand pounds, which is a much better prospect to us than risking going into court and the jury awarding 10 times X thousand pounds if the claimant wins the case. The other clear theme, of course, is that Clause 1, serious harm, is in serious trouble. And some members, including Mr Buchanan and Mr Weir, have asked if I can assuage concerns, if I can give guarantees that there are no red lines, no immovable clauses as far as I am concerned. And I hope it will assure you that what I'm saying is, if it goes to committee, I would look on it, let's say it's the equivalent of a tall building built of Lego. I would expect the committee members to take it apart, brick by brick, examine every brick, and then put it back together. But when you put it back together, it might be missing a story or two. So there is no clause in which I want to die in a ditch. But can I say this about serious harm? And I take the concerns that have been expressed. I don't think it's for me to say serious harm has this meaning or this threshold. And actually, Mr. Weir made the point that we're coming from different backgrounds. He comes from a legal background, I come from the media. But I was just reflecting on that over lunch, and you know, I'm not an expert on the media. I'm very interested in the media. If you'd asked me when I was working in the BBC in the 80s, did I know the BBC? I'd say, yeah, I know how the BBC works pretty well. During 13 years at UTV, I would say, did I know how Ulster Television worked? I would say, yeah, pretty well. But I don't know about the Telegraph, the Irish News, the newsletter, the Sundays, the sub-regional weekly papers. So I'm not an expert, and I guess in terms of the law, perhaps there are some people with a legal background who are good on family law or commercial law or media law, but not the law, period. So what I would suggest when it comes to something like serious harm is, if you're allowed to go to committee, it's not my opinion that I would think you would want to hear. Why would you not want to hear the opinion, for example, of Lady Chief Justice Keegan or Justice Gillen, who carried out the review of civil justice, or experts in media law, or I don't know, maybe citizens' advice on the number of times the ordinary person comes looking for advice on how to carry out a defamation action. I'm not trying to set the forward work programme of the Committee for Finance, but I'm just suggesting this might be a better way than asking me what I mean. And of course, the defamation law in England is 2013, so it is, 8 years old. So there is a body of case law, and some of it's referred to, by the way, on page 3 of the explanatory and financial memorandum. So I am more than happy if the Finance Committee wanted to take that course of action after today, and if the conclusion was that the conclusion is serious harm is not a good way to go forward, then do not go forward with clause 1. Go forward with something else. And if something else, and I hope this assures Mr. Allister on another point, which is the concern that's been raised about non-jury trials. If we're not doing serious harm and we're sticking with the current test, which is effectively, would the statement made about you make an ordinary, decent, right-thinking person think less of you, then the argument swings in my mind back towards having a jury trial. If it's serious harm, I can see why a judge could be put in that position. But if it's the current test, then I say we may wish to swing back to a jury trial. So to a certain extent, I think clause 1 is linked to clause 11. So I hope that assures members. I know Mr. Buchanan had a specific list of areas. I didn't make a note of them, Mr. Buchanan. I'm hoping that general assurance is enough, but if there are specifics, I'm more than happy to address them. Mr. McGuigan also made the point that he was concerned about jury trials. I hope that assures him. Mr. O'Toole made the point, and by the way, I should have declared that I am Vice Chair of the All-Party Group on Press Freedom and Media Sustainability, and that Mr. O'Toole is the Chair. He was making the point that we could at a later stage take account of any changes that come in the Republic of Ireland, where they are in the process of reviewing their laws of defamation, and I think that's perfectly reasonable. But what I would add is we could also take account of any changes that might be made out of Westminster, because the Defamation Act is now 8 years old. Many members of the House have made the point that it is imperfect, and I would imagine that at least behind the scenes there are those who have taken a sort of lifelong interest in this issue, who are thinking about it and whether it is timely to bring forward some sort of amendment or updating in the courts, or sorry, in the legislature at Westminster. Just on a couple of points of factual accuracy, I think Mr Muir referred to the fact that I had shared a letter with the committee from the Finance Minister. I didn't actually share the letter. I did make reference to it. And just to be clear, in terms of references to Dublin, it was my inference that the Minister may be looking at an all-island solution. That's my inference. That is not necessarily what he is proposing. And that difference, Deputy Speaker, I think does kind of highlight the need for a single meaning rule, because I think he's taking one meaning out of it and I intended another. And on that basis, can I also refer to the fact that he's making the point that he invited me to meet him to discuss the bill, and he is correct. The letter was dated the 21st of July. But again, there was a misunderstanding here, because I was waiting for a call from his department. He does finish by making the offer of a meeting, but when I'm offering a meeting, for example, to a constituent, I would say, if you would like to take me up on that, would you please call my office on 028 9182, etc., or will you email Richard at the email address? And that isn't part of the letter from the Minister. And so I was waiting for a call from the department, and I regret that confusion, because I would rather work with than against the Minister. That said, in his penultimate paragraph, he does say, I cannot support your bill with or without qualification. You're hardly playing footsie with me on that issue. So I'm going to wrap it up there, and I apologise if I haven't mentioned any particular member. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Mr McHugh said there were many flaws, but only specified the serious harm. So I hope he'll agree to let this go to committee so he can rehearse all the other serious flaws that he believes are in it. Just on a matter of factual accuracy, I got the impression from the remarks of Mr McHugh that he felt that back in 2013, as soon as the bill was passed at Westminster, that we collectively decided that we would do our own thing. That is not quite right. Back in 2013, on the 28th of March, in answer to a priority written question, the Finance Minister of the day said to me, there are no plans to review the law of defamation in Northern Ireland. And later that year, 3rd of June, I asked the late Martin McGuinness about whether the Executive was going to consider the issue, and he said, it is very important to say that the Executive have not taken any decision in relation to a defamation bill. It never appeared on the agenda of any Executive meeting, and it was certainly never given to me, as Deputy First Minister, for agreement to be reached between myself and the First Minister in relation to what goes on the agenda of an Executive meeting. So it was only after I formally brought on the start of this private member's bill that there was a change of attitude. And there had been a change of finance minister by then, and as I said earlier, it was Simon Hamilton who engaged with David Ford and the Northern Ireland Law Commission to commission Andrew Scott. And, you know, if you were cynical, you could say Simon was kicking the can down the road. You could also take a much more benign view on it, that Simon was saying to the Law Commission, give me the evidence base to do something about this, to bring on a bill to reform the laws of defamation. Final thought to the Minister, who has been saying, why rush? Well, it's the 14th of September. And the first record of me mentioning reform of defamation was the 28th of March. Not 2011, not 2010, not 2009 or 8. Sorry, 2021, not 2020, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014, 2013. 8.5 years ago. If that's a rush, good luck on the doorstep, looking for a vote. 8.5 years. Do we really want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good at this point? 10 years ago, when I was campaigning to get into this assembly, I remember listening to a news conference on the radio when a then executive minister was being grilled about why it was taking so long to make a decision about a certain issue. And the minister says, well, this is a very, very important issue, so we have to take the time to get it right. And I remember thinking, that's nonsense. There is no right decision. What you have is a series of options, all of which have downsides. And your job is to make that judgment call about which one to go with and how best to manage that downside. And I think that's where we are with this private member's bill on definition. There's no right answer. There are a series of options which have good things but also have downsides to them. Ivan Turgenev, a Russian novelist, put it like this: if we wait for the moment when everything, absolutely everything, is right, we shall never begin. I think we have enough in this bill to begin, and I commend it to the House at this second reading.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the defamation bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments.
Okay, members. Next item on the order paper is a motion on increased financial burden on workers, families and pensioners. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
that this Assembly is firmly committed to a fair economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, recognises the damage to our health and social care as a result of a legacy of British Government austerity, further recognises the need to rebuild our health and social care services as we emerge from this pandemic, expresses its deep concern that the British Government intends to tax the least well-off through increases in national insurance contributions and reduced increases in pension, and calls on the British Government to remove the burden for funding health and social care from ordinary workers, families and pensioners, and to place this instead on the many companies and individuals who have made huge profits during or from the pandemic.
I call Keith Archibald to move the motion. Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate. Keith Archibald.
I'm Gurmagad Cancorlia, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to bring this motion today, and hopefully it will gain unanimous support across the Chamber and send a message that this Assembly opposes the measures announced by the British Government last week, which put the burden of paying for the pandemic on lower and middle income workers, families and pensioners. Everyone recognises, I've no doubt, the need to adequately fund our health and social care services and the transformation of our health and social care services to ensure that people can receive the care they need when they need it, and those who are most vulnerable are looked after. We also have to recognise that a decade of British Government austerity has deeply damaged our public services. The removal of over £1.5 billion from our block grant damaged the ability of the Executive to properly fund our public services, including the health and social care services. Delivering on the necessary transformation of our health services will require investment, not cuts. The British Government's response to the pandemic, spending billions of pounds supporting jobs and public services, betrays once and for all that austerity was always a policy choice and never a necessity. Now, of course, the former champions of austerity, including the IMF and the World Bank, as well as other financial institutions, have recognised that it does not work and are on the same page in relation to financial stimulus being required to drive recovery. Now is not the time for punitive taxes on low-paid workers. Now is the time for government investment to stimulate economic recovery. However, this Tory government is cynically using the current crisis to introduce these taxes on an emotive issue such as social care, breaking their own manifesto pledges in doing so. Although from any rational person's perspective, no pledge from Boris Johnson or his Tory cronies is worth the paper it's written on or the ink it takes to report what he says. The 1.25% increase in national insurance contributions means from next April you will pay 13.25% on income below £50,000, with no increase on the higher level rate for the proportion of income over £50,000, meaning the impact of the increase will be felt worse by those on lower incomes. And let's face it, that includes many of our frontline key workers, our carers, our nurses, our retail workers and utility workers. Those who led from the front to get us through the pandemic will now be shouldering the burden of bad fiscal and spending decisions by consecutive British Tory governments. And the DUP and the UUP have both played roles supporting those Tories over that time, the DUP most recently through their confidence and supply arrangement. The increases in national insurance contributions will also hit smaller businesses, which of course make up the vast majority of our businesses here. The head of the Federation of Small Businesses in Britain has described the increases as anti-jobs, anti-small business and anti-startups. This is not what our businesses need coming out of the past 18 months. It's not what the economy needs as we are trying to deliver a recovery, and it's certainly not the Build Back Better that we've all heard so much talk about. The increase in national insurance contributions will be replaced after a year by the health and social care levy at the same rate. So our young people, those just entering the workplace, those who are working towards buying their own homes and starting families, will be footing the bill for bad government decisions for decades. Of course, these taxes increases come at the same time as the British Government is ploughing ahead with the cut to universal credit that will also hit lower income workers and families at a time when the cost of living, and in particular the cost of electricity and heating our homes, is soaring. And what did Therese Coffey, Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, suggest that workers do to cover the cost of the cut in universal credit? Well, apparently they should work a few extra hours. I mean, talk about out of touch. Contrast the target of these taxes increases with the other end of the financial spectrum. Over the course of the pandemic, the number of billionaires in Britain jumped by 24%, and their combined wealth increased by 22%, up over £106 billion, which is about 9 years' worth of executive budgets. And what has the British Government proposed in terms of progressive measures to ensure that those most able to afford it pay their fair share? A big fat zero, nothing. Last year, I proposed the British Government should introduce a windfall tax on those companies who were benefiting from the pandemic. And in fact, there was talk in advance of the budget in March that there were some murmurings that the British Chancellor was looking at an online sales tax aimed at the likes of Amazon and ASOS and Deliveroo, who had seen big sales soar during the pandemic. There was also talk of an excessive profits tax. Neither of those things materialised. One can only assume it was for the optics, or else such suggestions were slapped down by big companies. Meanwhile, Amazon, who saw their sales increase by about £1 billion over the year, paid just £3.8 million more in tax. The British Chancellor did announce an increase in corporation tax in March, but he gave businesses a reprieve by not introducing the increase until 2023 to give them some time to recover. Workers have been afforded no such luxury. Paying for the pandemic now rests on the shoulders of workers, and those who are lowest paid are carrying a disproportionate share of the burden. No such measures are imposed on wealth, no attempts to tighten tax loopholes. Boris Johnson and this British Government make their policy decisions with their millionaire and billionaire friends in mind, and with 1.5 eyes on their investment portfolios. The Executive's limitations when it comes to revenue raising means these decisions directly influence our budgets and our ability to fund our priorities. That's why the Finance Minister has put in place the Fiscal Commission, an important initiative that I hope will pave the way for devolution of greater fiscal powers. But the reality is that while we are tied to the British Government's budgetary cycles and rules, we remain limited in how we fund the needs of people here. Concordia, I've heard and seen commentary over recent months from some who'd like to limit discussion and debate on Irish unity or assume some sort of moral high ground, say things like, we need to deal with the real issues facing people, with being able to see a GP or the cost of school uniforms, our university fees, our access to mental health services, and we do. But for me, Concordia, that is fundamentally why I advocate for Irish unity, for constitutional change, because of those issues. So we have the ability to make our own decisions, to make decisions about what is best for the people of this island, of what to fund and how we fund it for ourselves. And for us not to be at the whim of a Tory Chancellor or British Government who are making their decisions with neither the interest or the knowledge about what is best for people here. We have an alternative, and we can do better for all of the people we represent by ending the British Government's role in our affairs and by debating and discussing and shaping a new and united Ireland together. I urge members to support the motion.
Thank you, and I call Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I think that it's important that we debate these issues. I think these are very important to our people. And inevitably, when decisions are taken by governments, especially in what could be termed as emergency sessions, inevitably it is the working people and the most vulnerable that pick up the tab and carry the can. And I certainly would state that this Tory party has certainly lost the run of itself and can no longer be construed as being conservative in nature anymore. There are many aspects of this motion which I can support and agree with. We need a fair economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. A COVID-19 pandemic and a lockdown measures that were implemented not only by the Westminster Government but this very House, where it hurt businesses. and it hurt business people who were able to put their staff on furlough. But in many cases, those business people could not attain any grant funding or support at all. I also support aspects of the motion that says further recognises the need to rebuild our health and social care services as we emerge from the pandemic, and expresses its deep concern that the government intends to tax the least well off through increases in national insurance contributions and reduced increases in pensions. I can agree with that, because I believe that the problem with this health and social care levy is not that it tries to find a practical way forward, because we need to find a practical way forward. It is the fact that it represents a regressive and unfair form of taxation. It applies a flat rate increase in national insurance contributions to everyone, but ultimately grants the rewards to those who are better off. It benefits those who have the most assets, those who have more wealth and financial assets rather than their main home will continue to be worse off. It will support those who can benefit immediately. It disproportionately hits young people because state and private pensions will not be counted when calculating the levy. The working pensioners who have held low-paid jobs to help support their retirement savings will be disadvantaged. It will place additional costs on employers at a time when the focus should actually be on recovery and renewal. That's what the Tory government should be looking at. That's what we should be encouraging them to do. And we in this House should try everything we can to endeavour to mitigate against the worst excesses of these decisions, and to ensure that our working people, their families and the most vulnerable in this society are looked after and protected as best we can. But make no mistake about it, with the COVID emergency that we've just come through, the lockdown measures that have been applied by this House, there is pain. And there is pain coming. And pain costs. And when pain costs, try moving and shifting the onus and the burden away from working families. Just try. Because I have yet to see the party opposite, or any other party for that matter, effectively shift the burden away from the working people. The very people we need to protect, the very people who will grow the economy, the very people who will put bread on the table for their young people. And I ain't seen anything yet. And that disturbs me, because I want to see an effective Assembly, an effective Executive. The party opposite who brings this motion does well to bring the motion, but they will sit here and they will lecture the British government. Yet they have an opportunity to go to Westminster and vote against some of these very measures. And they won't. The member opposite talks about a united Ireland. Well, all I can hear from Sinn Féin from the Republic of Ireland is utterances about the debacle and the basket case that the Republic of Ireland is and are in. So you can't have it both ways. You can't ride two horses and get away with it. Even though you try to be populist in everything you do, somewhere along the line the rubber hits the road and people see through your populist policies. So it is a bit of a straw argument to stand in here and propose motions, but you won't go to Westminster and fight against the measures. Thank you very much.
Time is up. Thank you. And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion, and I would ask who in their right mind wouldn't. We used to hear the British government ministers say, "We're all in this together." It's no wonder they seem to have stopped saying that, as it's clearly not true. Loading extra national insurance onto our low-paid workers is just unfair, and it's unjust. A low-paid worker earning about £200 a week pays national insurance at about 12%. Yet a chief executive earning £1,000 a week or even £2,000 a week will pay national insurance on their salary at about 2%. National insurance is actually a tax where the rate comes down the more you earn. It's a prime example of a non-fair tax. So if the British Government wanted to generate additional revenues to pay for the National Health Service and social care, then one solution is clear and very obvious. Charge national insurance to the highest paid at the same rate as they do to the lowest paid. How novel is that? Another option is to increase the tax on unearned investment income. That, of course, would not suit the Conservative Party donors. And in reality, the main purpose of the British Government's rise in national insurance payment is actually to protect the assets of the wealthy Conservative supporters, particularly around the south of England, from using what they would earn and have in their bank accounts to pay for social care in their old age. Our poorest citizens here are about to be hit by extraordinary more pain with the proposed cut in the universal credit. And I appeal here to the Minister Hargey to listen to my constituency colleague, Mark Durkan, and to fund the continuation of the £20 uplift through her devolved welfare powers. I will tell you another phrase that we don't actually hear very much of any longer, and that is build back better. We know why that is too. That ambition has gone. We can see government investment in our future economy falling instead of rising. Where the United States and the European Union are planning massive, and I mean massive, injections of cash into their infrastructure, the British government is scaling back its aspirations. So we won't be hearing any more nonsense, absolutely no more nonsense about the Boris Bridge or the Boris Tunnel, because it ain't happening. Yet, as there is a clear solution on how to increase revenues for health and social care, there's also a clear solution about providing a better future. The British Government and the departments in the north of Ireland must invest in that future. That means the Minister for Finance releasing the funds needed to renew our infrastructure, and it means the Ministers for the Economy and Communities investing in our energy future by putting much more money into home insulation and energy efficiency, cutting our energy use and investing into a diverse supply of renewable energy. This can protect our citizens from the fuel poverty that is about to get worse this winter, with the shocking, and I mean absolutely eye-watering, shocking rise in gas, electricity and oil prices. They're here, they're not coming, they're here, and our people will have to pay for it. It is essential that we focus on the future. The climate change protest here in Stormont yesterday should be reminding us all of this. So please, no more threats about the collapse of these institutions from the DUP, just as there should never have been a collapse in the past from Sinn Féin. But instead, let's really get steely. Let's really get into delivery mode and reform and investment. Mr Speaker, we need to get our own programme for reforming healthcare delivery, addressing the already emerging climate crisis, which itself is likely to worsen the health outcomes for our citizens and people right here, the constituents that we serve. Let's get back to our own job. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And may I thank those, particularly for my friend from the Chair of the Economy Committee, for bringing forward this motion. And I think in this House we can all agree that we need to see a fair economic recovery from the COVID pandemic. Indeed, we can also clearly see the benefits of being part of the United Kingdom, with over £3.6 billion to date being provided directly in additional support, hypothecated since the crisis began. It's noteworthy that the support we have received as part of the rest of our nation far outstrips that we could have expected if we were not part of our United Kingdom. That said, and recognised by all fair-minded people in Northern Ireland, we also have to deal with the horrendous waiting lists our National Health Service faces and the challenge in how we pay for our social care services. That means we do have to raise additional monies on a United Kingdom basis. This will cost billions, probably 36 billion or more. The question has to be, where does this additional funding come from and how can it be raised in as fair a way as possible? There are also additional questions around the removal of the additional £20 on universal credit and the significant impact of rising fuel and energy costs, and the very real issue in the rise of fuel poverty, particularly amongst those who will be most impacted by the proposed increases in national insurance contributions. The UUP are no friends to many of Boris Johnson's ill-thought plans, and we must indeed add our opposition to the proposals around raises in national insurance contribution. It is noteworthy that Paul Johnson, head of the Institute for Fiscal Studies, as well as our Independent Fiscal Commission, has also argued that funding social care just from national insurance would be very inequitable. It would hit those of working age while protecting pensioners, even for something designed to benefit people well over pension age. Even somebody as august as the Archbishop of Canterbury stated, Boris Johnson's plan to increase national insurance contributions to raise around about £12 billion for the National Health Service and social care could pose a serious problem for low-income workers, privileging wealthy pensioners over the poorest young peoples. And this was not a people-centred policy. We know that national insurance causes lots of problems. We know that individuals do not have to pay national insurance after they reach state pension age, so the burden lies on younger people. We know lower earners pay more than national insurance rise than would be from an income tax rise. We know that as national insurance is levied from earnings and not from unearned income, those in work would have to contribute more. For example, those who get income from renting out property, owning a business or having investments would not have to contribute. Incomes from pensions would also not be covered. This could lead to a 21-year-old earning 50 grand paying £404, whereas a 66-year-old pensioner with an income of £50,000 would not have to pay anything. Fourth, it would deepen the gap between employees and self-employed. So, given that national insurance this change is inequitable, what do we need to do to raise much-needed funds for our health and social care services? How should we be doing it? Given that the need to raise for our nation over £36 billion over the next 3 years is a conservative estimate of what level of funding is required. The move should have been towards raising additional funds through modest increases in income tax, thereby spreading the tax burden across those who can best afford it. We should also be looking critically at an examination of one-off potential windfall tax on online retailers within the pharma and healthcare sectors and other sectors that have shown excessive profits during the pandemic. There is a precedent and we should be following it. We should also be calling clearly for the rescinding of the cut in universal credit and in addition looking to how we might help those facing severe fuel poverty. Given that with an 80-seat majority the Conservative government has already pushed these measures through, it is difficult to see how we can further challenge them. As Sinn Féin, of course, are refusing to represent their constituents in Parliament, it is left to the other parties to do so. But what can we do and must do is to make sure that the Barnett consequential raise for health and social care is used precisely for that. We cannot be seen to be frittering away the increase of around £400 million a year on anything but allocating it to health. That would be a dereliction of care to our most vulnerable. And that is something we must ensure does not happen. And I must call, as a final call, that all our parties here we should commit to this to make sure that the additional £400 million remains ring-fenced for the use of our most vulnerable and our health service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Ms Archibald for bringing forward the motion on what is a very important issue. On behalf of Alliance, I can confirm that we will, from the outset, support this motion. I will discuss the impact of the issue of tax increase and later my colleague, Alliance Health spokesperson Paula Bradshaw MLA, will go into more detail about health and social care, the health and social care system. As the motion states, the people most impacted by the government's changes to national insurance and pensions will be the least well off. I will speak to the national insurance issue first. HM Revenue and Customs policy paper on health and social care levy confirms that the people most likely to be affected are employers, employees and the self-employed who are liable to pay national insurance contributions, and individuals that would be liable to pay national insurance contributions were it not for the pension age restrictions. This means that anyone who pays Class 1, 1A and 1B and Class 4 will be impacted by the increase. So employees earning more than £184 per week and under state pension age will be impacted. Employers who pay these directly on pay CAS A1 and 1B directly on their employees' expenses or benefits will be impacted. Self-employed people earning profits of more than $9,569 or more per year will be impacted. The Government were somewhat disingenuous when they affirmed the increase would be 1.25 percentage points. They did not make it clear that this equates to not to a 1.25 percentage increase, but instead it means employers will see their contributions going up from 13.8% of wages by 1.25 percentage points to 15.3%. And across the UK from next April, for every £1,000 in a typical wage slip, a further £12.50 will be removed from employees before they get their pay. The HMRC report confirms actual losses for individuals may have impact on people's family formation, stability or breakdown as individuals who are currently just about managing financially as they see their incomes reduced. Turning to the issue of pensions, the Government's decision to stall the triple lock pension protection for 1 year shows how this Government is going to use its majority to do what it wants. The triple lock was supposed to be protected and maintained under this Government. Is it protected? No, it is not. The Government has confirmed a 1 year suspension of the triple lock for annual state pension increases. The triple lock is a formula that is used to guarantee pensioners' income rise by either September's rate of inflation earnings growth or a guaranteed minimum of 2.5%, whichever is larger. But the Government confirmed that the average earnings component would be disregarded in 22-23 as it was last year, and the rise will temporarily be replaced with a double lock linked to either inflation or 2.5%. Now, we know that pensioners were on track to get a record boost, but that announcement that has come through means that they won't have that, and that is an actual detriment to someone's pension. Why is this an issue? Well, clearly this Government can do what they want with their majority and have broken electoral promises to protect the triple lock. The Institute of Fiscal Studies has said that more tax hikes could be on the cards. But this must not degenerate into a wealthy older people versus poor younger people issue. As the Archbishop of Canterbury stated, if we, as it were, privilege the wealthy older against the poorest younger, that will not work. That's not a people-centred policy. The policy needs to be centred on people and care for the poorest, as well as ensuring that we have an embedded system that will work and is acceptable to all. And as others have said, Mr Speaker, this comes at a time when energy costs are soaring and expected to continue to rise. The impact of the end of furlough and the expected increase in the number of people having to apply for universal credit and having to suffer at least 5 weeks before benefits are paid. The cost of living is higher than pre-Brexit and pre-COVID times. Families are hammered by increasing childcare costs, and don't get me started on school uniforms. The prices are astronomical, yet this Assembly has not made any progress to stop the schools we fund, from putting families into poverty over the sake of a jumper and a blazer. The end of the £20 per week COVID uplift that will hit families the most. Now, this is important to note. A third of people on universal credit are in work. A third are looking for work, and a third cannot work due to sickness, disability or terminal illness. It is simply not those that are not in work that are impacted. It's the working poor, people already struggling financially. This is also at a time when business is trying to recover from COVID to deal with the fallout caused by Brexit. We've heard from Carol McKillen in a question that she had answered by the Health Minister that pensioners are faced with independent nursing home costs raising up to £822 per week. Pensioners are being hit by this too. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, as this is Padraig Delargy's first opportunity to speak as a private member, I would remind the House that it is a convention that a maiden speech is made without interruption, and I invite Padraig Delargy.
I want to begin my remarks by saying how honoured I am to be addressing this debate on behalf of the constituents of Foyle. As a newly selected Sinn Féin MLA, I am determined to be a voice for the people of Foyle, a voice to demand first-class health services, particularly in regards to mental health, more affordable social housing and job creation. I will use my role as an MLA to encourage our young people to play an active part in their communities and to help to create opportunities and futures for them. Today's debate underlines the importance of that work, because what future is there for our young people when any part of it remains under the influence of the British Government. The Tory administration has repeatedly demonstrated its disdain for the people who live here. They ignored our wishes on Brexit, forcing it upon us against our will. And now they are forcing ordinary workers, families and pensioners here to pay the price of the pandemic by hiking national insurance contributions and reducing pension increases. Of course, increased investment is needed in our health and social care systems, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the incredible staff within that system who continue to put themselves on the front line in the battle against COVID. What the Tories don't tell you is that our health and social services were already decimated by vicious austerity cuts which they ruthlessly imposed. If they want to invest in health and social care, they should start by restoring the millions they've plundered from our block grant. They should start by investing in health rather than imperialist military adventures. They should start by taxing the wealthy, the big businesses, the billionaires who have done very well out of this pandemic. They are the people who should be shouldering that burden, not ordinary workers, families and pensioners. While the rich have gotten richer under Boris Johnson, the number of children on free school meals has increased by 300,000 to 1.74 million. Inequality, deprivation and the number of children going hungry is increasing as a direct result of the policies being implemented by this Tory government. As a young dairyman and as a teacher, I see the impact of that every day. I challenge anyone in this chamber to tell me that hard-working families in Derry should pick up the tab for the British government, that Craigan should bail out the Cabinet, that Ballymagrory should bail out Boris, that the Bogside should bail out billionaires. I believe all of us in this chamber have a responsibility and a duty to ask ourselves, is that what we want for our children? Because we do have a choice. I want to see a new Ireland based on equality and fairness. But in the interim, I want to see us taking control of our own economic destiny by transferring physical powers. We can do better ourselves, better for our workers, better for our families, better for our pensioners, and better for our young people. I support this motion.
Thank you. And I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to voice my concerns at the flawed, unjust and unacceptable proposals being pursued by the Government, but also my grave concern about the unacceptable proposals being put forward by the proposers of today's motion. As a party, we have been consistent and unwavering in our desire to protect the most vulnerable in our society, before, during and as we emerge from the pandemic. No one denies the need to deal with waiting lists and to invest in our health and social care. But the Health and Social Care Levy is a regressive and unfair form of taxation which disproportionately hits young people and punishes working families at a time when they can least afford it. Over the past few weeks, we have seen the squeeze on the income continue, not just with the tax hikes from the Conservative government, but also with the huge rise in energy bills, which will be very difficult for many families to contend with. That's why we used our votes in the House of Commons to oppose the levy. The decision by the Government to break the triple lock guarantee for state pensioners is also an act of bad faith of the highest degree and sets a really dangerous precedent moving forward. The United Kingdom already has one of the least generous state pensions of any major country, and pensioner poverty on the rise. Indeed, the Northern Ireland Poverty Bulletin indicated that approximately 43,000 pensioners live in poverty, and out of that, 34,000 live in absolute poverty. The DUP opposes any move to reduce the income of our older people. And that is why, as a party, we made maintaining the triple lock a precondition for the confidence and supply agreement to protect pensioners throughout the United Kingdom. We also will continue to oppose the removal of the £20 uplift in universal credit, which is due to come in this October. This, coupled with the end of furlough, potential rises in unemployment, will push many families to an unsustainable position. And we would call on the government to rethink their approach and ensure that the most vulnerable in our society are protected at these most difficult of times. But, Mr. Speaker, whilst this party has consistently stood up for working families, our pensioners and the most vulnerable in our society, the proposers of the motion have let them down. When all other Northern Ireland MPs united to oppose the rise in national insurance, where was the party proposing today's motion? Absent, neglecting their electorate and their duty to the most vulnerable in Northern Ireland. When the government announced that they were cutting the universal credit uplift, where was the party proposing today's motion? Absent. When Boris Johnson moves to break the triple lock on pensions, where is the party proposing today's motion? Absent. A huge dereliction of duty. But not content to neglect the most vulnerable and recognise the squeeze on family income, today the motion is also proposing to punish those companies who will lead our economic recovery out of the pandemic. Sinn Féin want to follow in the footsteps of the British Conservative Party by offering us just a different unjust tax regime. The redirection of the full burden of new taxation to businesses and entrepreneurs, as proposed by Sinn Féin, would only serve to further strain our economy, restrict job creation, deny economic innovation, and ultimately punish workers and working families. Mr. Speaker, all of this would be done at a time when we should be striving to attract inward investment, helping the expansion of Indigenous companies, encouraging innovation and entrepreneurship to grow and rebuild our economy. Mr. Speaker, the DUP is committed to delivering a fair and balanced recovery, one that protects the most vulnerable in our society, and one which ensures everyone pays what is fair and proportionate to their circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I thank the member. And as this is Stephen Dunn's first opportunity to speak as a private member, I would remind the House again that it is a convention that a maiden speech is made without interruption, and I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I count it a great honour to stand here today as a member of the Northern Ireland Assembly for North Down, following the very sad and untimely passing of my late father, Gordon Dunn MBE, in June of this year. Gordon served in this House for 10 years, having been first elected in May 2011. And I know he counted it a great privilege to serve the people of North Down in this place. And from when he first entered elected politics as a councillor in 1981, he always sought to represent his constituents diligently and with the utmost dedication to improve their lives and ultimately try to make a positive difference. I know many from across this House and beyond built up a respectful and trusted relationship with him during his years in this House, and particularly those he got to know best. He got to know best often within committees. And I would like to take this opportunity to express my thanks to all of those from across this House and from across the local community and from right across Northern Ireland who expressed condolences and the many genuine and heartfelt messages of support to our family in recent months and weeks. North Down is a wonderful constituency, and I intend to build on the work and legacy that has been laid down over many years by those who have gone before me and do my very best to provide a service for and to deliver for local people right across my constituency in Bangor, Holywood, Donaghadee and Malile and everywhere in between. Like every other constituency, there are many challenges and needs locally, and I know from being a councillor over the last 8 years that there is much work to do for the people who we are so privileged to represent. The motion today, as my colleagues have already stated, rightly highlights the need for a key focus on our economic recovery as we try and emerge from the global pandemic, which has indeed been an incredibly challenging time for everyone right across Northern Ireland. The news today from our Economy Minister launching the £100 Spend Local card is an example of a positive, proactive measure coming forward, bringing a much-needed economic stimulus directly to local businesses. It is also designed to positively impact behavioural change, getting people to spend and shop locally in person, once again supporting employment and greater economic activity on our road to economic recovery, which is mentioned in this motion. Every sector has faced a very challenging time over the past 18 months, and our excellent health and social care sector continues to face many challenges to deal with the health impacts of the pandemic, along with the additional demands which the incoming autumn-winter period undoubtedly which will present to our health service. Taken together with the end of the furlough scheme next month, the removal of the uplift in universal credit, rising energy costs, changes to TV licensing, there is indeed a real risk that this recent levy on national insurance contributions will create a perfect storm that leaves older people, vulnerable households, young people and working families really struggling to survive and having to make very difficult decisions, which is of great regret. The decision by the Government to remove the triple lock guarantee on state pensions also sets a very dangerous precedent, and that further policies which sideline the interests and needs of our older people could be introduced at such a critical time and such a challenging time. This health and social care levy applies a flat rate increase to everyone, regardless of circumstances, Mr. Speaker, and it will indeed disproportionately hit our younger people, as the state and private pensions will not be counted when calculating the levy, as well as targeting our working pensioners in lower paid jobs, many of whom have made significant sacrifices to make ends meet over such a difficult time. We do recognise that there is a cost of a modern, fit-for-purpose health and social care system, and its need for significant investment focused ultimately on improved health outcomes. However, we must be clear that redirecting the full burden of new taxation to successful businesses and entrepreneurs would be totally counterproductive and could only result in greater costs being ultimately passed on to consumers and a real risk to low-paid jobs. We need to encourage business, innovation and entrepreneurs at a time when growth is so greatly needed on our road to recovery to create employment and prosperity. And I look forward to the work ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I make my remarks, first of all, acknowledge the previous speaker and his father, who is clearly one of the most universally held in affection and esteem across the Assembly, and I welcome him here and echo the words of many others in paying tribute to his father, who I didn't serve in committee with, but was clearly a gentleman and very well thought of and sorely missed by everyone here. And indeed, I welcome Pádraig De Largy as well to the Assembly. I'm slowly or quite quickly becoming one of the older members of the Assembly, but that's fine. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, we will be, as my colleague Sinead McLaughlin said, we'll be supporting today's motion. It would be hard to oppose it. It's important to reflect on the context that we are in. First of all, the context is that the COVID-19 pandemic has been the biggest disruption to our lives in peacetime in any of our lifetimes. Large parts of the economy were shut down last year. Large parts of the economy continue to be shut down. People have been plunged not just into health insecurity, and thousands of lives, not just here but around the world, have been lost, but people have been pushed into severe financial vulnerability and continue to be, and will be even more in the weeks ahead as has been mentioned, the furlough scheme comes to an end. Cost of living increases bite across people's lives, including and particularly in terms of utilities bill increases, and we've heard more about that today. I will give way, yeah.
Quickly, does the member agree with me that the government, in placing people in further financial stress with the increases to national insurance and what's happening with their pension, will actually make them more stressed, more sick and actually force more people towards our health service at a time that they don't need more patients adding to their lists?
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member who intervened to give me the additional minute. She's exactly right. The point about what's happening in terms of the ending of the universal credit uplift, the additional taxation through NICs on low-paid workers, and indeed the other cost of living increases that are going to bite, is that it will make certain health inequalities and at a bare minimum, mental health problems and anxieties that have been created over the past 18 months much, much worse. We, I'm sure, MLAs across the chamber are already seeing that in terms of their constituency caseload, and I'm sure Advice NI and other agencies are going to see a lot more of it in the weeks and months ahead. And that's not just a tragedy, it's unacceptable, and it's a moral indictment on the Conservative government in London that they're doing it. It's a moral indictment because it's a choice. And why is it a choice? It's a choice because the Treasury and Boris Johnson have decided that what they're going to do is, rather than continue to allow what are called the stabilisers, the fiscal levers that we're told are great, including by some of the members opposite, the fiscal strength of the United Kingdom, we're told that it's great, and by all means, certainly there have been significant fiscal steps taken by the Treasury, but the UK government, this UK government, has decided to do something which is an outlier in international terms, which is tighten fiscal policy now. They don't need to do that. They're not doing that anywhere else in Europe. They're not doing that in the United States. Congress has just passed, and President Biden has just signed an enormous stimulus package in the US. The UK government is making the decision now to tighten. The IMF is not telling governments to do that. No other major economic international institution is telling governments to do that. It's the UK government that is making the decision to tighten fiscal policy at precisely the worst moment for workers and for the economy here and indeed in Britain. So that's a choice. And it was a choice at the beginning of the last decade that the government made. It's a choice that they do not have to make. But let's be absolutely clear, the burden will be borne by those who can least afford it. The previous speaker, Mr Aiken, mentioned the 36 billion. I presume he's referring to the 12 billion a year going that has been scored by the Treasury in terms of the health and social care level. Well, again, that's a choice. We don't know that the UK government chose to impose taxation, and it chose to impose a taxation that is regressive and disproportionately falls on the lowest paid. So for all those reasons, it is scandalous what the UK government are doing. We will continue to oppose it. But I would be remiss of pointing out that my party does take its seats at Westminster. And though we are only 2 seats, we take them for the people of South Belfast in my case, and Foyle in the case of my constituency colleague, and we vote against those scandalous rises. And I would say to colleagues whose motion I do agree with, that while I agree in many ways that we need more powers in this place, and I ultimately agree, of course, that a different constitutional setup would allow us on this island to make different decisions, that won't, with the best will in the world, that's not going to happen this winter. And that will not, we won't be able to do that. We won't be able to protect citizens and the people we serve literally in the weeks and months ahead. So while, yes, I agree that the best endpoint for us on this island is a different arrangement that allows us to target our priorities and raise money to change people's lives in a different way, to change people's lives on this island in a different way, I also have to say that in the weeks and months ahead, we're going to see people in real severe stress. And the people who have the power in this place to help change that are, among others, the Finance Minister and the Communities Minister. So yes, I agree with this motion, but it's just a motion. So I'd like to see both the Finance Minister, the Communities Minister and other ministers across the Executive agree a package of help where we can for people who are going to face the immoral challenge of the universal credit uplift going and real severe stress in the weeks ahead. So yes, let's pass motions, and yes, let's call out the squalid, immoral choices being made in London, but let's not forget that we have choices here, and we need to do what we can. Even if it's not enough, we need to do what we can to support people here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Alan Chambers.
Mr Speaker, there are elements of this private member's bill that I have no difficulty in fully supporting, but equally there are assertions in it that I feel I need to question. The bill claims that there has been damage done to our health and social care system as a result of a legacy of British government austerity. Of course, our health service has been damaged, and there is an obvious need that we can all see and we fully appreciate for us to rebuild our health and social care services to tackle the historic and unacceptable waiting lists for both initial consultation and subsequent treatment. The wording of the portion of the bill sounds like they're coming from a party that is either in denial or attempting to rewrite history. The reasons for much of the damage inflicted on our health service is closer to home than in the corridors of Westminster. The big decisions around health that created a pattern of underfunding, lacked foresight and forward planning over the past decade were made in this chamber under the leadership of a number of health ministers from parties in this chamber, including the proposers of this bill. It has been widely accepted that the aspect of multi-year budgets would make a huge contribution to rebuilding our health service. How can any minister make plans for reform and rebuilding if they don't have guaranteed and ring-fenced multi-year funding? The fact that recent finance ministers struggled to set a budget has not been helpful in putting together a sustainable recovery plan for our health service. Neither was the 3-year absence of an Assembly or Executive helpful, while the Bangora plan gathered dust. Uncertainty over the future of the Assembly that has arisen in recent days has also put a huge question mark over long-term recovery plans. I agree with my colleague Mr Aiken, who referred to the additional funding that has come to Northern Ireland from the UK Government, and it has been a very welcome lifeline to everyone in Northern Ireland, especially our hard-pressed businesses. There will be extra Barnett consequential funding coming soon, and hopefully all the parties in this House represented in the Executive will ensure that the totality of this money will be fully ring-fenced for the recovery of our health service. My party would wish to register our deep concern that Her Majesty's Government intends to disproportionately tax the least well-off through increases in national insurance contributions and the removal of the pension triple lock. We would call on the Government to commit that additional burdens created for ordinary workers, families and pensioners for funding health and social care due to these changes are reviewed frequently with the intention of relieving these burdens as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party, and as my colleague just said, we will be supporting the motion, although I do think there are some gaps within it. Firstly, we share totally the view that while it is not unreasonable for the UK Government to face financial reality and seek to raise money specifically for health and social care after the pandemic, it should not be done through pernicious raids on national insurance, which, as stated, amounts essentially to a workers' tax. In fact, when it is all worked back, less than £3 billion is being allocated to social care reform across the UK, a frankly piddly amount across a population now approaching 70 million. So, Mr Speaker, there are in fact two aspects to this. First, if money must be raised, it must be done fairly. And secondly, once it is raised, it must be spent on the declared purpose. We also have to face up to reality that the DUP Sinn Féin-led executive since 2007 has failed to embrace the proper need to reform and fund the health and social care system. And I welcome today when the Health Minister announced that he will be going out to consultation soon on the full package around the reform of social care. In fact, in the last decade, health funding has risen by less in Northern Ireland than in England, and that reduced rise in spending has been directed by DUP and Sinn Féin finance ministers. In the first part of the last decade, it was common for an uplift in funding to health in England to arrive in England through Barnett consequentials and not be allocated fully, or even in one case partly, to health here. There has also been an unwillingness, even after the 2008 financial crash, to look seriously at issues such as free prescriptions, which in practice benefit the better off as the less well-off got them for free anyway. Devolution means self-government, and self-government means taking responsibility for allocating spending and raising revenue fairly and appropriately. We also need to be careful just who we are including under the companies and individuals mentioned. Many local businesses took significant risks to shift production and service
to help those during the pandemic, for example, in producing PPE, monitors or whatever it was that was necessary. They were entitled to do this, and they are also entitled to some rewards for the risks they took and the hard work they put in. Many local businesses should be so proud of what they did. In closing, Mr Speaker, we must remember that we are not obliged to follow England in how we spent the money which was added to the Northern Ireland budget as a consequential. We have our own specific needs in terms of not just of rebuilding, as the motion notes, but also of a comprehensive transformation of health and social care, which will deliver a more patient-centred specialist approach and ensure we can maintain a system which is truly world-class and free at the point of access. It is easy and, in my view, essential to criticise the pernicious workers' tax as the means and a lack of allocation to actual social care reform as a consequence. However, we also have to do the hard bit and assess how we are going to proceed swiftly to grasp this opportunity for comprehensive reform of our own system. So in supporting the motion, I would emphasise that this is a call for us to get on with the job and transform our health and social care system without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Gerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I want to speak in favour of the motion, but I think there are some glaring contradictions in what the member and her party is proposing and what their executive colleagues are pursuing, but I'll come on to that later. Mr Speaker, there's no doubt that if it were not for the actions of workers in our society, would have truly collapsed during the COVID pandemic. There's often sneering or dismissals when you talk about the role of labour or the role of working class people in our society, but it has to be underlined and emphasised. And you just think about it for a second, where would vulnerable people be if it weren't for the delivery drivers in supermarkets who dropped off food when people couldn't leave the house? Where would those people who need a care package be during a pandemic when they couldn't see their family members if it wasn't for the brave care workers going into homes, donning PPE and often underpaid? Not to mention, of course, care home workers, or to mention the role played by public sector workers processing benefits, doing many things during the pandemic, or obviously NHS workers keeping people alive in ICU, consoling loved ones who die from COVID, and the list goes on. And this is where we get to the problems with implementation and action, Mr Speaker, because unless there is a dramatic change of direction, it seems that the executive is pressing ahead with pay cuts for the health workers and public sector workers in our communities. As people have said, electricity and gas are shooting up astronomically, but yet health workers are being offered 3%, which is in line with the Tory policy. It doesn't keep up with inflation, and it falls way below either the 12.5%, 15% or the £2,000 or £3,000 direct payment that healthcare workers and their unions are calling for. So we clapped, all of us clapped health workers, but the executive won't pay them what they're owed and what they're worth. So this offer should be withdrawn. Money wasn't a problem before and it was found, and money should be found for these health workers and all the work that they've done in the past year and a half. So to be clear, there is no fair economic recovery, as this motion states, if those who carried us through the pandemic are treated in such a disgraceful and disdainful way. It might not come next week or even next year, Mr Speaker, but I think there's going to be an uproar of anger against the continuation of neoliberal, unimaginative policies that don't provide people with the ability to afford to live a dignified and decent life. Sure.
I just wanted to ask the member if he would agree with me that as part of our reform, we need to consider certainly those members of staff who have worked so valiantly throughout the pandemic and always do. Are we investing more in buildings than we are in our resources, who are our people?
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you. It's a good question. I think we're definitely not investing enough in our staff, so that's a certain. But you know, I get nervous when I hear that question posed. Not saying the member is suggesting this, but it can mean or lead to the closure of services when we need to, protect them. So we're here on one level. We're here to defend the NHS, which I'm for, but we hear reform, and to me, when I hear reform, I get nervous because it means reduction in services. The member may not be arguing that, but that's what I certainly interpret sometimes, or in most cases. And if that wasn't bad enough, Mr. Speaker, it gets more sickening and obscene, because at a time when the Tories and this executive are implementing pay cuts and pay freezes, when there's implementation, as people have referred to, of national insurance increase, universal credit cuts. The wealthy are having a picnic and they're popping champagne. The super wealthy have increased their lot during COVID in such an outlandish way. Household wealth in Britain, for example, has surged by £900 billion during COVID. This is sickening stuff. There's an extra 24 billionaires at least in the UK compared to before COVID. But where is the action from the executive ministers to even raise this issue or to raise the flag around this issue? Where's the plan to change the debate? Where's the plan to put a mountain of pressure on the Tories to implement the COVID wealth tax from ministers in this executive in this House? I've listened carefully throughout the last year, but I haven't heard it. And I think it is ironic, Mr. Speaker, to hear the DUP in particular talking about poverty, almost talking about inequality, when their whole economic approach has always been to pull the carpet of support for vulnerable people or working people. Where is their new party leader talking about poverty eradication? I've listened, but I haven't heard it again. So happy to support the motion, Mr. Speaker, but I think it would be remiss of me not to call out the obvious contradictions today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call John O'Dowd to wind the debate on this motion, and the member has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Colin, and thank you everybody who's contributed to the debate. I think it has been a good debate. It's unsurprising in a political forum that there will be differences of opinion and maybe wee jibes, and I might get into a few wee jibes myself before the end of my conclusion. But overall, I think we have a supported and a united voice from this chamber that the proposal from the Tory government to fund social care moving forward by a 1.5% increase in national insurance is wrong. That's a very clear message that can come out of this chamber this evening. We agree that those who can afford to pay should pay. There may be a difference of opinion as to what level somebody can afford and who they should be, but I think there's a general agreement on that. And there may be a divergence of views on taxing big business. Though I would want to point out, I'm no objection to taxing big business, but the actual wording of the motion is quite clear on this point. It says, and calls on the British Government to remove the burden of funding for health and social care from ordinary workers, families and pensions, and to place this instead on the many companies and individuals who have made huge profits during the pandemic. So I don't think anybody realistically can argue against that. So when you break the motion down, I think there is agreement across the chamber. So what do we do next? There were those who voiced concern and opposition to Sinn Féin's position on not attending Westminster. That may be a political jibe. It may be a genuine belief that if we were there, we could have stopped the Tories from introducing this tax. But the reality is that's not the case. And this goes back to the comments made by my party colleague Keith Archibald. We have to start thinking about a new beginning. We have to start thinking about how we, as a society, collectively together, govern ourselves. And a central part of governance is taxation and fiscal powers. And I welcome the fact that Conor Murphy has set up the Fiscal Commission to look at what fiscal powers we should start to devolve, and ultimately, in my opinion, we should bring them all here. And that's going to present a huge challenge to this Assembly, because then we will have to decide who gets taxed and how much they get taxed and when they get taxed. And instead of standing in Westminster being constantly, I'll give you in one moment, in Westminster being defeated by the Tories and their allies in Westminster, here in this Assembly chamber, we could set the agenda. And would that make a very, very interesting debate? A very, very interesting new chapter in our society, in the devolution and evolution of our politics. And I'll give away to Mr. Egan.
Thank you very much indeed. The member may not be aware, but Paul Johnson quite recently said, who is looking at the Fiscal Commission issues, the rest of it, he says, one of the most significant issues we have in Northern Ireland is we don't actually know how effectively we're spending the money we have at the moment. Don't you think it's more important that we actually get our own budgets right first before we start even considering asking for additional powers?
Well, if I was you, Mr. Aiken, I would take that as a personal criticism. You're the chair of the Finance Committee. It's your job to make sure we're spending our money properly. So you and Mr. Johnson may want to sit down and have a cup of coffee with each other and talk that one through, because the role of our committees is to scrutinise how we spend our budgets. But I jest somewhat on that. But yes, of course, every penny we spend must be accountable and paying dividends for the public we serve. And I'm not dismissing that in one way. But for us as an assembly to move forward, we have to have fiscal powers to create that change, that momentum of change, that step change, not only to society, but I also think to politics here. I think it'll be a huge step forward for politics here. The idea, and this is something I think we have to be very cautious of, in wider society, and those who attend Westminster have to be very cautious of. Boris Johnson says he's going to use the funds raised from this to fund social care. Now, partly this is going to go into legislation. But Boris Johnson is a confirmed liar, and he has shown that he's prepared to break promises, pledges in his manifesto, deals with his former colleagues in the DUP, deals with the European Union and everyone else. Who or why should we believe that the significant amount of money they claim will be raised from taxing low-paid workers, families and pensioners will eventually end up going to social care? That is the great danger in this, that those who are most impoverished now will pay significant amounts of funds towards what they believe to be their futures and their family's future, only to find out that it is squandered and spent, or maybe not spent, or used elsewhere. So there's a danger in it. And there's another reason why we as an assembly, we as an executive, should have the powers to ensure that the funds, the citizens we serve, who are going to pay through that we are the ones who are scrutinising and raising those taxes and moving forward. I'll move on from this at the moment. The criticism of Sinn Féin not being in Westminster. Ms Dodds, you said we were absent. You're going to be absent in a few weeks. In a few short weeks, to quote your leader. You're going to be absent. The DUP ministers are going to be absent. The DUP First Minister is going to be absent. What then? No power in Belfast. No power in Westminster. What then for the citizens you serve? So there's, when it comes to abstentionism, we told the electorate what we were going to do. You didn't tell the electorate what you're about to do. So there's something for you to think about. And in terms of the ability on change needed in our health service, yes, I fully agree. Our health service needs reformed. There needs to be strategic changes made to it. But I've said this in the Chamber before. I'm a former Education Minister, and I led strategic change to the Department of Education. I closed and amalgamated schools where it was necessary, and no one, I can assure you, was welcome of that in their constituency. So there's the challenge for us as MLAs. Not my backyard won't work when that comes. So if we're up for that, there's another challenge for us moving forward. I'll just bring my remarks to a close, Concordia. I just want to maybe just check my notes to see. The burden placed on workers, families and pensioners, and it has been noted, and there's universal support for this in the Chamber, it shouldn't happen either in terms of the national insurance increase, the taxes or the fuel increases that they're facing and heating increases they're facing over the winter is going to be astronomical. And other nations are doing this differently. Across Europe, they're doing it differently. Even at the very start of the austerity measures and the collapse of the world economy in 2008, the United States, a capitalist institution, invested. They spent trillions of dollars supporting their economy. But the Tories made a conscious decision to cut public services, to cut public spending, because that's what the Tories are about. That's what the central core of the Tories is. I was a wee bit surprised by Mr Frew's comments earlier when he said this Tory party is no longer conservative. That may be a whole other debate, but this is what Tories do. And the challenge for us is this: what can we do different? And I believe we can do different. Despite our differences, we can do different. The future, in my opinion, is a united Ireland, where we all work together. And as Mr. O'Toole said, that's not going to happen this winter. It's not. But what we need to do now is start thinking about what fiscal powers we use, what difference we make, how we work together, and how we move towards that direction. Because let's be clear about this: the Tories will always do this. Always do it, regardless of whether you're in Westminster with them or not. Whether you're Unionist, Nationalist, Republican, or an unbeliever, they will always do this. So let us collectively do something different. Shimmy.
Thank you, and thank all the members for their contributions. And the question is, that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed? All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, thanks all the members. Members, please take your ease before we move on to the final item, the last item.
Thank you, members. Item number 6 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly does now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, Mr Speaker has given leave to Mr Trevor Clarke to raise the matter of South Antrim roads. The proposer will have up to 15 minutes. I call Mr Trevor Clarke.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And whilst the title may say South Antrim roads, I think this could refer to any roads across Northern Ireland currently, where we're seeing lack of repair and roads getting into very much disrepair. Indeed, I think it's causing much frustration to many people that many of us believe that there's been a lack of investment in the roads. I want to say from the outset, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, none of my comments is directed at any individual staff. I think the staff in each of our offices have worked extremely well with us as elected representatives, and I think they've always showed their professionalism. That said, through yourself, Mr Speaker, there is an issue in terms of replacing staff once they leave. I know in the local section office there was a good gentleman left within the last number of months, and he has never been replaced. I think that adds to the problem and the frustration that us as elected representatives face whenever we're contacting them to raise issues on the behalf of our constituents. And I'm sure if that happened in some of the other areas, the members in those areas would express the same frustration as we would. And we would like to hear from the Minister what she's going to do in relation to that, to bring the complement of staff back up to where it should be, so that we can deliver the service that was previously delivered in those areas. Which leads us on, Mr Speaker, to repairs and the delay of repairs. In many of our areas, we see the yellow lines drawn round circles or lines drawn round many of the potholes in terms of repairs. But those repairs go on repaired for so long that on many of the occasions that those are relined again. Now, many of us are aware in terms of legislation about the depth of potholes, and there was a review of the policy some time ago that they didn't fix some of the less serious potholes and they were looking for the more severe. I think it's time we get back to fixing all of the potholes in terms of the damage that they're causing to the vehicles on our roads. This is one visual thing that many people who use the roads on a daily basis will witness and suffer and experience in terms of the condition. Another one that's come to my attention, as I say, through my office is road safety and the features in relation to that. I can cite one example in my area outside Randallstown where we wait almost 12 months for, again, I'm not referring this to the staff, but this is down to contractors, almost 12 months to get safety lines and signage on site. I think that's unacceptable given where we're at now, and I'm sure the Minister will agree that it's unacceptable in the sense where we're trying to improve road safety, to improve the numbers, decrease the number of people who lost their lives in terms of road accidents. Much of this, in terms of the conversations I have had with even past individuals from road service, that this is merely down to contractors. These are passed to contractors, they're on lists, but they don't seem to go anywhere. It seems from my perception that the contractors seem to decide what's more of a priority to them than what's a priority to the people of the area that we represent. And I think that's not the case it should be. Indeed, we've heard anecdotal evidence to suggest that the contractors have lost staff because of COVID. Some, unfortunately, have returned home off this island and off to different places and never returned. But, Mr Speaker, that's not acceptable. I think we're at the stage now with so many people unemployed. There is opportunities there, and I think road service need evidence-based where they've actually been out to actively recruit people to bring them back to carry out these roles. Indeed, it's also been said to me by a previous employee of road service that in many instances the contractors would much prefer to come along with there's a good road, drop their spreader and drop down as much tar as possible, and they're not interested in the smaller scale schemes. But indeed, as you'll appreciate, for your constituents and my constituents who live in more confined areas, that's not what's key to them. Indeed, I was speaking to a lady within the last few weeks, a lovely lady in New Park, and she said to me, I've lived in this street for 50 years, and if they had a resurface, if they spent the amount of money that they've spent on potholes over the last 50 years, they could have resurfaced this street. In New Park, she said her street has never been resurfaced the whole time she lived there. I think that's an unfortunate indictment on road service. Indeed, I'm not blaming the current minister, because there's been many ministers in the last 50 years. Indeed, I'm sure the current minister is not even 50 years of age. So I'll afford her with the privilege that it's not her responsibility for all the previous ministers' mistakes. But I think it's high time we got to the position where people can see delivery on the ground. I think it's awful where a woman in her later life can identify to me, and indeed I was much younger than she was, where she would say to me that the amount of money that they spent on over those years would have resurfaced that street many times. There's many different issues. I want to give examples of issues within my constituency. Indeed, on the A26, which is the main road between Ballymena and Antrim town, on a Saturday night, 5 cars, this is a dual carriageway, 5 cars burst their tyres one after the other, and there had to be immediate repairs done that night. Now, I congratulate the officials for bringing someone out on a Saturday night to carry out those repairs. I feel very sorry for the individuals who had their 5 cars damaged and couldn't continue their journeys. But it poses the question, Mr. Speaker, why do we have to wait on particularly a dual carriageway that the road has to get into such disrepair that it takes 5 cars to get damaged one after the other for road service to do something in relation to that? I think that's an indictment about the underinvestment and the maintenance structures that has been carried out on the roads. And indeed, actually, I've been very parochial outside my own house. I remember waking one morning, and I live in the Portland road, where there was four cars at the end of my drive, similar scenario, pothole marked, yellow lines, contractor hadn't come, pothole was so deep that 4 cars, one after another, smashed their wheels and couldn't carry on their journeys. Again, this is a main carriageway that's carrying thousands of cars a day, and that shows an example of the disrepair. Can I cite another example, Mr. Speaker? In a recent surgery carried out by our MP, I had the pleasure of attending that. On that day, I was actually stark because I'm sure, as many of the other representatives in this room, where you have surgeries, quite frequently, many members of the public don't turn up. But on this occasion, they did. And without fail, every person that turned up at that surgery in Randallstown that day was complaining about being awakened by lorries from 5:30 in the morning. Now, not because of the noise of the lorries per se, but again because of the condition of the road. There's been so many repairs on the road over the years that there's so many trenches, if we want to call it that, and divots in the road, that those lorries are bouncing along the road. Now, I know I was with an official on Friday, and I'll not name him, but I know I'm not permitted to, and I was glad to hear that he is intending to bring that forward, and he was very aware of that particular scheme, but he's intending to bring that forward for an improvement. But also in that conversation, and this is where I feel, I choose my words carefully, I feel sorry for the individual in terms of the staff. The amount of money they have got to carry out those repairs means many other streets, many other roads will go unrepaired. I think we're beyond that circumstances where it's picking and choosing. I think much more money needs to be ploughed in to the repairs of our roads. I also want to put in record again on that from that visit on Friday that I do welcome the fact that the spreader is in Randallstown again, in Nidsbrook, another social housing development again that has suffered. Indeed, the potholes were so bad they were repairing the potholes and not repairing the roads. But I'm glad to say I got word yesterday that the spreader is in Nidsbrook carrying out those very essential repairs. But again, it took 18 months. It takes people to get their cars damaged before these things are actioned. Indeed, I want to say to the Minister, and it's no reflection because of the constituency he represents, because I say it to my own colleagues, indeed I say it to you, there's life outside Belfast, Minister. I would like to extend an invitation to you to come to Southampton. I know you've been there recently because I've seen you in the village with some of the improvement work that you've done, and we thank you for that. But I would love you to spend some time, indeed, with all the representatives of Southampton, and take some time and come and see the roads that we have, the roads that we drive, and the condition of those. And maybe whenever you get back to the office, you'll decide that we're more deserving than some of those schemes in Belfast, and indeed the rural constituencies deserve a bigger input of your budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Tempted to bring the member to order there at that point, but no, I think he's expressed his sentiment very well. The next person that I have on my list is Dr. Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker. I think, speaking for all the members here from South Antrim, we can all give a complete litany of some of the roads that we have in our constituency. Regrettably, in the great town of Ballyclare, I have the road of Ballycore, and Ballycore Road is deemed to be the 3rd worst road in Northern Ireland. And I can only think that it's probably deemed to be the 3rd worst road in Northern Ireland because somebody hasn't seen it recently, because it's probably the 1st worst road in Northern Ireland, and its connection to the Church Road. I don't want to denigrate Ballyclare because there is an awful lot of good work that's going on across South Antrim. There's been an awful lot of investment going in, particularly investment by property developers, and we're seeing the outturns of that with many new houses going up. We're also seeing, and thank goodness at long last, we're seeing the new bridge coming across the 6 Mile, And I'd be delighted if we had a competition to name it, maybe the Willie John McBride Bridge or something like that, and the new link road that's going around Ballyclare. That is good. We're seeing in Antrim, we're seeing lots of development and improvements in new housing as well. But what we're not seeing is the investment in the sort of the roads and the infrastructure between those. And look, like most MLAs, I dread the Friday morning when I get the knock on the door, and it's always some new contractor from, let's say, from a gas company or a fibre company. And it's great that they want to invest in the town. But I always say the same thing: please, please tell me you're not digging up the Rushy Road again. And every single time, and I look around here, it is exactly the same thing they are digging up. There seems to be a lack of coordination and a lack of being able to not only develop plans with the council, but there has to be an approach where these roads are actually restored to the level they should be at, because they're progressively getting worse and worse. And what we're seeing now is that because we're patching and continuing to patching, we're never restoring the infrastructure to the level it should be. And we are aware that bonds have to be raised for a lot of this work. We should be insisting on these bonds being made good. And in particular, when I look at sort of Ballyclare, and maybe, Minister, this would be a good example to spread across to Northern Ireland, if we saw the opportunity, if they restored the Ballycore and the Church Road into something that was actually passable, rather than a good testing track for tractors and sort of Land Rovers, I think that would be an excellent opportunity to start of where we need to go to. And that is the kind of thing we'd like to see, because we have good roads outside that in South Antrim. We have the A6, we have the A8, we have those roads, they're good. But what we're seeing now is that the interface of those roads, when they come off those onto the A-grade roads and the B-grade roads, is those interfaces are breaking down. And what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of outward investment, but we're not seeing in the maintenance as well. And one of the things our party will be very supportive of is, hopefully when we get to multi-year budgets, is to make sure the Department of Infrastructure has money in its budgets to do the necessary infrastructure improvements that we need to do. And we are going to have to invest heavily in our roads, because if we are to make South Antrim, and it continues to be the best place in Northern Ireland to live by far, as all us MLAs will sort of attain to as well, we've got to be able to do that investment as well. So, Minister, we are here to help. We are here to work with you, and we're here to support you when it comes to making sure we get multi-year budgets. But we must restore the infrastructures and the critical roads that we have at the moment, because we can't allow them to continue to further deteriorate where they are. But thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker.
Thank you. Just to remind members, just in terms of how this works, this debate needs to be over at 1 minute past 6. And there's the numbers that have indicated to speak to me, 10 minutes for the Minister to respond. So I think I can probably give everyone that wants it probably 7 or 8 minutes if they choose to use it. Mr John Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. I should start by assuring you that I'm not likely to stretch your 6 p.m. deadline, and also in starting thank my fellow South Antrim member Trevor Clarke for bringing this important adjournment debate before us. Constituency MLAs, Principal Deputy Speaker, are reminded on a regular basis of the real need that exists to continue to repair and upgrade our existing roads infrastructure in the interest of both road safety and, of course, pedestrian safety also. At this juncture, Principal Deputy Speaker, I should acknowledge the efforts made by local Department for Infrastructure Road Service officials to continue with services and responses during the recent very challenging COVID-19 period. And it's appropriate that I make these supportive comments of officials locally and centrally indeed, and in the Minister's office and other places, just as Mr Clarke did in his opening remarks, and we mean that. We understand and we know the pressures that people had upon them. We do, of course, in South Antrim, just as you would expect in all constituencies, have to draw a distinction between remedial repair and road safety related works and longer term plans and strategies, which should by their nature be more medium to long term. It is also vital that this planning is collaborative to encompass the numerous, though necessary, strategic programmes aimed at improvements in relation to active travel, greenways and reducing car use if we are serious at all about a green recovery. Principal Deputy Speaker, departmental and council efforts on new cycling infrastructure from Glengormley to the North Foreshore will be of assistance to my South Antrim constituents in Glengormley, Carnmoney and Mollusk at the southern end of the South Antrim constituency, but these welcome improvements in turn highlight the need for similar schemes associated with necessary park and ride facilities, for example, in the more rural parts of the constituency. I expect other members representing rural constituencies would say the same in respect of the areas that they represent. I also, in light of this, acknowledge the Minister's publicly stated commitment to bringing forward such planning and schemes, and her willingness also to engage with us in doing that. So while we await scheduled improvements, it is my hope that resources will also be dedicated to meeting the long-term needs of all constituencies, including South Antrim, with appropriate focus on a sustainable transport system. Hopefully, cooperation on these matters will be cross-party, interdepartmental and a priority for all levels of government. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mrs Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I also wish to thank my colleague Trevor Clarke for securing this adjournment debate this evening. And it's obviously a matter where there needs to be focus, and there needs to be a plan, and there needs to be sufficient investment, and there needs to be a marked change in the conditions in South Antrim for all road users and for the residents. Mr Speaker, I suspect, as my colleague has already mentioned, that members representing every constituency in this place could table a similar motion, particularly those of us who are elected to represent large rural areas. And we all visit at times other parts of the country through our roles as MLAs and on personal business, and we see the same issues everywhere: potholes, uneven surfaces, lack of adequate road markings, dangerous junctions. There's so much that needs to be done. Mr Speaker, we are now left to address this situation, and I have several examples of where we need investment, particularly in terms of resurfacing. In the Ballyclare area and surrounding villages, there are numerous locations needing further attention. Resurfacing scheme is badly needed on the main Hillhead Road into Ballyclare and the Rishi Road, both of which are main arterial routes, of course, and very heavily commuted upon. In the more rural areas, residents in places such as the Grange Road and Parkgate, the Hockle Road and Randallstown, the Moir Road and Burnside have regularly been in touch with my office to raise their complaints about the poor condition of the roads and the quality of some of the past pothole repairs that have been carried out by contractors. In residential streets like Sherwood and Fairview in Newtonabbey, or very close to my own home in near the Dublin Road Estate in Antrim, there are a number of locations which have been the source of many pothole reports over recent years, and also there are issues regarding the quality of footpaths and indeed disabled access, and I'm talking about the need for good quality drop curbs and safe routes for mobility scooters as just one example. We have many regular complaints in many areas of South Antrim on all of these issues. Mr Speaker, the list could go on, and there are many more that I have raised with the Department in recent months. I put on record my thanks, like my colleague, to the staff on the ground in Antrim and Newtonabbey District Office who do their best. And Newtonabbey District and Antrim are really good and responsive in addressing all of the issues that we all raise with them as elected representatives. Again, issues such as the potholes and the emergency repairs that pose immediate danger. And these staff are dedicated to their roles and delivering the best service possible with the resources given to them. But, Mr Speaker, I would stress the need for greater financial resource to be made available. I know the Minister has priorities in Belfast and other major urban areas, but we need to see rural areas benefit too from our budget. Rural communities long awaiting proper attention to theirs. Roads such as that within South Antrim should not be at the bottom of the priority list. We need to see proper resurfacing schemes instead of surface dressing or patching, and we need more money towards rural roads recovery programmes, and we need investment to improve the pavements where surfaces are uneven and become dangerous for certain users. Mr Speaker, our constituents may note this debate and listen to plenty of talking, but what they want from the Minister is delivery. So I urge the Minister to deliver for my constituents within South Antrim. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call Mrs Dolores Kelly.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member
for South Antrim for bringing this debate today regarding roads in his constituency. And members might wonder at me participating in this, but I actually live in South Antrim, although not in the constituency of South Antrim, and many of the roads that I have in my constituency lead directly into your own area, and they do need repairs, there's no doubt about that. But it also gives me the opportunity to congratulate the ladies of Antrim Camogie for their outstanding win in Croke Park at the weekend. And I think it's been a great weekend for women in sport, and I congratulate all of those who participated, but particularly the winners and those who volunteer in their committees. And I note that many members have spoken in the debate thus far have shared the concerns about the cuts to funding that are required to enhance and repair roads year after year, and the acknowledgement that this is unacceptable. And I have no doubt that the Minister is here today to outline the work that she has been doing in South Antrim and right across the north to repair a roads network. But the absolute truth is, in 2015, deep cuts were imposed on the then Department of Regional Development. Those cuts have never been repaired by the Executive. We all welcome increased capital funds, but we know the reality: without the resource funding, the capacity is simply not there to get the work done. I welcome the fact that Minister Nicola Mallon has consistently bid for additional funds, but I'm pretty disgusted that full funding for those bids has not been awarded. Members across these benches will no doubt have similar questions to ask: why the Executive has not prioritised that funding, and why the Sinn Féin Finance Minister Conor Murphy continues to shortchange Minister Mallon's department, ultimately shortchanging our constituents for whom we want delivery. I know a lot of work has been done in South Antrim, and members acknowledge that fact. And like my own constituency, there's much to welcome, but the absence of the required funding, the impact of COVID and the bad winter we've just had means more and more roads are suffering decay. We also have to acknowledge the fact that in some constituencies, legal challenges have delayed work across that, and that has been a huge concern for the representatives of those constituencies who are directly impacted by those challenges. So I hope that members will agree with me that Minister Mallon is clearly doing all that she can, but this decay is going to continue if roads are not prioritised by the Finance Minister and ultimately by the Executive. If this continues to happen, the rot will continue, and members right across the chamber have expressed their concerns and what impact that might have on road safety. And in closing, let me say this. Today we are debating the need to improve our roads and more funding to be provided to help the Minister and her department to deliver. But at the very same time, there are parties here who threaten to collapse this place, who are threatening to walk away. Only a few months ago, Sinn Féin, just like the DUP today, were threatening the same. Let me be clear, we can't fix the roads, increase our budgets, or better improve the lives for the better if politicians walk off the pitch. We have had 3 years of decay and rot in our services and on our streets, thanks to the standoff and stalemate of the DUP and Sinn Féin. People have had enough. Let's get on with the job and let's get back to work. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. No other member has indicated that they wish to speak in the debate. It's normal for no other member to indicate they wish to speak to me. They wish to speak in the debate, and I therefore call the Minister for Infrastructure, Ms Nicola Mallon, to respond. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank Mr Clarke MLA for instigating this debate on South Antrim roads. I would also like to add my words of congratulations to Antrim Ladies Camogie team on their outstanding win, and to join Ms Kelly in doing so, and know that that is replicated throughout the House. I have listened with interest to the comments and the issues raised by members, and it is clear that this is a topic relevant to not just South Antrim, but, as members have rightly said, right across Northern Ireland. But the truth is, and Ms Kelly pointed it out, this is the damage that was caused from the deep cuts that were imposed on the predecessor to this department in 2015. As a result of those severe budget reductions, the department was forced to reduce its level of service. And that is the reality within which we're operating. And we continue, and certainly since I've taken up the post as Minister, I have made bids and trying to do what we can within the department to try to restore funding levels to the pre-2015 level, but that is still proven to be hugely challenging. Mr Clarke also mentioned the issue of staff vacancies. As a result of the voluntary exit scheme, there is an issue of staff shortages right across the civil service, and I know that it's an issue that ministers have been raising with the civil service. It's something that we do need to address, but again, that's caveated by the fact that staff cost money and we are in a very challenging budgetary environment. I want to assure all members who have spoken here today that I am determined to improve the condition of our roads and to recover some of the large backlog of roads maintenance that currently exists and referenced in the Barton report of 2019 into the structural maintenance of our roads. As you will know, it has been independently established that some £143 million at 2018 prices is needed to maintain the structural integrity of Northern Ireland's road network. However, for many years, funding allocated to the department has fallen well below the level required. I welcome the fact that Mr Clarke recognised that this issue does predate me as Minister, and I also want to acknowledge and show appreciation for the fact that he and a number of members have put on record their appreciation and gratitude to DFI officials on the ground. I will make sure that that is fed back to them. While everyone is aware that the capital budget somewhat is better in terms of its outlook, the resource budget for my department is still facing real pressures, and these pressures in particular affect capacity. But I can assure members that I will keep battling for the resource we need, particularly for infrastructure, after the significant cuts that impacted these budgets as far back as 2015. I also want to reassure Mr Clarke and Ms Cameron. I do realise that life exists outside of Belfast, and addressing regional imbalance and improving rural roads in particular is a priority for me. That's why I set up the Roads Recovery Fund, and in 2020-21 I allocated £12 million of my capital budget to a Roads Recovery Fund, of which £10 million was specifically directed towards rural roads. These improvements have targeted many short lengths of rural roads that were in particularly poor condition, with over 750 locations on the rural network benefiting from this initiative. Following the successes of that fund, last year I have set up an enhanced fund in this financial year and have allocated £17 million of my capital budget to a Roads Recovery Fund, of which £15 million is again specifically directed towards rural roads. So as a result of this decision, rural roads will benefit from a 50% increase in funding in this initiative, and that's the highest level of funding yet. And that is to reflect my commitment to continue this important work to benefit rural communities. And I will continue to press for investment for our infrastructure as part of the next spending review, the outcome of which will determine funding availability for 2022-23 and beyond. But I absolutely agree with Dr Aiken. We must move with great urgency to multi-year budgets so that we can plan ahead and we can give that forecast to contractors and others so that we're able to deliver the improved infrastructure that we need on the ground. And I can also assure members that while I am Minister, I remain committed to establishing a further Roads Recovery Fund in future years. Turning specifically to South Antrim, in relation to the contractor expenditure, my department spent some £6.7 million last year within the Antrim and Newtonabbey area. In addition to structural maintenance, which had an outturn of £3.5 million, over £3 million was spent on other essential road functions such as street lighting, structures, traffic management, winter service and routine maintenance activities. The last year was unprecedented due to the impact of the pandemic. However, we worked closely with our contractors to develop new ways of working to ensure that much-needed road maintenance and improvement works could proceed, and as a result, most of our 2020-21 programme was successfully delivered despite the absence of work over the first part of the year. And I want to assure Ms Cameron that I am very focused on delivery. What's the point of seeking election or being a minister if you're not focused and determined to deliver for citizens wherever they live across Northern Ireland? During the year, a number of significant resurfacing schemes have been completed in the area, including O'Neill Road, Newtonabbey, the Belfast Road, Steeple Road and Fountain Hill, Main Street in Crumlin, Staffordstown Road and the Derrygowan Road, and Church Road in Ballinure. I'm pleased to advise that there are further structural maintenance and road improvement activities planned this financial year within Antrim and Newton Abbey area, and I remain committed and pressing for investment for our infrastructure as part of the next spending review to ensure that all of that work is realised. In South Antrim, my department is targeting the completion of the following activities up to the end of March 2022. Asphalt resurfacing at a cost of £2.4 million, 25 road recovery schemes at a cost of £600,000, 56 kilometres of surface dressing at a cost of £450,000, footway resurfacing at a cost of £360,000, and commencement of 2 minor improvement schemes totalling £1 million, and 3 local transport and safety schemes at a cost of £140,000. Dr Aiken mentioned the Ballycore Road and the Ballyeaston Road and Rushy Road, and I can confirm to him that they are due to be resurfaced this year. In addition to the A57 Temple Patrick Road, that was resurfaced 3 years ago, but I can confirm to him that the Hillhead Phase 1 will be done this year. But this is not at all, and I am pleased to advise that since I've been appointed Minister, I've made it clear that my focus is on doing what I can to improve the lives of people in Northern Ireland. And an important part of that focus, I want to ensure that I increase the proportion of everyday journeys made by walking and cycling across the whole region. So whilst I am fully committed to support the proper management and maintenance of the road network, we must also be mindful of the need to be forward-looking. Walking and cycling are key elements of livable towns and cities, and more walking and cycling, especially for those shorter journeys that make up 1/3 of all of the journeys that we make every day, will help to create a cleaner environment and tackle the climate crisis, which is the biggest global challenge of our time. And I very much appreciate Mr Blair's continuous support for our work in that area. To this end, I was pleased to note the completion of £100,000 for the footway and cycleway along O'Neill Road in Newton Abbey recently, and I am very pleased to advise that this year Antrim and Newton Abbey has received just under £1 million of funding from my Blue-Green Fund, and so we will be progressing an additional 5 schemes in this current financial year. These schemes will further enhance the active travel provision in the area, improving air quality, the local environment and of course the health and well-being of the local population. I would also like to take this opportunity to mention the great progress my department is making on delivering the A6 Randalstown to Castledawson dualling works. This flagship scheme, which runs through South Antrim, will provide a dual carriageway from the western end of the M22 near Randalstown to the Castledawson roundabout. This significant investment of £189 million will reduce journey times and improve road safety. I recognise the need for proper sustained investment in our road, and I have inherited a very difficult financial environment. And I do welcome the fact that that is recognised fairly by all members. I am committed to doing what I can, and I can assure members that I will continue to make representations around the executive table to ensure that we can get the required funding to maintain our road network, but to also ensure that we have the right infrastructure in the right place going forward. And I very much look forward to having the support of all members and all parties as they make those representations to the Finance Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the debate and the Assembly is now adjourned. Thank you.